सभासदों, माननीय उप सभापति जी, honorable members, oath or affirmation is a constitutional requirement under Article 99 of the Constitution and is a solemn occasion. Deviation from the chosen format has potential to invalidate the oath. I urge the honorable members to conform to the chosen format. Oath or affirmation, Secretary General.
Tamil Nadu, Shri M. Dhanpal.
மாநிலங்களவையில் உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் மா தனபால் என்பதால் சட்டத்தினால் நிறுவப்பட்டதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றாகவும் நற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றியிருப்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்போது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் கடவுளின் பெயரால் ஆணையிட்டுக் கொள்கிறேன்.
Shri I.S. Inbadurai.
மாநிலங்களவையின் உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் ஐஎஸ் இன்பதுரை எனும் நான் சட்டத்தினால் நிறுவப்பட்டதான இந்திய அரசியல் சட்டத்தின் மீது உண்மையான பற்றாகவும் பற்றுறுதியும் கொண்டிருப்பேன் என்றும் இந்தியாவின் இறையாண்மையும் ஒருமைப்பாட்டையும் உறுதியாக பற்றி நிற்பேன் என்றும் நான் இப்பொழுது ஏற்கவிருக்கும் இந்த கடமையினை நேர்மையாக நிறைவேற்றுவேன் என்றும் கடவுளின் பெயரால் ஆணையிட்டுக் கொள்கிறேன். Papers to be laid on the table. Sripad Yeso Naik.
I rise to lay on the table of the House the paper mentioned against my name at serial number 2A of today's list of business.
Dr. L. Murugan.
Respected Deputy Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2, Class B, in today's list of business pertaining to the Ministry of Parliament Affairs.
Report of the Department Related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Srimati Geeta Urf Chandraprabha.
महोदय, Sir, I lay on the table a copy in English and Hindi of the 14th report of the Department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayati Raj 2024-25 on action taken by the government on the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been observed that some members are giving physical notices under various parliamentary devices, including raising a matter under 0 hour. In this regard, attention is invited to direction number 56 imparted by the chair, wherein it has been directed that, I quote, under Rule 223 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of States, Rajya Sabha, submission of physical notices are discontinued forthwith. Hence, members can submit all notices required by the rules, including short notice question, half an hour discussion, and notice for question to private member, and also notices for raising matters with the permission of the chair, 0 hour submission through the digital Sansad portal only, unquote. The aforementioned direction of the chair has also been published in Rajya Sabha Parliamentary Bulletin Part 2 dated 12th June 2024. Further, Rajya Sabha Parliamentary Bulletin Part 2 number 65481 dated 3rd July 2025 has also categorically reiterated about the mandatory filing of notices through digital Sansad portal only. It inter alia states as follows, quote, members are informed that the facility of online submission of notice available on digital Sansad portal. Using this portal, members may submit notices for various parliamentary devices in electronic form. Members are requested to submit the notices required by the rules only through the digital Sansad portal, unquote. Accordingly, honorable members are again requested to refrain from submitting their notices through physical mode and submit their notices under various parliamentary devices, including raising a matter under 0 hour through digital Sansad portal only. Those members who have already submitted notices through digital Sansad portal may not resubmit any physical copy of their notices to the chair. It has normally will follow the rules. Honorable members, 26 notices have been received under Rule 267. The notices of Sri Muhammad Nadimul Haq, Sri Sandeep Kumar Pathak, Srimati Ranjit Ranjan, Sri Neeraj Dangi, Sri Anil Kumar Yadav Mandadi, Srimati Rajni Ashok Rao Patil, Sri Akhilesh Prasad Singh, Sri Rajiv Shukl, Sri Ajit Kumar Bhuyan, Sri Tiruchi Siva, Sri Saket Gokhale, Sri Ramji Lal Suman, Susri Susmita Dev, Srimati Renuka Chaudhary have demanded discussion over the concerns arising out of a special intensive revision of electoral rules undertaken by the Election Commission in Bihar. The notices of Srimati Sagrika Ghosh, Sri Sukhendu Sekhar Roy, Susri Dola Sen, and Sri Rita Brata Banerjee have demanded discussion over the alleged discrimination against Bengali migrant workers in other states. The notices of Sri A. Rahim, Sri Sandosh Kumar P., Dr. John Britas, Dr. V. Sivadasan, Sri Harish Biran, Srimati J.B. Mathir Hisam, and Sri P.P. Sunir have demanded discussion over the alleged
எடுத்திருக்கின்ற இந்த அரசு என்பதும் மாநில அரசுகளும் இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகங்களின் மூலமாக ஆட்சி அந்த கல்வியாளர்கள் மூலமாக இதை முன்னேற்றத்திற்கு கொண்டு செல்ல முடியும். இந்த நாடு முன்னேறி கொண்டிருக்கிற வேகம், அதாவது சுற்றுலாத்துறையில் முன்னேற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிற வேகம் என்பது அது வேளாண்மைக்கு அடுத்தபடியாக இரண்டாவது மிகப்பெரிய வேலை வாய்ப்பை உருவாக்குகிற ஒரு துறையாக இந்த சுற்றுலாத்துறை உருவாக்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அது இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய பொருளாதாரத்திற்கு வழிவகுக்கும். இந்த
contribution to tourism will be so high. 10% contribution can be seen in the sector, and definitely people will get the employment through this in a big way. Honorable members, whether you are not allowing this house to run, you want to obstruct You don't want to discuss on the Operation Sindur? You don't want to discuss on Operation Sindur? Is it so? Mr. Gogoiji and all these political leaders who came to visit me and on Operation Sindur, you wanted discussions, but why you're upsetting the procedures of the House, the process of House? This House, why it is not being allowed to run by you? The question R is for the members, very important subject this is, and the country wants to know that why want to get this questionnaire adjourned? Why in the questionnaire, by schemed or planned way, you are obstructing the proceedings of the House? Honorable Leader of Opposition, you please instruct your leaders that in the House they are not here through the papers or raise the placards. You don't want the questionnaire to run. You please respond to this. The country wants to know why do you want to do this questionnaire run? Why don't you allow this questionnaire to run? We are going to discuss on these matters, on education, environment, on labor. Many such important subjects are going to be debated here. The members' time is there to discuss those things. You don't want the questionnaire to be run. Why it is so that the question are being adjourned by you? Why in this House, this sloganeering, these placards and papers are being thrown? This is the dignity of this House which are maintaining. The country wants to see that you are doing a planned way. You are obstructing the procedures of the House, the proceedings of the House, and the dignity of the House being questioned here. You are making the dignity of this House lower down. You don't want discussions. You don't want to raise important matters in the questionnaire. Honorable members ask very good questions, but you don't allow them to ask. This way is not proper. Once again, I request you that you may please allow this House to be run with dignity, and a house is for everybody. 140 crore people of countries' aspirations and expectations and expressions are being expressed here in this way. If you allow this kind of conduct to happen, then definitely this country can see that you have not allowed the questionnaire to run in a schemed and planned manner. You have brought the placards here, they have thrown the papers, you have done the soldering. The proceedings of the House are adjourned to meet till again at 12 o'clock.
One, sir. Sir, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, while Swachhta Green Leaf Rating initiative is welcome steps towards encouraging hygiene and sustainability in tourism sector, may I ask the Honorable Minister whether the government is intends to establish a comprehensive tourism sustainability index similar to the Niti Aayog SDG index to track parameters such as employment generation, carbon footprint, reduction of sanitation and adherence across states. Furthermore, will the minister consider offering fiscal and regulatory incentives for wider adoption of the SGLR standard in the sector? Lastly, I would to ask the minister, is there any dashboard which the government is intends to put out which will help travelers to make their decision to stay at places?
Honorable Speaker, sir, the honorable member who's asked this question and has got long experience in the tourism sector, his question, which has been asked on the table of the House, I would like to thank him for this important question which is raised. I express my thanks to him. And Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Prime Minister, under this mission life, this concept, this lifestyle for environment has been given by him to us, that nature and the environment, all these factors, we have to have the concerns of them and we have to work in this direction. And that's why the Minister of Jal Shakti, under the sanitation department, when I was working in that ministry, we had taken this initiative that tourism sector, in that also we have to make it more sustainable, and for this reason green leaf rating was arranged by us, so that this tourism sector, where these properties and assets, hotels, are to have more sustainable practice, and by adaptation to those practices, the way hotels are categorized as 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, under that categorization. Similarly, sustainable factor also on that basis, categorization of those can be done. And the result was such that because of that, many sustainability practices were adopted by hotels also. And you must have experienced in your going to hotels that for reusing things, customers' attention is attracted in this direction, and that's why plastic bottles have been alleviated, and the glasses and reusable bottles are being used. Similarly, many such good practices are being adopted by the hotels. And along with this, sir, as per the demands and the supply side also, this awareness should be raised. For this reason, we have done this effort that tourists may get environment friendly and certain practices, how they can adapt these practices. For that purpose, we have made them aware through many efforts, and the results can be seen. And with the state governments also, we are working towards this direction. We can go to the greater depth also. And honorable member has asked about this question, that by this incentivization, how we can take it forward. The suggestion, honorable member, is welcome here, and definitely it is to be considered. And in the coming times, we will make it more we'll give more expansion. For this reason, the tourists, how to guide them, and tourist sustainable practices, how they can be adapted. For that purpose, this environmental mitra, such schemes we have started, by which the tourists can be given more motivation for the sustainable practices also, and they can be made aware about the sustainable practices. Sir?
Ask the second question. In light of the recent research published by the Nature Communication, which is a research foundation research paper, which finds that India, along with US and China, contribute to 60% increase in tourism-related carbon emission between 2009 to 19. May I ask the Honourable Minister, measures taken by the government to reduce environment impact on tourism sector, particularly through low carbon transport, energy efficient infrastructure, and ecotourism promotion. Additionally, industry like CAI and EY, Ernst & Young, has projected that India will need 61.3 lakh skilled workers in tourism sector by 2036. How does the ministry plan to ensure the growth of the sector and remain inclusive with targeting skilling and employment opportunities for women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward regions, which will help to promote tourism, and especially in the tourism states?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable members has about two different aspects. Two questions have been raised. Although the second question doesn't have any connection with the original question, but still I would like to respond to that question of him. In first question's response, would you asked, I feel that in my first supplementary, I had replied that in expansion on that subject, that sustainability has been adapted and incentivization has been done. And for this demand and supply side, both, we have taken care through these practices. And tourism is basically a state subject, and the state governments have also done in many ways this initiative have been taken. And secondly, zero plastic kind of concept was started. And similarly, many destinations are such where these good practices are being adapted, and the effect can be seen. In recent times, we have seen under the leadership of Prime Minister in Uttar Pradesh, the Prayagraj Kumbh, which was organized, 66 crore people went there. But I can take with all responsibilities to all this opposition and the treasury benches. They must have done this Kumbh Snan, but zero plastic was used during this Kumbh Snan. And if we can come together in this direction, result can be obtained. Similarly, the question raised by the honorable member about the climate, that in the coming times, how skilled workforce is required, and the way Honorable Prime Minister's leadership is taking this economy forward, and the 30 crore people are getting over this poverty line by the attempts of Prime Minister. His schemes have worked in this direction. In this way, the tourism is happening at a domestic level, at a very high level, and our economic growth is also there with more expansion. We can see that the world people are recognizing the pace at which the tourism is rising in India. Similarly, skilled workforce is required in the same way, and Government of India through its institutes is making the youth, the people as a career hospitality sector. They are being encouraged, they are being trained also for this purpose, and to make it more industry friendly. The global chains of the world which are having presence in the country, with them the institutes have been paired so that more industrial friendly skills can be obtained. And similarly, many other state subjects, state universities, private universities are also getting training. But I feel the skill training is about to demand, and organically with the demand, the training facilities rise. As the training facilities are required further, the government will definitely, the state governments also, through these universities and academia, this can be addressed in a natural way. But definitely, I feel that the pace at which the country is moving forward in the tourism sector, in the coming times, the tourism will be the sector which will be after agriculture, will be the most employment-driven sector. And the at pace which we are moving further in the coming days, we can see when the economy of a country and the leadership of Prime Minister by 2047, it is expected that economy will be so strong that tourism will be at the global level, and global rate of contribution to tourism will be so high. 10% contribution can be seen in the sector, and definitely people will get the employment through this in a big way. Honorable members, whether you are not allowing this house to run, you want to obstruct, you don't want to discuss on the Operation Sindur, you don't want to discuss on Operation Sindur, is it so? Mr. Gogoiji and all these political leaders who came to visit me, and on Operation Sindur, you wanted discussions, but why are you obstructing the procedures of the house, the process of house? This house, why it is not being allowed to run by you? The question R is for the members, very important subject this is, and the country wants to know that why I want to get this questionnaire adjourned. Why in the questionnaire, by schemed or planned way, you are obstructing the proceedings of the House. Honorable Leader of Opposition, you please instruct your leaders that in the House they are not here through the papers or raise the placards. You don't want the questionnaire to run. You please respond to this. The country wants to know why do you want to do this questionnaire run? Why don't you allow this questionnaire to run? We are going to discuss on these matters, on education, environment, on labor. Many such important subjects are going to be debated here. The members' time is there to discuss those things. You don't want the questionnaire to be run. Why it is so that the question are being adjourned by you? Why in this house, this sloganeering, these placards and papers are being thrown? This is the dignity of this house which are maintaining. The country wants to see that you are doing a planned way. You are obstructing the procedures of the house, the proceedings of the house, and the dignity of the house being questioned here. You are making the dignity of this house lower down. You don't want discussions. You don't want to raise important matters in the questionnaire. Honorable members ask very good questions, but you don't allow them to ask. This way is not proper. Once again, I request you that you may please allow this house to be run with dignity, and a house is for everybody. 140 crore people of countries' aspirations and expectations and expressions are being expressed here in this way. If you allow this kind of conduct to happen, then definitely this country can see that you have not allowed the questionnaire to run in a schemed and planned manner. You have brought the placards here, you have thrown the papers, you have done the soldering. The proceedings of the House are adjourned to meet till again at 12 o'clock.
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय सभापति जी,
सघन प्रस्ताव की सूचनाओं के many adjournment notices have been received, and on that, Honorable Speaker ji, honorable members, honorable speakers has received many adjournment notices by some members on some subjects. These notices have been received. However, Speaker sir has not accepted any of these adjournment notices, have not been approved. The papers to be laid on the table of the House.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your permission, in today's revised list of business, the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2 are laid on the table of the House with your permission, sir.
नंबर 3 श्री जयंत,
Item 3.
I rise to lay on, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 3 of today's list of business.
थैंक यू सर। आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय श्री पंकज चौधरी जी। आइटम नंबर 4
सभापति महोदय, Honorable Chairman, sir, in today's revised list of business, the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 4 are submitted here on the table of the House.
आइटम नंबर 5 सुश्री शोभा करेंद्रलजी
महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, in today's revised list of business, the papers mentioning against my name at serial number 5 are laid on the table of the House.
थैंक यू मैडम। आइटम नंबर 6 माननीय श्रीमती रक्षा खड़से।
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House a copy of Hindi and English version of the paper as shown against my name at serial number 6 in today's list of business.
थैंक यू मैम। आइटम नंबर 7 माननीय श्री सुकांत मजुमदार जी।
Chairman, sir, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers mentioned against my name at serial number 7 in today's revised list of business.
थैंक यू सर। आइटम नंबर 8 माननीय श्री ईर्ष मल्होत्रा जी।
Honorable Chairperson, sir, with your permission, I beg to lay on the table of the House papers mentioned against my name at serial number 8 in today's list of business.
नंबर 9 माननीय श्री सप्तगिरी उलाका जी। आइटम नंबर 10 माननीय श्री
Sir,
आइटम नंबर 9
sir, I rise to present the 14th report, Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, as listed as my name in today's list of business.
थैंक यू सर। आइटम नंबर 10 माननीय श्री पंकज चौधरी जी।
मैं आपकी अनुमति से
Sir, with your kind permission, I make the statement regarding the status of implementation of recommendations contained in the 8th report of Standing Committee of Finance for demands of grants 2025-26 pertaining to the Departments of Economic Affairs, Expenditure, Public Enterprise and Investment, Public Asset Management, Minister of Finance.
आइटम नंबर 11 माननीय सुश्री शोभा करांडले जी।
Speaker, sir,
Honorable Chairman, sir, with your kind permission.
make the statement regarding the status of implementation of the recommendations contained in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Labor, Textiles, Skill Development on Social Security and Welfare Measures for Interstate Migrant Workers pertaining to the Ministry of Labor and Employment.
Thank you, madam. Item number 12 माननीय श्री किरण रिजिजू जी।
Chairman, sir, I rise to move that this House do agree with the 10th report of the Business Advisory Committee presented to the House on 25th July 2025.
प्रश्न ये
The question is this, that this House on 25th July 2025, the report submitted by on this BSc, which was presented here, the Business Advisory Committee's 10th report, whether they agree to it or not. Those members who are in agreement with this proposal may say ayes. Those against may say noes. In my view, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The proposal is accepted and approved.
नियम 377 के अधीन
Under Rule 377, the matters to be presented on the table of the House, for that matter, the Speaker, sir, has announced in this regard that honorable members, those who want to raise the subjects under Rule 377 may like to present their papers here on the table of the House individually within 20 minutes of time on the table of the House. They can submit their version here on the table of the House.
एक मिनट सदन है।
Yes, 1 minute. This is the House. Please have some proper method of discussion. This is not the proper way, honorable members, in this House, by demanding or on some subject. We have to discuss whatever subject is here. That will be as per the Business Advisory Committee's recommendation in this House. If you demand like that, it won't happen. And secondly,
ऑपरेशन
on Operation Sindur, you want to discuss or not? That you have to see. You want to discuss or not? If you want to discuss, then go back to seats. And if you don't want to discuss, then go back. You please answer my question. All party leaders came here, and all party leaders had told with the consent that on Operation Sindur we should discuss. So the consensus was achieved on this matter, and you discuss with me, then you come to the well. This is not proper. There has to be some commitment among the political leaders. Either you want to discuss or not, that you do present. Once again, I request you whether you want to have discussions on Operation Sindur or not. If you want the discussions to be held, go back to your seats, please.
सदन स्थगित कर दूं।
Do you want me to adjourn the House? You don't want to discuss? On Operation Sindur, you don't want to discuss? By raising any matter in the well of the House, we can't discuss on any matter. In the House, with the rules and procedures, the House has to run under those rules and procedures. Business Advisory Committee discusses on those matters, then only we discuss those matters which is agreed to in the BSc. And whatever you want to have discussions, you please go back to your seats. Once again, I request you once again in the end that if you want the discussions to be held on Operation Sindur, and if you don't want so, If you don't want discussions, the President House are adjourned till 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने आपसे पूर्व आग्रह किया है.
I requested you, I once again request all of you, all the I have talked with all the party leaders, and they all agreed that we will have a discussion on Operation Sindur, and I agreed to it. Even the government agreed. Now I once again request you that you please let the discussion go on. Let we start the discussion on Operation Sindur, and the issues which you are raising, they cannot be taken like this. And you raise these issues in all party meeting that there should be a discussion on SIR. First you do the commitment. Akhilesh ji, if you send your leaders, if you cannot take such decisions, then why do you come in the all party meeting? If the house runs, Operation Sindur will be discussed. The house stands adjourned to meet again at 2 p.m.
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
एक मिनट, किरण जी प्लीज प्लीज, किरण जी आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
Kiran ji wanted to speak something. Speaker sir, we are here for the discussion, but I want to make a clarification that all the notices which have been received for many days on that there are many issues from both the houses, from both the parts, from treasury benches and opposition sides. Both have some issues to be discussed. From the side of government, under with the permission of honorable speaker and under rules, we are ready for discussions on anything. Whereas we had decided in BSc that we would take up Operation Sindur for the discussion first of all, and then we will take up other issues later on. Then I request that from honorable members of opposition that let the proceeding run as we had discussed, run the house as we had discussed. Twice we have adjourned the house. We had decided that we will take up Operation Sindur discussion for 16 hours, and any topic which would come up in the BAC would be duly decided under rules and procedures, under the conventions, with the permission of honorable speaker. Whatever proposal is accepted, we would be ready to follow that. This is a very important discussion. Please do not try to hinder this discussion on Operation Sindur. I request you from, I talked about all the issues. I said that all the issues would be taken. Please sit down. Please sit down. Honorable members, today we will take up item number 14, the terrorist attack on Pahalgam and India's robust response to that terrorist attack named as Operation Sindur. We have gathered here to discuss this issue. I request all the honorable members that this issue is really very serious and sensitive. Through Operation Sindur, Indian Army take a decisive step against the terrorism and the whole world witnessed it. We should be proud of our army personnel, their courage, their valor, and we are proud of this. This house has witnessed, and whenever any serious challenges have occurred before the country, we have risen above the party politics and shown unity and strength altogether. Terrorism is a global challenge, and therefore I request all of you that for our the united benefit of our nation and for the humanity's sake, let us have a very decent debate on this issue so that our army personnel can feel encouraged from the floor of this house. There we should give a very strong and collective message against the terrorism. This should be the intent of today's discussion. Honorable Defense Minister Shri Rajnath Singh ji.
Adhyaksh Mahoday.
Sir. Speaker sir. First of all, through you, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the parties, all the members of this house that all have agreed to have a discussion upon Operation Sindur. Honorable Speaker sir, first of all, through this house, I want to pay tribute, I want to remember the great soldiers who martyred, sacrificed their lives for the national security. I take this occasion to remember this, and even today, even at this moment, they are ready. And at the same time, sir, I remember all those soldiers who fought for the unity and integrity of this nation and sacrificed and gave their highest sacrifice. And I express my gratitude towards all the soldiers of this country who fought bravely to save the dignity of this country. I want to state some facts related with Operation Sindur on the floor of the House. Sir, on 6th and 7th May 2025, Indian Army commenced an operation which was named as Operation Sindur. It was a military action. It was not only a military action, but it was an action to defend the sovereignty and integrity and our commitment to our citizens and our strife against terrorism. This was a symbol of this, demonstration of the all these, strands, sir. As we all are aware that on 22nd April 2025 in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, a inhuman and cowardice act of terrorist attack happened, and in this attack, 25 innocent civilians, including a Nepali citizen, lost their lives. Those innocent people were killed on the lines of faith, on the line of religion, in the nine. This is the acme of inhumanity, and it was really a horrendous act. This act tested our, uh, liberal essence. And just after that, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji held a meeting with the chief of the staff of all three wings of the army, and he took, brief of the situation so that we could strike them decisively in a very stringent manner. And after that, our leadership of army or armed personnel, they showed their strength with wisdom, and it can be expected from a country like India. Sir, Operation Sindoor was conducted, and even before that, our army personnel took cognizance of every aspect, studied every aspect of the, facet. We had many options, but we chose that option which could damage the terrorist, hideouts in a maximum possible manner, and not a civilian could be harmed from Pakistan. Honorable Speaker, sir, our army took a very well coordinated strikes, and 9 terrorist infrastructures were destroyed with very high precision and accuracy. And in this military action, as per one estimate, more than 100 terrorists were killed. I am still, speculative. Data actually figure is far more than this, but I am giving you a very calculated data. Around 100 terrorists and people associated with them, Hizbul Mujahideen and many other organizations, people related with these organizations were killed. And these are those terrorist organizations who are sponsored, by the Pakistani army and ISI. 7th May 2025 at 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, after 5 minutes, we started Operation Sindoor, in which in Pakistan and Pak occupied Kashmir, we targeted 9 objectives, and Sawai Nala and in Muzaffarabad, in Kotli, Masjid Abbas, in Masbar, Rahil Shahid, in Kotli, Gulpur camp, in Fimbar, Barnala camp, in Kotli, Abbas camp, and in Punjab part of Pakistan, Bahawalpur, Boilke, and Sarjal, and Mahmuna Joya. These were the places, these were the camps which were targeted, out of which 7 were completely destroyed. Whereas Indian Air Force in Monirke and Bahawalpur was completely destroyed by Indian Air Force, and these were the centers of Jashkar Toiba, and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Whole operation took only 22 minutes. Whole operation was finished, completed. It was really a matter of great pleasure for us. And we hid the terrorists in their homes, in their hideouts. We took revenge of the Sindur of our Indian mothers and brothers. We all Indians, everyone felt the pride and valor of our army personnel. I want that this house should give a big applaud for our army soldiers. The brightness of Sindur is a story of valor. The brightness of Sindur is a mark of bravery on the forehead of India. Honorable Speaker, sir, our army personnel in the thick of the night ensured that we achieved the victory, and they also gathered the evidence, and we did express release and media briefing just after the operation. And I feel proud when I testify that our armed personnel could successfully achieve all their objectives, and they did it successfully. Speaker, sir, 7th May 2025, that attack just after
संदेश के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ यानी डायरेक्टर जनरल मिलिट्री
DGMO military operation, we contacted them and we briefed them about the rationale and method to their DGMO, and this is also a fact that these attacks were not escalatory in nature, and we did them the reply. We made them face their own music.
अपनी रणनीति बनाई थी.
The way Lord Rama made a strategy for Lanka on similar patterns, we gave them a befitting reply. Though Pakistan failed to understand this rationale, and in coming few days kept on bombarding, shelling our civilian and army camps, and they violated the ceasefire and tried to escalate the situation. On 7th and 8th May 2025 in the night, we clearly identified some camps related with terrorists, and we attacked them. And after this, Pakistan escalated the whole situation, and unmanned aerial systems and other weaponries were used to attack the camps of Indian Air Force bases and the formation headquarters of Indian Air Force, and even brigades were attacked. Though our integrated area defense and counter missile system destroyed all the attacks, nullified all the attacks. S-400 Akash missile systems and air defense gun systems, all the systems worked very efficiently to counter fight the Pakistani attack. Our retaliatory response was very swift, proportionate, and very calculated. And on 8th May 2025, we targeted some Air Force bases, camps of the Pakistan through unmanned weaponry. Sir, our action was completely in self-defense. It was neither provocative nor it was expansionist in nature. On 7th May 2025, Pakistan, till 10th May 2025, till midnight 1 o'clock, Pakistan kept on shelling and bombing and launching missiles and other long range weapons. Along with this, they also started electronic warfare. They used some technologies, and on our Indian Air Force camps, ammunition depots of Army, Air Force stations, and military camps were there. I'm feeling proud while stating this that our air defense system, counter drone system, and electronic equipments withstood, not only withstood the Pakistani attack, but gave them a very befitting reply. Pakistan could not successfully hit any of the targets in our territory, and not a single inch of our important, an iota of our important assets were destroyed, not at all. Our defense systems were found to be completely 100% efficient, and we blocked all the attacks. For this, I again want to appreciate the Indian Army personnel, all three armies and their systems. I really deeply want to appreciate them, and I request all the members to do the same by thumping on the desks. This should be done to encourage the morale of our army personnel.
Pakistan
in the retaliation to the Pakistan's attack, our response was courageous, concrete, and effective. Indian Air Force on Western Front bombarded Air Force's camps, military infrastructures, command and systems, and air defense systems of Pakistan. And this mission was completed successfully by our army personnel. Sir, in Shaklala, Sargodha, Rafiki, Rahim Yar Khan, Yakwabad, Sukkur, and Bholari air bases. All these bases were attacked by Indian Air Force, and whole world witnessed the valor and the bravery of Indian Air Force. Speaker, sir, Operation Sindur was a successful result of tri-service coordination. When Indian Air Force bombarded from the air, our army personnel took charge on the ground, and our army personnel gave befitting reply on the borders, on the ground to Pakistan. Sir, at the same time, Indian Navy, people asked about their role. Indian Navy on northern Arabian sides, they strengthened their presence. Indian Navy gave a very strong and clear message to Pakistani side that from air to water and on ground, we are fully not only capable, but we are ready to strike you very hard. A message was very clear. Sir, the intent of this message was to target the terrorist camps and their supporters, and to completely annihilate them, and to give them a clear message that India will not tolerate a single strain of terrorism, and we will have a zero tolerance policy towards terrorism. We stopped the action because whatever political and military objectives were decided, we successfully and completely achieved those objectives. Therefore, we stopped the mission, and thus to state that we stopped the operation under any pressure, then this is completely baseless and it is unfounded. I want to assure the House again that please, in my political career, sir, in my political career, through you, I want to assure the House that in my political career, deliberately, I never stated a lie. Deliberately, I have strived for this, and I vouch for this. Sir, I want to tell you the House, tell the House through you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Speaker, sir, through you, I want to tell the House that crossing the border or to capture the territory was not the objective, were not the objectives of this Operation Sindur. we initiated this operation to annihilate the terrorist camps who were nurtured by the Pakistan, and this operation was also a means to give justice to those 13 families who lost the kith and kins of their family members in Pahalgam attack. Our army personnel targeted only those people, those areas who were acting against India. And then, sir, Operation Sindur had a overall political-military objective, which was to punish the Pakistan, which is indulging in a proxy war against India, and therefore we gave full freedom to army.
Honorable Leader of Opposition, that you please listen to my whole speech. Then you can ask any question. You have full freedom to raise any question. I will reply to it. Sir, on the morning of 10th May, when Indian Air Force attacked Batkul Air Base, then Pakistan bent, and this was accepted with a caveat that this operation has been paused only. It has not been stopped completely. It's not over. If from the side of Pakistan, in future, any such misadventure takes place, then Honorable Speaker Sir, through you, I would like to apprise this August House that this same operation will be reinitiated in future. Honorable Speaker Sir, the stellar attacks of Indian Air Force and the action taken by our army and our navy, the calibrated effort of all the tri-services efforts forced Pakistan to bend, and it was just an attack on its morale and the army efficiency. And they contacted India's DGMO and they appealed to stop this military action. Sir, I would like to reiterate in this August House that the DGMO of Pakistan, they contacted India's DGMO and they appealed to stop these military action on 12th May. Between the DGMOs of both the country, there was a formal discussion and they agreed to it. Honorable Speaker, sir, the morale of our soldiers to protect the motherland, their commitment during this operation Sindur, we have seen it, and the whole nation, 140 crore people of this country have seen it clearly. Sir, I myself, Honorable Prime Minister, and we have got this opportunity to meet our soldiers in the bordering areas in the Srinagar Air Base, Boji Air Base, and Udhampur Center. I myself have witnessed that the morale of our soldiers is on the peak, and they had faith and confidence in their eyes, and they are firm determined, and they are not only protecting the borders of our country, but they're also protecting our national respect also. Sir, in any country, the people give different mandates and responsibility to the treasury benches and the opposition, and it happens in the democracy. So the treasury benches have to carry the work keeping the interest of the people in mind, and this is the task of opposition, that they should raise important questions which are related to the welfare of the people. Why was Operation Sindur started? I have stated it earlier also, and today also I have informed this August House. Honorable Speaker, sir, sometimes the people from opposition, they have been asking that how many aircrafts were knocked down. I think this is not the right question. This is not the healthy question. Not a single time they have asked us how many aeroplanes have been knocked down by our army. They have not asked it. If they want to raise some question, then their question should be whether Indian military has destroyed these terror infrastructures in Pakistan, and the answer will be yes. Sir, I would like to praise honorable members from opposition. If you want to raise any question, you should ask whether Operation Sindur has been successful. Then the reply will be yes. If you want to raise any question, if you want to ask anything, then you should ask the terrorist who ruined the Sindur of our mothers and sisters. Have we ruined these militants in turn? Then the reply will be yes. And if you want to ask, you should ask that whether during Operation Sindur have we faced anything, any loss? Is there any loss to our Indian soldiers? The answer will be no. Sir, when we have big targets, then the comparatively smaller issues should not be taken into account. If we have some great issues, because these trivial issues are not important and we cannot compromise the security of our country, and we may get distracted as many of our friends from opposition have been doing, because my friends from opposition, they are not raising valid questions related to Operation Sindur. So what should I tell them? Sir, from approximately 4 decades, I have been in politics. Either it is treasury benches or it is opposition, either it's my party or other party. I have never supported this politicizing this matter, and I would like to help the opposition in some task which they are doing. Sir, I want to tell honorable members in opposition that if we are in treasury benches, so it's not that we have been in treasury benches for the whole time. We have been doing very good works while we were in opposition, and we have also raised the questions when we were in opposition, when we were given the mandate to be in opposition, and we have played the role as an opposition very positively. Honorable Speaker, sir, when we were in opposition, so we used to raise some questions. I would like to cite some examples here. In 1962, Honorable Speaker, sir, during the China war, when we got some sad news, so we asked some questions from the then government. The question was that how is there any encroachment on our motherland from the cross-border government, and we asked why our army and why our countrymen got insulted. We asked how so many soldiers were killed in this war. We did not ask at how many tanks and machines and guns, why they have been ruined, why they have been. So we have not worried about the machines and guns, and in turn we have worried about our soldiers. In the same way, in the 1971 war, when we taught a lesson to Pakistan, Sir, I would like to congratulate the then government, and we praised our political and military leadership. We have never seen that what should be the ideology. We have never cared about. Our honorable leader Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji always praised the leadership of that time, and we were happy because we won and we taught a lesson to the enemy. We never raised such questions that during this process, how many planes knocked down and how many equipments were destroyed. So this was not the question which was raised by us, Honorable Speaker, sir. If I explain it in more practical way, sir, in the result of any examination, it is the result which matters. If any students gets good marks in any examination, so the matter should matter. We should not get into other trivial matters, whether he lost his pen during this examination or anything happened to the pen. Honorable Speaker, sir, ultimately result matters, and the result is, sir, result matters at the end, and the result is that during Operation Sindur, the targets which were fixed by our army and other services, we have completely achieved these targets. Sir, India has always been expecting good relations and good coordination with the neighbors. So all the governments of our country have been making efforts in an honest way, either it is Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, or Monsoon ji, or Shri Narendra Modi ji, all have always made endeavors to maintain peace and to establish peace among the neighbors. Cultural values which have been live from 1,000 years, and it shows our values because we consider that peace is the true power. Sir, our efforts for the peace and our humble nature is sometimes considered as our weakness. During Kargil, in Kargil, Pakistan was involved in some conspiracies at that time. Although we were on the way of friendship, then when this news came out, then our soldiers started the action, and when the victory was in front of India, then Pakistan warned about nuclear attack. Then Honorable Atalji said that India is not going to get any loss from the nuclear attack, but Pakistan will not be able to see the next day. Means Atalji was the ambassador of peace, but he conveyed this message very strictly to Pakistan. So this was the mandate and message of power and strength. But if anyone wants our sovereignty, then we will definitely give reply in the same language. Sir, in 2015, when our Prime Minister Modi ji had a meeting with Nawaz Sharif, then India again initiated for the friendship. Honorable Speaker, sir, we in fact we want to take the way of peace, because this is our real nature, and our real nature comes derives from Buddha, not from the wars and youths. And our government has been involved in many efforts to establish peace, and surgical strike in 2016, and air strike in Balakot in 2019, and Operation Sindur in 2025. We have been making efforts to establish peace, and there has been many ways of doing this. Honorable Speaker, sir, our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, and this is the stand of our government also. We have very clear stand that terrorism and talks cannot uh, go together, because the talks take place between the civilized nations and the democratic nations. But a nation where there is no democracy, and which lives on the religious fanaticism and terrorism and hatred against India, they have this slogan. So we cannot have such peace-related dialogues with such country, because the language of terrorism is different. It is the bloodshed and fear and the hate. This is not based on the dialogues, and the sound of dialogue is nowhere in the firings. And during bloodshed, we cannot have dialogues, especially on peace. Sir, if we look at the present condition of Pakistan, it is clearly evident, and this country is facing a lot of difficulty to its own actions, and there should be no doubt on the intentions of Pakistan. This is such a country which is the nursery of global terrorism, and it is the part of the state policy also. Honorable Speaker, sir, during Operation Sindur, the whole world has seen that in Pakistan, the government supports the militants, and they are arranging state funeral for the militants, and their army officers are also participating these funeral occasions. So this is the country which doesn't dare to show bravery on the border, and they attack the pilgrims and the religious people. The army of Pakistan and ISI go hand in hand, and they use proxy war as an instrument, and they try to destabilize India. Sir, in this temple of democracy, I am saying this with full responsibility, that thousand type of troubles are given by Pakistan to India, and we will never tolerate it, and we can go to any extent to fight with this terrorism. Honorable Speaker, sir, we all know the history of our country. We have never encroached even a single inch of any country, single inch land of any country. We know that we should fight with the equal people, and it has been written by Goswami Tulsidas ji, and Goswami Tulsidas ji says that the policy should be the same, and we should, if we talk about enemy or friendship, it should be on equal basis, and the strong creatures should not attack the poor creatures, sir. Our military is like a lion. Honorable Speaker, sir, Pakistan like country which is shy, and this is nowhere on any front in front of us. So how can we compare our country with this country? This country is dependent for its prosperity on other countries. It means its existence is so weak. And sir, this is our endeavor to take action against terrorism, and this is their policy to nurture terrorism. Honorable Speaker, sir, if we want, we know it very well how to attack on the hands, how to cut the hands who spread terrorism in our country. Sir, if we are making efforts for the peace, then we know it very well to teach them lesson in their own language. As it is said that we should behave in the same language with the corrupt people. Sir, we have learned from Lord Krishna that we can pardon, as he pardoned 100 mistakes of Shishupal, and finally he had to take Sudarshan Chakra to punish him.
पार्लियामेंट का अटैक
We have tolerated the attack on Parliament in 2008, the Mumbai attack in 2008. We have also foregone that, but now we have committed that enough is enough. Now we have taken up Sudarshan Chakra in our hands. Honorable Speaker, our nature, our nurture is inspired by Lord Ram and Lord Krishna, which also teaches us bravery as well as tolerance. And this lesson which we have learned under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, in our foreign policy and defense, we have implemented. First, we extend our hands of friendship, but if any country enters into treachery, we want how to deal with that. Our policy is very clear. We had taken a bus journey to Lahore, and Pakistan could not understand our that soft language, and we had to teach them in the language of Balakot strike. Our priority is peace, and this is the basis of this peace is truth, and peace is priority, and our strength is its foundation. And this truth has come out of our capacity. Our capacity has gone many times up. It was there in past also, but it has gone up many times. Now it is fourth largest economy. By 2028, we are going to be the largest third economy in the world, and we are pressing ahead to that direction. Honorable Speaker, along with the economic development in the area of defense since 2014, there has been remarkable changes. And today's India is self-reliant in defense sector. And in indigenous production, we are pressing ahead very fast. Honorable Speaker, we are very competent as well as we are self-reliant. Honorable Speaker, now I'd like to apprise the Honorable House. When the question was asked to all secretary, chief, and CDS whether they were ready for operation, they did not take a moment and they said yes. Honorable Speaker, Operation Sindur is a symbol of our capacity, and we have shown that if anybody kills our citizen, India will not keep silent. For self-defense, our leadership is very competent, and without any pressure, our missiles, they will cross the physical border, and our brave soldiers, they will break the shoulder of the enemy. We are committed to remove terrorism from the face of our country, and we'll have to understand that
there is a method in this madness. यह एक सुनियोजित
this was a pre-planned strategy. This is fundamental reach. Honorable Speaker, the famous writer V.S. Naipaul had said that being in Pakistan is such an alternate and fantastic reality, is reality.
Freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. यानी यहाँ युद्ध ही
That means here only combat is peace and illiteracy is a strength there. Honorable Speaker, that is why this terrorism is sponsored by Pakistan was not insanity. It was not an act of insanity. It was part of well-planned strategy. It is such a process that it uses terrorism as a political tool. It's not only terrorism, this is a toolkit, such a toolkit which when the agencies of Pakistan is using as a policy matter.
Civilized code of conduct that the rest of the world prefers to abide by.
That means this toolkit is against that civilized code of conduct which each civilized citizen nation of the country accedes to. This is a reflection of such a fundamental thought where there is no tolerance. We do not have any border dispute with Pakistan. Rather, it is uncivilization versus barbarism. The rulers of Pakistan know that they can't win their soldiers with, they can't win with India, and that is why they nurture terrorism. And then before the world, they try to prove themselves as innocents. They pretend innocence. Honorable Speaker, Pakistan is standing on the very untruth foundation and treachery. Through Operation Sindur, we have shown to the world that we will wipe out this terrorism, devil of terrorism. Honorable Speaker, when Atalji was Prime Minister, we started a composite dialogue with Pakistan, and we had entered an agreement that Pakistan will not use its land for spreading terrorism. This was part of a composite dialogue. Pakistan had accepted that time, but unfortunately, in 2009, in Sarmal Sheikh, the then government violated this process of composite dialogue, and this it was dealing with the Pakistan terrorism. That means, in order to continue with dialogue, this it was diluted by Pakistan not to enter into any kind of terrorism. It was an act to weaken the composite dialogue. And the same thing happened later on also, when Pakistan was considered to be victim of Pakistan. And there was an agreement also in 2006 on joint venture. It's a matter that a country which nurtures terrorism, and that country was considered and termed as a victim. This is such a travesty against terrorism. Our war is not confined to borders. Rather, it will be also fought on ideological level. That is why Honorable Prime Minister, on many high levels, he constituted many delegations, and many honorable members of all parties are also part of that delegation. Representatives of different political parties are there in these in the delegations, and these delegations on the world stage, they presented the ideology of India and against terrorism, and they garnered world opinion against terrorism. I salute all the members of these delegations who took the stand, and they showed the zero tolerance policy before the world. And they apprised the nations in a very effective way of our stand. There was all-party meeting in about Operation Sindur.
During Operation Sindur, all the political parties of the country kept aside all ideologies and differences and showed solidarity with the nation, with the soldiers, and with the government.
I'm again extending my thanks, and it seems that this is the beauty of democracy of this country. Honorable Speaker, sir, as Honorable Prime Minister said, and he has said it, that Operation Sindur has not stopped. It has just ceased. It has not come to an end. If need be, if Pakistan again acts in a nefarious manner, then more decisive strike will take place. Honorable Speaker, through Operation Sindu, in the thought of Pakistan, there was a misapprehension in the mind of Pakistan. We have removed that apprehension. And if there is iota of any apprehension, that will be removed. I'm reminded of national poet Ramdhari Dinka, that even if there is devil, and then we term them as the most coward. Honorable Speaker, we have not only demonstrated our defense system and capacity, rather we have also given evidence of our capacity and bravery. We are in a position to give befitting reply. We have drawn a line of demarcation, and the people who are perpetrators of terrorism, supporters of terrorism, they will be dealt with sternly, and we are not going to bow down before any such devil nations. Honorable Speaker, sir, through Operation Sindur, whatever we have done, and before that, we also did surgical strike and air strikes. We have gave a clear message. It should have been given earlier, but there is a time fixed for anything. Honorable Speaker, sir, against terrorism, our government has adopted a zero tolerance policy, and we have made it very clear to the Committee of Nations that we are not going to compromise on this zero tolerance. A few weeks ago, I had an opportunity to participate in a Shanghai meeting, a declaration which was being prepared. The stand of India was getting diluted. We said it very clear that until unless there is a clear-cut stand of India, we are not going to sign on any joint statement. And because of this commitment, no such statement came in. And what was its consequence, Honorable Speaker? Our Honorable Prime Minister, he went to Brazil. He did a miracle there. So in the presence of China, the joint declaration which came in Jammu and Kashmir, attack on Jammu and Kashmir was attacked. It was condemned. This is the charisma of Honorable Prime Minister, and the conviction of India was accepted. It happened for the first time in Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorist attack was condemned. I would like to apprise this House that in 2008 in Mumbai, such a big terrorist act took place, but then government should have taken effective steps, but it could not materialize. But the very unfortunate thing is that many national and world forums, it should have been condemned at least, but it did not happen. After that event, look at the BRICS conference documents. There is not even a mention of Mumbai terrorist attack. Honorable Speaker, when Modi ji formed his government in center, then the situation changed altogether. And in 2000 and in 2007, the BRICS conference, 2017 BRICS conference took place. For the first time, JAS and Lashkar terrorist organizations were condemned, and they were included in the list of terrorists. This situation arose because just 1 year prior to that, the Pune incident, and our soldiers went to border and did surgical strike. We said to the world that this side of border and that side across the border will go and hit the perpetrators in their homes. This change took place under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. This is the same policy, Honorable Speaker, that we should have been adopted by earlier government. The governments who faced the dreaded terrorist challenges. In 2008, terrorist attack of Mumbai is still alive in the minds of each citizen of the country. This is alive as a tragedy. Sri Pranab Mukherjee ji, in his book, The Coalition Years, he has written, I have this book. In Coalition Years, he has written, when Mumbai attack took place. Pranab Mukherjee ji has written, when Mumbai attack took place, India had...
That the terrorists came from Karachi port. पाकिस्तान के नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स के बहाने पूरी
In the name of non-actors, on the pretext of non-actors, nobody was accepting this, and he has written
heated debates within the cabinet. Amid heated debates within the cabinet, there was a demand for military intervention, which I rejected. या उन्होंने लिखा, मैंने नहीं लिखा.
Written by him and not by me. Honorable Speaker, a senior officer of Indian Foreign Service has written. He is Ajay Vicharya, and he was Foreign Secretary. After the Mumbai attack, there was a meeting, and Parnoda asked what should be done. Then the Foreign Secretary, Shiv Shankar Managing, has suggested that India should attack with cruise missile. Then he wiped his spectacles and he thanked all officers, and he did not say anything. Whatever was deemed fit by the government, it was done. But I do feel that if the then government had done the surgical strikes like an air strikes would have been taken by the then government, then the Pakistan strategic calculations would have changed. A powerful decisive action was needed against Pakistan or sponsored terrorism. This would have proved to be a disincentive if such strikes would have taken place in 2008 after Mumbai attacks. The then government, they just took the soft way of dialogue. This is not criticism. This is not the criticism of that government or our government or prime minister of leaders. So whatever leadership thought proper, they took the decision. Honorable Speaker, but I would like to just say that today's India is having a different thinking, different mindset, and different mode of action. I feel that your opponent who has adopted terrorism as a strategy and does not have ears for dialogue, then there is nothing, no alternative except direct strike. Honorable Speaker, today, under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India is not a country which was earlier. Those years.
Decisive action. Today, those years have been replaced by decisive action. आज भारत.
India does not tolerate, rather it gives a befitting reply. Today, India goes in the roots of terrorism and wipes out the terrorism. I would like to assure this House and the countrymen that our defense system, our all honorable members coming together, whatever action will be needed, we'll take those steps, and we are totally committed towards that. Honorable Speaker, at the end, I will just say that this is time to be united in our self-defense, in our sovereignty, and in our self-respect, and we have further to boost it. We have to be reminded, we have to remember that our political unity is our biggest strength. Honorable Speaker, giving support to terrorism and those people who give support to terrorism, a clear message has gone that in order to defend our motherland, we are totally committed, come together. We should rise above political ideology, and we should be united, and we should further give boost to national commitment. This is our national responsibility. With these words, you gave me to opportunity to speak. I'm thankful to you, and I'm also thankful to all honorable members. And then I conclude. Everyone, listen to me with rapt attention. Thanks, everybody, for this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Today, on this special discussion, we are here to participate. And in this discussion, why this discussion is happening is because recently the war which took place was the war of information. And in one way, this neighboring country and the whole world was to be informed about the truth. And there were some powers. There were some powers which indicated this myth in the country and the world. And that's why in this discussion, this special demand was such that today the truth must be there before the house. And the truth about Pahalgam must be there before us, and truth about Operation Sindur should be presented here, and about the foreign policy also. The truth should come out. And today, this information war, which has been raised, about which we are talking about today in the speech of Rajnath Singh ji, we saw those things. He gave a lot of information. He shared many kinds of information, but as a defense minister, he never said that in Pahalgam how these terrorists came, and he never mentioned about their arrival, how they arrived. And thousands of people, where people go as tourists, and they have this fun and frolic, how these 5 terrorists reached there, and 26 persons were gunned down by them. This thing never mentioned by, this information was never passed by the Honorable Defense Minister. This is the war of information, that they provide so much of information, but sometimes it's very tough to raise the questions also. And today, this is a duty of the opposition that we will rise to ask questions about the national interest. For the interest of nation, we'll ask these questions. And today the country wants to know that those 5 terrorists, how they got the access to that place. And he must have talked about those terrorists and the terrorists who came from Pakistan, who came there. What was their objective? Their objective was to destroy the economy of J&K, and their target was to see that in the country we should have a communal war. That kind of communal feeling was to be spread by them, and they wanted that India and Pakistan must have this have a nation. And this was the target. And sir, I'm sorry to say that today Rajnath Singh ji talked about the soldiers, but the people of the country who have known about the objective of the terrorists, he has neglected those things. We are proud that we are together. We have seen how in Jammu and Kashmir, people, the way the tourists come there, they help them. We saw that they help the tourists, and how in this country, the tourists who visit Jammu and Kashmir, to the brothers and sisters of J&K, they thanked. And we have seen how one widow, Himashi Narwal, she mentioned that I don't want that my husband, about whom so much of politics is going on this dead body, somebody should politicize about Hindus and Muslims. I don't want this. This is the people and culture of this country. And this was the purpose of Pakistan, to spread this hatred. And I also want to say that all opposition parties, we should get together. And Rahul ji mentioned very clearly that we are with the government, and the government has to send a very strong message to Pakistan. But this country also wants that these 26 persons who were killed, those families who lost them, they also want to know that 100 days have passed, and those 5 terrorists have not been caught so far by this government. The countrymen also want to know that these 5 terrorists who were there, those terrorists who reached there, got access to the place, definitely they have been given access, and they've given the place to stay by these people. And this, all this firing and all this kinds of activities happened there. Somebody helped them to get free from that place, to flee that place. And government doesn't have any response to that. Today, you have the drone, you have the Pegasus, you have the satellite, you have the GRPF there, you have the BSF, you have the CISF, you have Honorable Minister of Defense also went there, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs went there. You get the information, but you could not catch the terrorists. What kind of system is this? What kind of arrangement is this? And you mentioned that Article 370, when it was repealed, the condition of Jammu Kashmir is very safe. You come to Jammu and Kashmir, people also came as tourists, they felt safe. But I saw how they were without arms, how they were at unease, that it took 1 hour for the ambulance to reach them to help. If army also came, it came by on foot. And sir, I can't forget that situation. One mother and daughter, they were walking to this place, and a soldier of our country, I saw him. And when they saw that soldier, they were crying with fear because they felt that those terrorists who were wearing the uniform of the soldiers and they killed them, those same terrorists are there, waiting for them there. And the soldier had to mention that I'm an Indian. Please don't be afraid of me. I'm a soldier, not just by uniform. I'm Indian soldier. That kind of fear, apprehension they felt. And on this apprehension, on this fear, Rajnath Singh ji never mentioned a single word. You must have said some word on that. This is your responsibility, sir. Rajnath Singh ji, you must have mentioned something about this. This was the responsibility of Minister of Defense also. That time and again we see, sir, that Honorable Minister of Home Affairs goes there. He said it's very good arrangement there. Terrorism has been completely annihilated. Its backbone has been broken. Then also Pulwama also happens, Pahalgam happens. And in the end, who will take the responsibility? The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu Kashmir, no, he doesn't take the responsibility. Somebody has to take the moral responsibility. Then this Minister of Home Affairs, you have to take the moral responsibility. You have to take this more responsibility. You can't just hide yourself behind the governor, Lieutenant Governor. You can't hide behind him, because Minister of Home Affairs, he was there in the same week. He had seen the review of security. Or sir, didn't he have any information? No, he had. And this government is so weak and so poor by heart that today you can see, if anybody was blamed, it was blamed to other persons. That those door operators, they opened the doors without license. They allowed the people to get access to that place. We never knew about this. This is the response which they're providing, sir. This is the response they're giving. This is a matter of grief that somewhere in this government we have got the haughtiness, this proudy nature of this government. We can see the security establishment which is there, the people who take decisions in the intelligence. Today they have got they're full of pride that whatever mistake they commit, they should not be questioned for that. But today we are raising this question. Today we raise this question. We will definitely raise these questions to them, sir. Modi ji, the Prime Minister of country, you were there in the Saudi Arabia, and when you come back here in the country, your first moral responsibility was to go to Pahalgam, but you didn't go to Pahalgam. For this government proceeding, you went to Bihar for some election campaign and to deliver a speech there. The Prime Minister of this country was in Saudi Arabia. He completed all the whole program. He came back to the country, and instead of going to Pahalgam, he went to Bihar for this election speech. If somebody went to Pahalgam, our leader Rahul Gandhi, he went there to Pahalgam. If the people who died there in Pahalgam, for them, for the status of martyrdom, if somebody is asking for, that is Rahul Gandhi, our leader. He's asking for that. Rahul Gandhi ji went to the Badani cantonment area. So may I speak, sir? Please bring the house in order, sir. The house would be in order, but you may please speak on the facts. Wrong informations cannot be spread here in the house. You must not spread wrong information. Please bring the house in order, sir. We can't bring this wrong facts here before the house. We have to be. Sir, would the camera come on me? Yes, thank you, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir. Now we talk about the Operation Sindu. Today, I listened to the speech of Honorable Rajnath Singh Ji. I didn't understand that when he was delivering this speech, then about what time he was expressing, what timing he talked about which date, which time he talked about. I couldn't understand whether he was about speaking of 2016, and after that he didn't he say that we will have access to the terrorists and will kill them, and the infrastructure will be annihilated. All this is were there in the past also. Now also we listen to the same thing about Pulwama, that after Pulwama today, our fighters have gone there, and now the Pakistan will never be attacking and raising finger against India. And after that, once again, the same things are being repeated here, despite those things happening time and again, that will have access to their country and kill them. We did this and that. He's just bragging about all those things. Now also he says that Operation Sindur could not be completed. That is incomplete, because tomorrow again the Pakistan can do the same thing and we will attack them again. He himself is saying the same things. He himself is mentioning that after this also Pakistan can do anything. Then what kind of system we have then? Are we success? Is not success. Today he says that our objective was not to have war, but why not? We should have been there after this. We also want to ask him. Today he himself said that our objective was not to take the land. Why not? Pakistan occupied Kashmir. If we can't take now, one will take that Pakistan occupied Kashmir back. And he himself said that our objective was to see that the infrastructure of terrorists was to be attacked. So after Uri, didn't we do that? After Pulwama also didn't do that. However, after all these things, Pakistan has got this audacity to attack at Pahalgam. After in the last 20 years, these citizens of a country, if you have been attacked so badly, this in the times of yours. In your time, so Uri happened. In your time, Pulwama happened. And now in your times, this Pahalgam, how and why they fell down, what were the mistakes? Is more important to know, and the number doesn't matter. We have the Rafale also, sir. 35 Rafale we have, but if some Rafales have fallen, but it's a matter of shame, sir, if it has happened. 35 Rafale, out of that, if some Rafale fell down, then it's a matter of grief. You may say that 35 is enough. But if some Rafale had fallen down, then after that he mentioned that we understood our mistakes, we improvised on them, and after 2 days, our jets were flown over and we attacked from a distance. But sir, I would like to have this information from him that we have. The message before us is this, that the best fighters we have in our country, the best pilots we have, then why CDS had to mention this thing? What were the conditions that he mentioned that our pilots, our fighters cannot go in a close range? They have to fire from a distance only. Why, sir, it is so? What kind of restriction is there that CDS had to mention this thing, that our fighters, they committed mistakes on the first day, we improvise and then we attack from a distance? Can't we attack from the closer areas? This information must be given to us. We also want to know that Lieutenant General Rahul Singh in the house, not in the house, not to the members, not to the political parties, floor leaders. In FICCI, he said, what did he say? That too, I'm going to translate in Hindi. That Pakistan was just on the front, and behind Pakistan, China was there supporting them in the war. And it's not a matter of surprise, because in last 5 years, almost 80% hardware of Pakistan is provided by China only. So, sir, I would like to ask today to Rajnath Singh ji that the government, which is talking about showing red face to China, but he never mentioned the name of China in his speech. Army is saying about China, but he is not able to say. They say that today only China and Pakistan is not just two-front attack. Now it is going to be three-front attack against India. This can be convergence. China, Pakistan, and Bangladesh can also come together against India. But the government must be reminded here that these two fronts which talks about who had started this thing, this warning, who had issued this warning was mentioned by Rahulji in this August House only. And we also want to know that today, the war which has happened, in this, how much support Pakistan got from China? We won't like to ask from army. We would like to know from Rajnath Singh ji and from Modi ji about this matter. And sir, this defense attaché which is there in Tunisia, that is matter of surprise. That what did it say? Indian Defense Attaché Shiv Kumar ji, I would like to translate in Hindi, that he said that these fighters were lost by India. Why we lost fighters? Because some military targets, restriction was there to attack those targets. Why it is so, sir? What was the restriction to attack those targets? And what were these political constraints? You said that on 9 targets we had attacked. However, from sources and media we get this information, and today Lieutenant General Rahul Singh also mentioned that 21 targets were chosen in the beginning and then changed to 9. Why so? Why did it happen? Today I want to know that in the last 20 years, the most deadly attack on women, on children, on the soul of our country, this happened. And we could feel that apprehension. We got together and in consensus, we supported Modi ji that you go and you create this kind of atmosphere was there, that the country is together. And we were ready to pay any price for the unity of this nation. The whole country was with Modi ji, the whole opposition was with Modi ji. And suddenly, on 10th May, this ambassador says that we'll attack Pakistan, and 10th of May we get this information in the evening that we are halting this war. the ceasefire going to be? Why it happened so? We would like to ask Modi ji, we wanted to know that if Pakistan was on its knees, then why didn't you stop? Why did you stop? And why did you bend towards them? And why did you surrender? Why did you leave this war in lurch? And because of what? Maybe because of US president, that 26 times he has mentioned this thing, that on trade he had warned India and Pakistan, and both were compelled to finish this war. And 26 times he has mentioned this thing. President Trump himself says this thing, that 5-6 jets have fallen down.
एक jet, even single jet, costs crores of rupees, millions and millions of rupees. So therefore, I want to know, we want to know it categorically from Honorable Defense Minister. He should trust us. Country wants to know the truth, and country is courageous enough to learn it. You tell me that how many fighter jets were fell down, because this information is not only pertinent for citizens of country. We should also tell this to our army personnel. Even they are being lied to, and misinformation is being spread among them also, and we want the truth to come on the floor of the house. Sir, it is about foreign policy as well. How are you talking about foreign policy that it has succeeded? How can we say this? Honorable Rajnath Singh ji participated in Shangri-La dialogue, and the draft which was prepared by them, which was declined by Government of India. Some of our own friendly countries were involved in the formulation of that draft. I would not like to name them, but there are countries who are considered traditional allies to India, even and today, even they have hyphenated India and Pakistan. And we should not be happy by the language game that in Brazil's document, that not even Pakistan but Jammu Kashmir has been mentioned in Brazil documents only. They have not condemned Pakistan, but you are happy even with that. If you are happy even with that, then I wish to know from you that the IMF, which has extended $1 billion economic support to Pakistan, what is your stand on that? I want to know the financial support worth 800 million to Pakistan from ADB. What is your stand on that? World Bank World Bank has extended $40 million as financial help to Pakistan. What is your stand on that? Who will utilize that money? Actually, all this money would not be utilized by Pakistan. It would be utilized by the remote control of Indian Pakistani government, that is army. So all this money will go to those places which were targeting, which were hitting. So are we so feeble? Is the Vishwaguru so weak? Is the global fraternity is not posing so much faith, not posing even that much faith in India, that India could stop the small financial means India could stop the financial aids to Pakistan from ADB, IMF, or other agencies. Not a single country could tag Pakistan as terrorist state. FATF, Financial Action Task Force, which was a good controller on Pakistan, but that even that agency has exempted Pakistan from the list of terrorist nations. So therefore, we demand from the government that please don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid from the truth. Even that day, the whole country, whole opposition parties were standing with the government, and even today against terrorism, in the favor of truth. This country and opposition are with the government. Don't consider us as our foes. Don't consider as your foes. We are not your foes. We are speaking in the favor of our country, of our people. But please let us know the truth. Please Consider us eligible to know the truth. Give us right to listen and know the actual things. And the more you spread lies and falsehood, we will keep on asking you the questions. And therefore, today I am here. I had lot of expectations that we will get to know the facts about Pahalgam. Honorable Home Minister will take moral responsibility. National Security Advisor will take moral responsibility, and Honorable PM will explain before us that why did he halted the Operation Sindur uh, immediately, instantly. Through media, we were listening that we are reaching to Karachi. Those who are fed information by you only, and when listening to them, we were sensing that we will reach to the Karachi and we will demolish the Pakistan. But somewhere we stumbled meanwhile, and the final results could not fructify. We should not retrench. We have to march forward in the favor of democracy, in the favor of India. With these, I wind up. Thank you.
Sri Ramashankar Rajbar.
आभारी हूँ अध्यक्ष जी. I am grateful to you, Speaker, sir. In country and in Uttar Pradesh, the voice of poors and our honorable leader, Shri Akhilesh Yadav ji, and on behalf of the people of Salempur, which is my constituency, I extend my gratitude to you that you allowed me to speak on such an important issue, sir. First of all, I want to apologize from sisters and mothers who lost their relatives, their husbands in Pahalgam, and we could not save them. I have full faith in the valor and the pride of our army, sir. At the same time, the innocent tourists who lost their lives, I remember them with heavy hearts. I also remember our brave martyred soldiers who lost their lives in this attack. Sir, there is an adage in Purvanchal that do whatever you like, but at least you should defend yourself first. This government is doing a lot of things and doing lot of lip services, but they are not able to defend their own, periphery. So if that had been done, then this would not have been possible, that from hundreds of kilometers a terrorist would have come inside our territory and killed our people and run away. This would not have happened. Our ex defense minister, our leader, late Shri Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, was a great leader. He is the only leader who is called as Netaji after Subhash Chandra Bose in this country. Sir, he had stated on this very floor of the house that India should not function under any pressure and tutelage. India should follow the path of our own pride, be it China, US, or Pakistan. India should not bow down in any condition. Our relations with US are strategic, but we should keep in mind that any type of cooperation should be based on equality and equal status. Whatever happened was very pathetic, and I want to raise some questions regarding it only. This only. What kind of foreign policy and internal policy we should follow? Our border should be safe, fields of the farmer should be safe, and stomach of the poor should be safe. This should be our policies. But actually, what happened on the ground? the situation which has arose before us. About it, I want to state here, the defense minister had stated on this very floor of house that we killed hundred of terrorists. I welcome it, but among those 100 terrorists killed, those four were killed or not, who were behind the Pahalgam. This question was not raised. The country wants to know that when would they be caught or killed. This incident happened on 22nd April, and Operation Sindur started after 17 days. Hope definitely there will be a situation. What the country wanted, what was the intent of terrorists? It was very bad. They intended to divide the country on the religious grounds to inflate the riots among the country. And I want to congratulate the people of the India that they defied the intent of the terrorists, and Hindu and Muslim altogether annihilated the intent of terrorists. Sir, I want to state the way terrorists attacked India and the government's response were not very sufficient. Responses were not very sufficient. Another member was also speaking about it. Our leader Mulayam Singh Yadavji never ever talked about surrender. On 30th June, on 22nd April, attack happened, and after 17 days, on 7th May, Operation Sindur was started. What was the pulse of the country? The whole country was agitated and grieved. The country wanted not only Operation Sindur, but Operation Tandoor. Country wanted that Tandoor, and that the terrorists should be roasted in the Tandoor. This was the pulse of the nation, and in 3 days only, the whole attack was stopped. On 7th May, operation started. On 10th of the May, it was winded up by the Vishwa Guru, who should not feel proud that our prime minister should be Vishwaguru, but on the contrary, actually, to the person, actually, our prime minister did not turn out to be Vishwaguru. Somebody sitting in the White House turned out to be Vishwaguru. And what did he say? I want to state here that US President Donald Trump publicly on global platforms claimed on 26 times that he mediated between India and Pakistan, stopped the war. Multiple times on global platforms, he stated this. He claimed the credit to the fact that he neutralized a imminent nuclear war between India and Pakistan through trade. He also said that five Indian jets fell down, and he also said that Indian Prime Minister was not cooperating initially, but in American mediation was necessary. All these claims were in global media and in headlines, but government of India did not give any response on these statements. Sir, we are aware about the friendship between Modi ji and Trump. But despite this friendship, US voted in favor of Pakistan to get a loan from IMF. After a few weeks of Pahalgam attack, Asim Munir, who is the head of the Pakistan army, was invited by US, and even during a national uh, a period when we were grieving, Indian government could not segregate and isolate the Pakistan in global platforms through diplomacy in OIC, etc. Also, we could not challenge their false narrative. Neither we could get, sympathy and cooperation from Muslim countries. Whole global media sensations were snatched by Trump's statement, but our stand could not reach, our narrative could not reach to the global platforms despite our collaborations with multiple national agencies. We could not stop the Pakistani agencies to get validation and support from various international agencies. Pahalgam is considered a sensitive area, and in Baisaran, thousands of terrorists visit that place. Despite this, terrorists were roaming free and they attacked the people on religious ground and killed the people in broad daylight in a cold blood. And there was a complete absence of security personnel at that place, and it is really very unfortunate that the governor of that place said after 3 months that there was a mistake, there was an error in the security paraphernalia. Those who are responsible for this terrorist attack, why are not they still arrested? If government is running a multi agency operation and is claiming that the surveillance has been beefed up, so how are they roaming free? Don't we have a ground network which could not function well and could not stop the sleeper cell? India has made it clear time and again that our relation with Pakistan is bilateral and no third party can ever be allowed. However, Trump's intrusion shows that Modi government allowed the intervention of US, which is in contravention of Shimla Agreement, happened in 1972. Sir, if Trump is right in his words, then it means that India has allowed US to intervene in its strategic and military decisions, and we have lost the sovereignty. It means only, and I want to state that whether there was US role in the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, whether is it true that fighter jets were fell down? If all these facts are true, then why did not we get to hear it from our government? Our government stated that all these situations were not true and situations were under control and everything was normal. Both cannot be stating truth. Either our government is trying to hide something or Trump is right. These such situations seriously hamper our government's credibility. If really some jets were shot down, then our people should know. And if this did not happen, that why is not government responding? The language of the Trump and the statements by Trump has hyphenated India and Pakistan once again. Therefore, I want to state that if our attack was righteous, then why did it happen that 32 countries in 32 countries we sent our delegation comprising of 69 people? So if our operation was right, then why did we send our delegation? And if the delegation was sent, what was the benefit that accrued? I want to know. You allowed me to speak. For this I'm thankful to you.
ধন্যবাদ চেয়ারপারসন মহাশয়।
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am speaking on behalf of my party, All India Trinamool Congress. First of all, I would like to thank all of our warriors, our Air Force, our Navigation Force, and I would like to salute all of them. On from 7th May to 10th May, the Independence Kashmir and Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a terrorist organization, and the terrorist organization, and to destroy all of them on behalf of Indian Army, the attack which is named as Operation Sindur, and those who were commemorated, BSF, CISF, and all the other Jawans, those who were associated with that attack. And I would like to salute, and I would like to provide my obeisances to all of them. In our state, Chantu Ali Sheikh, who was a soldier, whose house is in Krishnanagar, he died in Udhampur, and I would like to salute him also. In all 4 days, if our soldiers would not fight with wholeheartedly, then I can say that Operation Sindur will not be successful. The credit goes to all of our 3 army personnel.
No one can take away the credit excepting the soldiers.
If we move a few days backward, then we will see that 4 terrorists who were and 26 citizens of our country were killed, and it was deeply mourned, all of our citizens. And out of 26 terrorists, 3 were from West Bengal, that is Pritam Adhikari from Patuli, Kolkata, Shamir Ghosh, Behala, Kolkata, and Manish Ranjan Mishra, Jhalla, Purulia.
It is surprising that how those terrorists came there, how the 4 terrorists came there. Those 4 terrorists have killed and shot dead the 26 people. What our BSF, CSSF, what they were doing, what Mr. Amit Shah was doing, Home Minister. Mr. Home Minister, what you were doing that day. It is for their negligence. It is the negligence of BSF and CISF. So many people have been killed. And the 4 terrorists walked away to Pakistan. And our people, our soldiers, our Nityanandaji, such a man, such an absolute irresponsible home ministry. Madam, this was not there. Who will be taking the responsibility? This responsibility has to be taken by the Prime Minister. This responsibility has to be taken by the Home Minister. To the 140 crore people of the country, they deserve a pardon from the higher authority of our country. You cannot hold a single terrorist and you are saying that you have killed hundreds of terrorists. Only the lecture will not do. What our intelligence department were doing, what they were doing, what Ajit Doval was doing. They have banded what the intelligence department was doing. So far, why the man has been kept? Ajit Doval is very experienced and he is supposed to do the thing which he cannot do. You are Prime Minister, you are there. I have been listening this that you are the guard of the country. You are such a guard that 4 terrorists entered into the country and killed 26 people and they walked away. How the guard you are? Please, you do not need to give if a guard like you is there, so many other Indian people will also be killed. The doctors are working during Corona, but the credit was taken by Narendra Modi. In Operation Sindur, the armed forces fought, but the credit goes to Narendra Modi. And in Pak-occupied Kashmir, nine terrorist camps are attacked, and in Sialkot also. No, I accept that India did not attack the common people of Pakistan. I accept it. I take it on its face value. And the common people were not killed in Pakistan, and Pakistan have also not informed this. During Operation Sindur, the steps are very limited in our Jammu, Kashmir and Punjab, and are attacked by Pakistan. Those attacks have been seen by the people. This cannot be ignored. This cannot be ignored that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are attacked by the Pakistani forces. So far, I have not got any evidence of those things that India has, whatever India is claiming to have done. We say that whatever they will be doing, government will be doing, we are agreed to it. But if you are having something wrong, that will always point out. From 7th May to 10th May, 140 crore Indian people are waiting. And the whole India is saying that kill Pakistan and kill the Pakistani soldiers. On 10th of May, that day I was in Calcutta High Court. Sometime in between, I was listening to the news. I was looking at the news, and this is the time to defeat Pakistan that we are saying. People were waiting that Pak-occupied Kashmir will be captured by us. But suddenly at 3:30, I came to know that there has been a ceasefire. Have you ever heard that when you are going to complete the century, can you declare at that moment? Have you heard this anytime? Whenever 90 run is completed, will anybody say the innings is declared? But only Modi ji can do it. Nobody can do it. Modi ji, will you please don't enter into the cricket match? Then the whole country will be finished. It was the matter of 100 runs, but after 90 runs, you have declared. It is shame for us. We do not know what is going to happen. At 3:30, the news came.
Full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries.
Congratulations to both countries for using common sense and great intelligence. Is there anything shameful more than that? American president has decided this. Well, myself as a opposition candidate, I am with you. We are always with you. We will fight. 140 crore people will fight against you. And you have stopped the fight on the behest of American president. And then you are saying that it is not for the American president. Narendra Modi, a prime minister, why you have not posted in the X handle post? You are incorrect. Mr. President, American President, you are incorrect. You are incorrect.
to that extent. কি হয় বলুন তো আপনার এই আমেরিকান প্রেসিডেন্টের সামনে দাঁড়ালে
When you stand in front of the American president, your height is decreased and your 56 inches chest is squeezed.
is reduced to 36 inch from 56 inch. Why you are so much afraid? Why are you so much afraid? Why are you so much afraid to the American president? ভারতের সমস্ত মানুষ যখন
When all the people of India is with you, then your announcement of ceasefire is a wrong thing. We feel it. 140 crore people and they have said, you have snatched my beloved. I cannot forget it. If I am somebody of the deprived people, then I will take the revenge. This spirit should have been there, but you have stopped everybody's desire. My throat is choked today, and that is why I am asking you who have vitiated your light, have you pardoned them? You have to reply to it. You have to reply to it, Mr. Modi. I'm a Bengali. I'll speak in English. Rabindranath Nazrul lives in my heart. Operation Sindur, you have started a new economical era. In 2016's Uri or Balakot, these things have not been seen. Operation Sindur is a typical thing. You cannot go without banding. You are the bandmaster general. Everything has to be banned. This is also a banding, nothing else. We have seen it in the Pakistan's fight. After achieving independence in 1975, 71, everything in 2008 also, after Mumbai attack, the government led by Monsoon Singh, they are giving pressure to Pakistan. Field Master Manik Shah and Indira Gandhi's government in 71, India shown their supremacy and divided Pakistan in two parts. Today, the political leadership is failed. And the most fascinating thing is to bow down to the pressure of United States. In 66, India, after its independence in 78, to more than 12,000 terrorist activities has happened in 2000 from 2014 to 2025. So many people have been died. And in 89 to 24, only in these last 6 months, 68 people have been done in Jammu and Kashmir incidents. In the last 10 years, 2,850 people have been killed. Out of that, some people are of Indian armed forces. It is a revenge and a surgical strike cannot stop all these things. When Modi ji was the chief minister of Gujarat, then he wanted to reply. Even all the protections, how terrorists entered into Indian territory. This was the question of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Today also we are asking the same question. How the terrorists can enter into the territory of India when the border security forces are there.
Then there is the intelligence. The question which was raised by the Honorable Chief Minister Narendra Modi during his tenure as a Chief Minister to Monsoon Singh, same question I am raising today to the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his regime as Prime Minister. Give the answer. You have to give answer. শুধু হাততালি মারা কথা বলে দিয়ে চলে গেলে তো হবে না।
Only you cannot clap and go away. You just cannot give lecture and go away. You need to আপনাকে কাজ করতে হবে. You need to work. Why the 15 days were delayed? Somebody else asked this question. I will not explain in details. But the fascinating thing is that on 22nd of April, Punjab, Manipur, Telangana, and some in other places, 9 terrorist attacks have taken place. Assam, Manipur, and South India, and in some places in Punjab, the attacks took place. What the steps have you taken? You didn't take any step. On 22nd of April, and the role of Kashmiri Muslim were great in that respect. They given shelter. They are the Muslims. Whenever you see the Muslim people, you are jealous. Those Muslim people saved the Hindus. You didn't go. Whoever is giving the slogans of Jai Sri Ram, you didn't go, but the Muslims whom you do not like, they went there. A portion of media and other people, they were giving, they were charging them. Even the BJP leaders, they are asking not to go to Kashmir to the general people. Our opposition leader, they are saying that don't go to Kashmir anymore. I said, now I said that you asked Modi ji and Nadda ji not to go to Kashmir. This is what is the culture of BJP. The big question is, there is a sign of international pressure behind these steps. In 2016, when the demonetization, you've shown a different reasons. That is, when abrogation of 370 were taking place, whatever the reasons you've shown, the main thing was the suppression of terrorism. What profit you gain? Demonetization took place. 370 came because of suppression of terrorism. You are the failure. The failure is not anywhere else. The 370 was not a failure. It is the failure of yours. Diplomatic relation with Pakistan, when it was going to be snapped, our General Secretary, Abhishek Banerjee, raised 5 questions.
These questions were raised on 16 June. Number one question. It has been over 55 days since the Pahalgaon terror attack. It is deeply concerning in a democracy. Neither the mainstream media, members of the opposition, nor the judiciary has stepped forward to raise these 5 crucial questions before the government of India. First question, border breach and civilian casualties. How did 4 terrorists manage to infiltrate the border and launch an attack that killed 26 innocent civilians? Where is the accountability for this massive breach in national security? Number 2 question, intelligence failure and IB chiefs. Madam, thoda chapa. If this was an intelligence failure, why was the intelligence bureau chief granted 1-year extension? Status of the terrorists. Where are these 4 terrorists? Where are these 4 terrorists? You are making a gossip. 100 terrorists have been killed. Where is these 4 terrorists? Give us the evidences. POGK and ceasefire compromise. When will India reclaim Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir? Why has not the government officially responded to the US President's claim that he has persuaded India's ceasefire with promise of trade? Global diplomacy and hypocrisy. After reaching out to 33 countries, post Pahalgaon in the last 1 month, how many extended explicit support of India have received? Give this answer. We need to hear this answer. Madam, আমরা দেখতে চাই
we want to see
আমরা দেখতে চাই পাকিস্তান
we want to see when India will receive the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. I want to tell the government that bring us our Kashmir, the Pak occupied Kashmir, the way you wanted from 2 April, from 22nd April, you wanted us to be with you. We are standing with you. 140 crore people of India are standing with you. I just want to say, why did you call ceasefire? Why ceasefire was there? If you want to fight, we are with you. I will be in peace when you will bring peace. I will be in peace when you will fight the terrorism against Pakistan. I want to say to Pakistan that you cannot stop India by causing terrorism. You can bring terrorists, you can send terrorists to India, but you cannot stop India just because of terrorism. India runs in its own pace. India knows, 150 crore of Indians know how to fight. We believe that we can fight terrorism and we can fight Pakistan. That's why I want to mention Rabindranath Tagore. In the upcoming evening, we'll see the sunlight where the humanitarian ground is still lying, and there is no hate. There is only peace and civil behavior.
Labu Sri Krishna ji.
Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to speak on India's strong, successful, and decisive Operation Sindur. I wish opposition has taken this spirit and expressed it. Ma'am, before I start my speech, let me quote from Kautilya's Ardhashastra. When a righteous king is attacked without a cause, he must retaliate with all his might to protect his people. These are the words from Ardhashastra. These are not just ancient wisdom. They are our responsibility today, responsibility to act, to lead, responsibility to defend. 22nd April 2025, in Pahalgam, Kashmir has seen what has happened, India has seen what has happened, world has seen what has happened. 26 civilians were killed, 20 others were injured. It was more than a violence. It was an assault on the soul of India. Tourists were held at gunpoint, asked about their religion. Based on that, they were shot dead. They were shot dead in front of their children. They were shot dead in front of their wives. This is not war, it was slaughter. Just 10 days before this has happened, I was there in Kashmir. Kashmir was thriving. Tourists were everywhere. For me to travel 30 kilometers, it took almost 1.5 hours. When I asked the driver, taxi driver, he was telling me the last 4 years or so, the tourists were flocking into Kashmir and the economy was thriving. But this Pahalgam attack has changed everything overnight. And India, as Kautilya said, has responded. On May 7th, Operation Sindur was not just a retaliation, it was a statement of restraint, a statement of precision, a statement of resolve. We did not act in anger, we acted in accuracy. We did not just act with emotion, but we acted with ethics. Our actions were grounded in Article 51 of the UN Charter, which guarantees the inherent right of self-defense when a nation is attacked. When a terror crosses borders, self-defense is not just a right, it becomes a duty. With Operation Sindur, India has sent a very strong message. The message was very clear. India will wait, but India will never forget. This is not aggression, this is assertive deterrence. And behind it stood our armed forces, men and women of unmatched courage. They fought with discipline, precision, and honor. On behalf of a grateful nation, I salute our Army, Navy, Air Force, and Special Forces. Jai Hind to every woman, every uniform that stood between India and terror. This clarity of action, this moral assertiveness was possible because of the bold leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Under his leadership, India moved from reactive to resolute, from strategic silence to strategic sovereignty. We have seen it with Uri surgical strikes, we have seen it with Balakot air strikes. And under the watch of Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh ji, Operation Sindur was executed with both tactical brilliance and moral clarity. Moral clarity is the need of the hour. India's defense is now not just strong, it was swift, it was smart, and it was surgical. But we didn't stop at the battlefield. We took the truth to the world. 7 delegations, 32 nations. I had the honor of representing India in Qatar, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Egypt. It was led by a honorable member from the opposition side, Supriya Suleji. The members in this delegation came from all political parties, but when we were overseas in this delegation, we were all talking in one voice. And what we witnessed there, when we went there, was not just diplomacy. We saw solidarity. The world stood with India, not in sympathy, but in shared conviction. They saw what we stand for and what Pakistan stands for. India has a thriving democracy, whereas on the other side, Pakistan is literally an army-owned state. It has not had a prime minister who has completed 5 years of term after their independence. World has also witnessed what India has given. India has given non-violence and Gandhiji. Pakistan has given world terrorist training camps. We have given refugee to Dalai Lama, and Pakistan has given refugee to Osama bin Laden. We exported teachers, technology, and trust, whereas Pakistan exported terror. The world understands this, and it stood with us. That solidarity was not accidental. It was earned by our External Affairs Minister, Jaishankar ji, and our diplomats who worked tirelessly across the continents. Our diplomats has positioned India as a voice of clarity, of responsibility, and of resolve in the divided world. But when we reflect on Pahalgam, on Operation Sindur, and diplomacy that followed, 3 urgent truths emerge. The first action point, it is time the United Nations defined terrorism. For over 30 years, India's proposed comprehensive convention on international terrorism has been ignored. It has taken so many lives. Let's not just debate about terror, let's start about defeating it. And a terrorist is not a freedom fighter. He has no religion, he has no political ideology. A terrorist is a terrorist. We call upon the government to lead a global campaign for this long overdue definition to give the world moral clarity and legal tools to act. Because I believe Only India can lead this campaign. Second action point, we must work actively with like-minded nations to ensure Pakistan is relisted on the Financial Action Task Force. India must ensure that sponsors of terror are held accountable. UN Security Council Resolution 1373 passed after 9/11 requires every nation to deny financing, sheltering, and supporting terrorists. But across our borders, terrorists are not just shielded, they are celebrated. Their names are painted on the billboards. Their hate is shouted in public squares. Pakistan impunity has cost lives, Indian lives, global lives. We have gone across every country which has faced terror. Definitely in the terrorist activity, Pakistani fingerprint is very much visible, and world can no longer look away. We call upon the government to use India's growing global influence to build a coalition for counter-terror finance and to ensure Pakistan duplicity is exposed and punished. And third action point, sovereignty is no longer just about land. It's not just about geography. It doesn't stop at the border. It flows through every policy, every innovation, every bite. It's about future readiness, digital, economic, energy-based, and more so importantly, defense. We have seen the example with regards to what's happening in Russia and Ukraine war. Both the countries are waging a war for a very long time, but now none of them are able to move an inch forward because technology is advancing so fast so that both the countries can really catch up. Yes, India has been the largest importer of defense in the world in 2014, but that has changed in the last 10 years. Now 60% of weapons and equipment are Indianized and domestically manufactured. But it's high time India creates a DARPA-style innovation agency, agile, autonomous, and outcome-driven to lead breakthroughs in defense tech mainly. Because in this era, technology is the new territory. If we don't climb it, someone else will. A sovereignty must be designed, coded, and manufactured in India. Example I want to give you is Marut. It was designed by HAL, first fighter jet designed and built in Asia outside the Soviet bloc in 1960s. It was there in India, a jet fighter which was designed and manufactured and delivered in India. It was in action. It has seen the action in 1971 Indo-Pak War also. But when it was there in 1960s, it should have actually gone in the right direction, wherein we should have had much better jet fighters. But somehow it has digressed, and we are not able to deliver that. It's because unless we have a great vision, unless we have a strong leadership, it will not happen. So I request government to actually look at in a direction in such a way that this defense technology gets enough funding so that Indian manufacturing, Indian defense tech can be on par, because going forward, our sovereignty depends on how much and how well we can innovate, how much and how fast we can innovate in this country. Operation Sindur showed what India can do in critical hours. Now let's show what we can do in transformational decades. Sovereignty is not just about the LOC, it's about labs, our code, our skies and our chips. Let's not just defend India, let us define the future. Not just power of strength, but a force of foresight. This is India's movement. I believe that rooted in our constitution, aligned with the international laws, protected by our armed forces, led by our bold leadership in the form of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and driven by the will of 1.4 billion Indians. Thank you. Jai Hind.
माननीय श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी।
Honorable Chairman, on 22nd April, in the Pahalgam of Jammu and Kashmir, the terrorist act which took place in which 26 tourists were killed. After that incident, there was a very decisive operation undertaken in this country, that is Operation Sindur. Just now, I listened to Sri Gaurav Gogoi ji, the leader from opposition side. I thought that he may have gone in details and may have studied but I did not find any point in his speech. I did not find any point in his entire speech. Not a single word was in the praise of the soldiers and on the bravery of the soldiers. Not a single word he expressed. You talk about about your patriotism. The soldiers of the country have brought laurel to this country, and they are pride of a nation. But you are not saying a word about them. You are talking about landing of aeroplanes, and we are talking about your missiles. You are talking about missiles and combat planes, but you are not talking about the soldiers of this nation. Then you are talking about the terrorist incidents in this country. Is it a new one? It happened during UPA from 2004 to 2014. The terrorism cropped up in this country. It got nourishment in this country under your regime. So many incidents took place, terrorist attacks took place where it happened. Many citizens lost their lives. Many women, they lost their husbands. Many children were killed. Did you ever ask? Did you ever care for this? I was also member of parliament. The UPA government was there in power. When the UPA was in power, I was there as a member of parliament. Discussion did take place. What you are doing from 2004 to 2014 during the regime of UPA, the terrorist attacks which took place, 615 people lost their lives in this country. And then you talk about terrorism. The terrorism cropped up during this period. It got nourishment under your regime. 615 lost their lives, and in 206 people, they got injury. And in 2006, there was a train incident in Mumbai. 209 people, they were killed. 800 people sustained injury. What did you do during UPA regime? Nothing happened during your regime. 26 November 2008, entire Mumbai, there was seized by terrorists. How they came? Today you are asking question that how did terrorists came to Pahalgam in the heart of city of Mumbai? How did terrorists came there? You have to reply to this question also. In that terrorist incident, two officers of Maharashtra police too lost their lives. Two officers lost their lives, and the entire metro on 26 November 2011, 175 people lost their lives, 300 people sustained injury. They were wounded. What did you do? 29 foreigners were also killed. Foreign citizens, they also lost their lives in that incident. The two officers of Mumbai police, they also lived. The joint commissioner of Mumbai police also lost his life. You are just shedding crocodile tears. Did you hold discussion in the house? After holding discussion in the house, you just shed crocodile tears, and you bid adieu to the home minister. You brought a new home minister, and you allowed terrorism to get nourished in this country. You are talking about terrorism now. You do not have any conviction to wage a war against terrorism, and you did not have any mechanism to wage war against terrorism. You just shed crocodile tears during your regime.
And let me just also tell that in Mumbai, the incident of Mumbai and the main accused who was hiding in America, you could not muster the courage to bring him to justice or to India. But Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, the Prime Minister of this country, he got that person to India. And you're talking about that?
It's true that today in this country, in India for the first time, that against this terrorism, this resolution which has been taken and which has been shown clearly, that was in 2016 started when the Prime Minister of this country said that in our country's land we will never allow the terrorism to develop, and this is going to be decisive, and definitely the terrorists are to be taught a lesson by entering into their territory. This kind of resolution was passed by Honorable Modi ji. And 2016 also, when this Uri incident happened, 25 persons were killed, 25 soldiers were killed in the Uri sector. And after killing these 25 soldiers, the Prime Minister of this country led a decisive battle, and surgical strike happened in Pakistan in their territory, and the terrorists were annihilated. This has been done by the Prime Minister. This resolution is worked against terrorists. This fight has been fought, and you can't see this thing. These terrorist training centers were ended in the cycle strikes, and hundreds of terrorists were killed. And then again, when they showed this kind of courage to do on 14th February 2019 in Pulwama, when this terrorist activity happened, and CRPF Jawans, this vehicle was, it faced a suicidal attack. And after that attack on Prime Minister Modi ji, under this leadership, this government, through its resolution, reiterated, and airstrikes happened, and all these training centers were destroyed. As Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar Taiba, all these training centers were destroyed and decimated. And now you're teaching a lesson to Modi ji, you're teaching him how to fight against terrorism. You cannot fight against terrorism for these many years, or when he ruled after independence, maximum ruling has been done by you. You have had the reins. So you should have told what have you done. You didn't do anything, so it's nil by nothing. So what can be said about that? So in Pahalgam, they were thinking that is with what kind of objectives they came here. These things were mentioned here. That with these objectives, they came to Pahalgam. The terrorists entered there. Did they ask you before entering there? How have this information that with this objective they came here? This kind of thing you must not speak. At least the unity and integrity of this country must not be made a mockery of by you people. And the country's government is definitely against all these terrorists. So this credibility is losing in your side, and in coming days nobody is going to favor you. Just remember this thing. Airstrikes happened by Honorable Modi ji after Pulwama incident on 26th April at Balakot. We entered the territory and we had the airstrikes against the terrorists. The training centers were decimated by our government. This is the resolution of our Prime Minister Modi ji. This was the determination of our Prime Minister. UPA government never took this kind of decision. This could have been done only by Modi ji. Nobody else can do it. And now Operation Sindur, if you come on that, on 22nd April at Pahalgam, this incident happened. And in Pahalgam, where this incident occurred, then you please see that voters who have made these fake cards, you just go there and see that. You may please don't speak while being seated. Let him speak. Don't intervene. You may please be seated at your seat, on your seat. Now their feeling has been touched. One thing I must tell you, that if real disease is understood, then the treatment occurs. Treatment is proper. If diagnosis is proper, then definitely the treatment is also proper. If the diagnosis is in the right direction, then the ailment can be cured. Definitely, you don't worry about that. When you will be given chance, you can speak.
22 अप्रैल को
Chairman, sir, on 2nd April, this Pahalgam incident happened.
पूरे देश के पर्यटक वहां
All these tourists who had gone and country to the place, they went with families, they were spending their vacations, and now these terrorists, they attacked them. 26 persons were killed. These 26 persons were killed, and our Prime Minister, if you see his soul is there in the country, you must feel that thing. He cancelled a visit in the foreign country. He came immediately back to country, and that's why, because he felt the pain, the pinch in his heart. You may please be seated and don't give speeches like that. You're doing all this kind of drama here. Please don't speak anything while being seated. Let him speak. Allow him to speak. Whatever you're speaking is not going in the records. You may please don't talk. So, Chairman, sir, Kashmir, they went to Kashmir. They who wanted to spend the vacations, but the Prime Minister had to act. The Prime Minister of this country had to take action. So those who go to Kashmir for just vacations, they went there. Those who had gone for the fun, they went there. But Prime Minister has taken the action, and the same thing we are mentioning. So they won't understand this thing. They can't understand the thing of some value. So that's why on 22nd April, this incident happened, and Prime Minister came back to country. 24th April, Ranjan Gogoiji mentioned that he went for this election campaigning, election speech. Gaurav Gogoiji was saying this is, I'm sorry to say, Gaurav Gogoiji was saying this thing about the election campaign. He didn't go for that. I must correct him. Whatever you speak, you please speak correctly. It was Panchayati Raj Divas, and on that day, every year, Prime Minister goes to some state and he addresses the Panchayat representatives, and on 24th April also, in Madhubani, this Panchayati Raj Divas was celebrated. He went there. However, after going there, what he mentioned for the first time on the incident of Pahalgam, one word he mentioned, he said that I'm deeply hurt by this incident, and this response would be beyond the imagination to Pakistan. He said these things to Pakistan. This one line, in one line, he had told this resolution power he expressed, that was clearly indicated by his speech, that what is there in his mind. In Madhubani also, against terrorism, the resolution which he passed through his speech, I saw for the first time from 2014 to till date, I saw that Mr. Modi delivered a speech in English for some time, and he delivered a speech in English because he wanted to send the message to the whole world. He wanted to send this message to the world that we won't bow before the terrorist activities. We'll fight a decisive battle against the terrorism, and the world must be shown the regular determination through his message. It was clear. And against terrorism, he took this resolution against this terrorist activities. Now, Defense Minister also mentioned those things clearly. That thing you may not have noticed or understood well. That's why Minister of Defense also said this thing, that after coming from there, he was discussing this thing with the three defense forces. He had regular meeting with CDS, and everybody listened to the discussions. One thing was clearly told to the country, that our army has been given free power to decide about the date, to decide about the attack, to decide whatever they want to say. They were given the clear freedom to take their action. And on the midnight, our soldiers, 9 terrorist areas were annihilated by our army, and hundreds of terrorists were dead in that attack. You must have seen on TV also, many persons who were just taking the name of those terrorism, those who were crying about Masood Azhar, Hafiz Saeed, they were crying that their whole family has died. Maybe I would also died. That kind of message was sent to the terrorists that in this country and in Pakistan also we won't tolerate any terrorist activity, and this resolution was definitely given a clear end. 145 terrorists died, and this from army chief to the other persons, they went to the cremation of this terrorists in the procession which was done after the death. But Gogoji never said this thing that army chief went for that. He never said these things. So you have not done that. I know that you won't do that. You do for the politics for the votes, but Modi ji does the politics for the nation, for the country. This is the difference. But on 6th and 7th May, the incident which happened in form of Operation Sindur, Pakistan was completely surprised. It never hoped, never thought. And the biggest achievement was like this 920 centers which were destroyed. Not even a single citizen was hurt in this attack. Not even a single citizen of Pakistan was hurt. We had seen through the satellite imaging also that this decimated terrorist centers, Pakistani citizens were making the videos of those places and they were making fun of this activity. This is the wonder of Modi ji, that not even a single person from army, not even a single citizen died. Those places were not attacked where the citizens were there. It was a resolution, it was a resolve that we had to fight against the terrorists. We had to destroy the terrorist training centers. That was the motive. After that, what happened? In its response, in retaliation, Pakistan attacked our army installations, on our air bases, on our citizen places. Citizens were targeted in Jammu and Kashmir universities. They attempted to attack those places, and Gurdwara also, and religious places were attacked by Pakistan. They tried to attack those places, and our defense system was so strong that all those missiles we saw on TV, that whatever speeches you may deliver is not going to be any effective. The whole country has seen, Honorable Chairman, sir. On Diwali, we have this rocket as a bomb, and we give it fire, then goes in the air. It like a fire cracker. It bursts. In the same way, Pakistan's fighters were destroyed, and you don't see those things. The whole country has seen it. You may please change your spectacles to see the truth. You may change it, or you may replace the spectacles. The whole country has seen it, and there was all accolades for the nation's prime minister, and they have been destroyed. The fighter jets of Pakistan were destroyed. The defense minister and the speech of home minister, if you had listened, then the minister of defense mentioned that we didn't lose anything. Didn't lose any fighter jet. Then you still keep on asking how many fighter jets you lost. You are simply asking those questions for which already has answer has been provided, that we destroyed their jets. Our jets were not destroyed. And after that, when India responded to their attack, then Pakistan's radar system and the defense system was attacked, and in Gujranwala also, this whole system was completely annihilated by our radar, and defense system was completely attacked by our country, and command and control defense system was left useless, and 11 air bases of Pakistan, our air force attacked at 11 air bases. They were destroyed by our country fighters. This achievement you could not see. And you can't even see those achievements of ours. But Pakistan is showing all these kinds of shrewdness, and the country may also have seen this, that when this Operation Sindur, when it was going on, then Pakistan was having this civil aviation for citizens also. That movement was still on Pakistan, because if India attacks the civil aircraft, then the passengers of this country, of their civil aviation, would be losing their lives. But our countrymen, our defense system understood this thing, and not even a single civil aircraft was attacked. And this command and control system of Pakistan was completely destroyed by, and the air bases also were destroyed by our army. This is our achievement through Operation Sindur. This was our achievement. This was the achievement of Operation Sindur. And you are saying that why did we stop it? Why did we stop our attack? We had told it in the beginning itself that we didn't want any war. We didn't want to indulge in war. Our fight is against the terrorism and the terrorists and terrorist activities. If they are given the place of any terrorism in Pakistan, that will be attacked by a country. And that is a of military operations. Both countries, defense, military establishments met together and then discussed the way to stop this war. We decided to stop, and Pakistan came to its knees. All these air bases were destroyed, radar system was destroyed, and the defense system was completely decimated. They didn't even know what kind of fighter jet is coming from the country and where it's going to attack. They never knew these things. So what was left to them? They came to their knees. And after this ceasefire happened, and after this ceasefire, the Prime Minister of this country, Modi ji, he addressed to the whole nation that we will never allow the terrorism to take place in our country, and Operation Sindur has not stopped. It is just adjourned to do it again whenever we face any kind of challenge from their side. We'll enter their territory and will kill the terrorists. And against terrorism, we have this movement. We don't have any fight against the people. All these things happen, but they can't see these things. The success of Operation Sindur and the able leadership of our Prime Minister and the valor and this bravery of soldiers and the self-defense system, self-dependence in the field of defense, the whole world has seen in a country, and the whole world saw, and they just didn't see. They have appreciated that thing also, and the whole world has appreciated Operation Sindur and supported also. And this Operation Sindur is sent a message to the whole world. A message was sent through this Operation Sindur that India is a very strong country which is capable of defending its territory, and for its defense we are free. We have got freedom to defend our country, and the whole world acknowledged the power of our country. But you couldn't see that. You don't even want to see these things, so you may not see it. But the whole country has witnessed it, the whole world has seen it, and the whole world has appreciated this work by our army. So you time and again ask those questions. American president is being mentioned, and Honorable Minister of External Affairs is here. He had this press conference. Through that, he mentioned clearly, through press conference, he said that nothing of this kind has happened. The whole country also saw that in BRICS conference, our Honorable Prime Minister, when he went to Canada, the US President, when he talked to him, that also was clarified by him. This also has been published in the country. Then also you don't understand the truth. That's your different feeling which you have. The whole country knows, but it's very unfortunate. It's really unfortunate for this country that the opposition parties of this country, they are really unable to see the success of Operation Sindur and of Prime Minister. The whole world saw it, but you are not seeing it. you say that Prime Minister never says about these things. He doesn't speak about these matters. He must speak on these issues. He doesn't only speak, he does it. Honorable Prime Minister does not speak, he acts on those things. That's the difference. By his action, he shows his prowess, and by these acts, he has made it clear, whether it's surgical strike, air strike, or through Operation Sindur. By acting, we have shown to the world that we act, we don't speak much, but we act on these matters. Speaking may be your forte or your prowess, but that's why, Honorable Chairman Sir, the opposition parties, and especially these main opposition parties which are there, their ideal thing is govels. You don't know about those things? Govels, which is a proverb of Germany, and I'll tell about that.
नहीं, गॉगल्स का जो थ्योरी है,
The theory by Goebbels, that if you repeat the same lie again and again, that it turn into a kind of truth. And this is a famous adage, but this is not the truth. This is not a truth. This is a big lie. No, we cannot believe him. We need to take care of it. This is very important. This is a false propaganda, not a truth. Be it so much times you repeat a lie, it cannot turn into a truth. These are different times. We know the facts, and you are asking again and again this truth question that India does not bow down in any pressure. India is a sovereign country who decides about her own affairs. India is in. So this is the fact. Therefore, sir, they cannot see the success of Operation Sindur. Operation Sindur is a successful operation which was a decisive step against the terrorism, and the whole world has appreciated it, has accepted it. But this is really very unfortunate that our own opposition parties are not able to understand it. However, it is required for them that they should stand with us, they should stand with the unity of the country, they should stand against the terrorism, they should stand with the government, but they are not. And even today, please sit down, even today we will say, even today we will say it again, that rise above party politics, rise above party politics, and support the nation in the stand with the Narendra Modi for the nation, for the benefit of the nation, and uproot the terrorism from the soil of India and walk with Modi ji. And once again, I salute my brave soldiers for their bravery and valor. Thank you.
अरविंद सावंत जी,
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairperson, today we are here to discuss the Operation Sindur. The kind of valor our army has displayed, we are discussing that. So first of all, I would like to salute the strength, capacity, and strategic power of our striking capacity of our army personnel. This is especially for those who are sitting at that side. They should understand that we are together with the army personnel. We salute the courage, valor, and efficiency of our army personnel. But when we talk about Operation Sindur, then We should ask the question why this Operation Sindur happened at first place. This happened because Pahalgam attack took place. Chairperson sir, I was minister for some time, and when I went there to launch the electric buses, then on every nook and corner, on every 50 gauge, armed personnel were deployed. So what has happened that at that day in Pahalgam, there was no armed army personnel, no police were deployed at that place. Our tourists were visiting that spot, whereas no security deployment was there. So who gave this order? Investigation should start from that point. If you have to investigate anything, then you start from that place. Sir, this is a very serious lacuna. It is a big place like a ground, and many people here have visited. I have visited that place as tourist and as a minister as well. Thousands of personnel were deployed, but unfortunately that day no person was deployed, and unfortunately our intelligence also failed whether these tourists took route from Nepal. We should not forget other incidents which happened prior to Pahalgam. Recently in Banputka, the bomb blast in Bombay, which happened in 2006, High Court gave a ruling that those who were convicted as the convicts, the lower courts convicted them and accorded them death punishment. Supreme Court released them all. They were imprisoned for 19 years. And even today we could not arrest the real terrorist. It means, sir, at that time, the governor of Kashmir, the then governor of Kashmir was Satyapal Malik. And Satyapal Malik ji, and even today he reminds that Pulwama incident took place. Sir, whatever they are talking about the respect towards the soldiers of Indian Army. For the same CRPF, for the same soldiers, Satyapal Malik, when he was governor, time and again, he requested the government that there is something wrong and the airplane should be provided for the personnel, army personnel, but you did not give them airplane. And he wanted to convey this message to the Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister was in Jim Corbett Park at that time. Such a big incident took place. He did not come up. He came to Delhi and then he attended another program. Our Prime Minister. And you talk about the respect towards soldiers. You are teaching us the respect for soldiers. You should remember your own conduct at the time of Pulwama attack, when Satyapal Malik, who belonged to your party only, you remember your statement, his statement, and time and again he stated the same thing. And despite his multiple requests, you sent the personnel, the soldiers by route, and Jaish-e-Mohammed attacked, and 40 soldiers lost their lives. And even today, the terrorists are absconding. You are terming it a Sindur. You are playing an emotional game. Who lost the Sindur? Our sisters lost the Sindur. So, but those who did it are even today absconding, are at large and could not be captured. You definitely targeted a terrorist and attack. You did it. You did not attack civilians, right? We appreciate that. But despite that, when terrorists could not get arrested, then don't you feel something about it? What you are singing the songs of it. You talk about Panchayat Raj. You are playing Prime Minister went to Bihar and spoke in English. That comes via teleprompter. You do not know. He spoke in English in Bihar. He did not went to Pahalgam. He could not go to Manipur. what kind of sensibility are you having? You did not even visit Manipur. क्या आपको बुरा नहीं लगता? Don't you feel pained? Are you not ashamed? Are you not? Don't you feel bad? And then we will not. We will definitely praise our army, but we will not praise you. We will definitely praise army, but not you. What kind of valor, what kind of bravery you have shown? If you have given freedom, then why did the officials from defense ministry officials from Pakistan were had surrendered, then why did you declare the ceasefire without any condition? President Trump is he keeps on blabbering, but then why did you do the ceasefire if they were pleading before you and they had surrendered? Then you should have put some conditions. Why didn't you do that? What were those conditions? Even after that, the war continued. The attacks kept on happening. Civilians were targeted. And should we watch only? Chairperson, sir. The SARC organization, the neighboring countries, not a single country talks to us. We are the Vishwaguru, we are the world leaders, and we roam around the world. We have visited 200 countries. He has visited 200 countries, and he talks about the terrorism sponsored by Pakistan. I thank the Prime Minister for speaking against Pakistan terrorism, but Honorable Prime Minister, not a single country could stand with you from the global fraternity. This is real. This is not here. I'm not here to comment upon the nation. Not a single country could stand by you. And Netanyahu, you stood by Netanyahu in Israel, and you stood against Iran, who gives us free oil, who gives us oil and does not charge money instantly. So even we, our relations deteriorated with Iran also. So this is our foreign policy. Even before that, in Kargil, we conducted Operation Vijay. After that, also multiple attacks like Galwan and Palgam happened. In China is also encroaching. We all are aware of these facts. Who all supported Pakistan? We should identify this. China was already doing it. Turkey did it. They were providing him the Pakistan drones. So all three countries were together. We should introspect. This is the time to introspect that how many countries were with us, and why could not a single nation stand with us? Were we wrong? International Monetary Fund, while the war was going on, it's not. They were speaking again and again. They were saying that don't give funds to Pakistan, don't help Pakistan, because that fund would be utilized for terror funding. But despite multiple requests from India, even during the war, IMF extends financial support to Pakistan. This is really amazing. So, what is the standing of India in the among the global fraternity? What is your standing in the UN? What is your standing in the Security Council? Nobody speaks against Pakistan. You called Hamid Ansari. In Canada also, you are not called on. Please don't forget. And in G7 also, you are not called on. And later on, you were invited as guest. And when you went as guest, there our Prime Minister got a call from Trump. He did not go there. I will appreciate whatever good he has done. It's a good thing that he did not do. He called Prime Minister that if you are Canada, come to Canada. If you are in Canada, come to US. Here, our friend from Pakistan is here. You come here and meet. So it's not. I am with you on these fronts. Whole nation is with you. Uddhavji Thackeray ji, the head of the Shiv Sena. He gave us orders that these times are bad and this is not the time to play the political vendetta. And we are with Prime Minister with all the strength. Whole opposition was with you, and you formed the delegations, and 60 delegations were sent to 60 countries. And what was the result? Did we get the respect from those countries? Was any press conference held by those nations? And and did any nation publicly state that we are with India on terrorism? Nobody came with us. All the efforts were in vain. This is our pain. We are with you. For the nation, we are with you. Today or tomorrow, we'll be with you. Please don't forget this. And I would like to remind you of 2, 3 facts. We should not forget the Kargil war, and there are many such incidents. The president of United States, time and again, says, yes, definitely, he speaks again and again. When did I say? When did we say that no, we did not adhere to your advice or intervention, and Pakistan was begging in front of us, therefore we stopped the war? You please cite any statement from your side, ma'am. I'll be very happy to learn it from you. You need to issue the statement.
लेट सर, तभी तो कुछ नहीं हुआ.
Then nothing happened because you spoke very late. What does our CDS say, Chief of Defense Staff? He says that India needs to be self-reliant. And this was very laconic statement, and this is our dialogue. We need to be self-reliant. What does it mean? That whatever is with us is not complete, is not sufficient for us. This is a moment of self-introspection. This is not a time to criticize. This is not a moment of slugfest. This, in the name of nation, for the benefit of nation, unity, integrity, and sovereignty of nation, for this security of the nation, we are one. This is the most significant thing, and therefore I want to tell you that, Chairperson sir, when he went to meet Nawaz Sharif, he went there uninvited, and when Honorable Defense Minister Rajnath Singh ji mentioned a train to Lahore, and Bala Sahab Thackeray ji at that time had said that don't play this diplomacy of Samjhauta Express. Pakistan is like a snake. How so much you pamper it, you cannot trust it. And his words has reached to fraction today. And what did they say when Pahalgam attack happened? They said that it is your internal affair and we are not related with this. We arrested 200 people and only 2 were detained further, and those who rushed immediately to help the wounded were the sympathizers of India. They are ours. I need to remind you that there are people, they are Kashmiri people. Sir, whatever scams you talk about peace and strength. Sir, we are together with you. We will take Pakistan, occupy Kashmir. This was the time when you should have taken the POK. Who stopped you? We don't want war. You said that you don't want war, and you are with the Buddha. When did you learn this? Till yesterday you were saying that we will take POK, will take Pakistan occupied Kashmir, but you did not take it when the opportune moment arrived. Don't think that you have done something very big. When you attacked 9 camps, you said that you gave freedom to the army personnel. Then why did you stop them? Why did not you let them do whatever they were ready to accomplish? The way Indira Gandhi ji taught a lesson to the Pakistan, this was the time to teach lesson of Pakistan like that. This was the time at that time You should have taken the whole POK. We should have celebrated that. We should have danced with the Modi ji had you done that. And therefore, sir, I want to state that this statement that will intrude inside and kill them. And at that time also, how did they kill bin Laden? That is in that manner we should have done this. I would wind up with one statement: the way Osama bin Laden was killed. That is said. That is termed as intrude inside, go inside, and kill them. Please stop playing cricket with the Pakistan. The Pakistan who treats you like this, you are going to play cricket with the Pakistan. I urge that please do not play cricket with the Pakistan. And whatever is on your mind, we need to support the army personnel for that.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir.
आपण मला बोलण्याची संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आपला मनापासून आभार मानतो.
Sir, thank you for giving me opportunity to speak in this important discussion, sir. I am grateful to you, sir, at the outset of this discussion. Sir, if you talk about the Pahalgam attack, so in that terrorist attack, 26 innocent people lost their lives. First of all, I pay my tributes to them. Sir, I have listened to many speeches here, but no speaker has said this. And I want to say this here on this floor. Sir, the guide Sayyid Hussain Shah, and he tried to save the life of tourists there, and he sacrificed his life. And I thank and felicitate him for this sacrifice. Sir, Sindur operation has been executed successfully by Indian forces. I thank them from the core of my heart, and I salute Indian forces. Sir, I was listening to the speeches of many honorable speakers here, honorable members here, and the discussion we want here in this house. This was a big terrorist attack. 26 people lost their lives, and the discussion should have been very serious. But it is being politicized here, and this is very disappointing. Sir, I did not expect such a political matter, but this matter is being politicized by some members. Sir, this is the slogan of the people of our country, that nation is first for us. So we have to give priority to the nation. And it should have been from the side of BJP. Mistakes are committed, either it is the government of any side, either it is Congress, BJP, or any party. If some mistakes are committed, we should accept it. I was listening to one member. What was the condition at the during 26/11 attack? What was the situation at that time? Honorable member from BJP mentioned it, but it seemed that this was for the first time in this country that the terrorists were caught live during that attack, and Kasab was caught live. We arrested him, and sir, as we know the connection of Pakistan with this terrorism, and we have reflected it to the whole world. whatever mistakes have been there, either it is from your side or from our side, we should improve it, and every government should make efforts for this. Sir, in this discussion today, many honorable members expressed their views, but through this discussion, sir, I want to raise some questions and I want to ask Honorable Prime Minister. This was a big attack, and some such attacks earlier also, like 26/11. Many people lost their lives in Pahalgam. 26 people lost their lives and 5 terrorists. It's almost 3 months, sir. But after 3 months, we we are not successful in arresting these terrorists, and we should keep it in mind. So we should think about it, sir, during the Kargil war. At that time in Jammu and Kashmir, Gujar Bakarwal community, their contribution was phenomenal during that Kargil war. At that time, they furnished, these two communities furnished information to Indian Army. So I want to ask BJP that the information which was furnished to the Indian Army by Gujar and Bakarwal community, in the same way, whether they have furnished the same information this time too. And I expect this answer from your side. If they had not furnished this information, then it seems that we have given some we have made them disappointed. Are they not happy? We should find this answer. We should try to know this. Sir, if we look at the situation today, I would like to compare the war during 1971. Indiraji was the prime minister at that time, and in 1971, our airports, Pakistan attacked our airports. Indiraji replied in the same way. It was a very successful reply, and the war continued for 13 days, and 94,000 Pakistani soldiers surrendered, and we declared our victory on 16 December. Bangladesh was created at that time. During the war of 1971, the President of America, Nixon, he asked to stop the war. There was some pressure, but this pressure was not taken into consideration, and the war continued, and Bangladesh was established at that time. So I mean to say that today our respected Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, we call him World Guru, world leader. When we say that he is a Vishwa Guru, then the people of our country have some expectations from him. The situation which has arisen in Pahalgam, Honorable Prime Minister should address the nation, and there are some questions in the mind of common people of this country. I also want to ask some questions that from 2014, if we talk about the foreign visits since 2014, he has visited China 5 times, Japan 8, Nepal 5. 5 times he has visited, and in European countries 15 to 20 times he has visited during this regime. So I want to ask that what are the nuances in our foreign policy? We should get this reply. From 2014 to till date, you have visited 9 times America, and the president of America is hosting a dinner to the army chief of Pakistan. So this is disappoints. This is very sad. Honorable Chairman, sir, I am the only member from my party, and 14 minutes have been given to my party, and I am the only member from my party. One more speaker is there from your party. You please conclude in 30 seconds. Sir, my party has 14 minutes. You please conclude. Honorable Chairman, sir, you have visited, Honorable Prime Minister has visited China 5 times, and the Foreign Affairs Minister says that the bonding of Pakistan and China is very strong. Our Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs is there. I want to ask him what mistakes have been committed in making and shaping our foreign policy. I want to ask him, IMF, ADB, World Bank, and through all these institutions, 44 Arab dollar assistance has been given to Pakistan after this Pahalgam attacks. So these are the failures, sir, and this is the question. Honorable Prime Minister should reply about this also.
Sir, as I rise to speak on this issue of the Pakistani sponsored terror attack in Pahalgam.
आपका रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा है
And
आप बैठिएगा.
Nothing is going on record. You please take your seat.
sir, this has seen both a new low by Pakistan, although it has a long history of sponsoring terrorism and is known as the epicenter, the global epicenter of terrorism. This is a new low because the terrorists, as has been widely spoken about, identified the victims by religion before killing them. This has also seen a new normal in India's response and a new milestone in teaching Pakistan a lesson. Sir, this saga has been going on for 78 years, from immediately after independence, when Pakistan has been sending terrorists across the border. Many efforts have been made over the decades. Many steps have been taken, including many conciliatory steps. Steps which have involved agreements on water, steps which have involved giving back land that has been captured, steps that have involved returning tens of thousands of prisoners of war. These steps have seen many different aspects. We have seen bus diplomacy. We have seen many different efforts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, right from 2014, tried to reach out, tried to have an understanding with Pakistan to fight poverty together. Right from the beginning, he invited his counterpart, the Pakistani Prime Minister, for the oath-taking ceremony. He even walked into Lahore unannounced, unarmed, filled only with courage and with good intention. But that was repaid with more terror attacks on Indian soil, more Indian lives taken, with the sponsorship and the training of Pakistan.
सर, भारत ने हर बार शांति का हाथ बढ़ाया.
Every time India has had made proposal for the peace, and Pakistan has always followed the path of terrorism.
Experience with cross-border terrorism. We have responded, sir, and it is important to point out the new normal that is now in place. We responded first with the surgical strikes. They did not relent. The Pakistanis still kept sponsoring, training, financing, sending terrorists across. We then responded with the Balakot airstrikes, and the airstrikes are a message which have continued till today. No one who kills Indians will sleep peacefully, not across the border, not even in the safety of their homes. They will be tracked down and they will be killed inside their own homes. But this time in Pahalgam, this new law which was achieved required Operation Sindur. So they attacked tourists and we attacked terrorists. We did not target Pakistan's civilians. Our response, Operation Sindur, was precise, it was measured, and it targeted terrorist sites. And only when Pakistan escalated did we then hit back at many more sites. Sir, this is not a reaction. This is a doctrine. This is the Modi doctrine. This is the new normal which Pakistan has now understood. Let me say this clearly, sir, that the India of today is not the India of 2008. This is very important because this turnaround, this new normal, is because of our changed policies. Sir, we must give full credit to our armed forces. The Honorable Defense Minister has pointed out their bravery, their sacrifices for the nation, and during this conflict also, what is important is, one question was asked, what about China? I have several things to say about China, but let me point out, when the Honorable Defense Minister said that the Indian Air Force bypassed and jammed air defense systems of Pakistan in 22 minutes, those were Chinese-supplied air defense systems that were neutralized in just 22 minutes. Sir, what is not often talked about, one thing we must, of course, acknowledge is that the entire country stood united on Operation Sindur. I'm glad that even some friends across the aisle, across the other benches today, reiterated that. But sometimes some honorable members have not been beneath taking this issue into domestic politics. I will come into that. One of the aspects that did not get talked about is that in this operation, where 11 air bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit. This is perhaps a first. This is perhaps a first that the armed bases of a nuclear-armed country was hit by India, 11 of them, and it destroyed 20% of Pakistan's Air Force assets. This is something that is worth remembering. The 9 bases of terrorists, their camps, which were neutralized, involved those of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, those of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, those of the Hizbul Mujahideen, all proscribed terror organizations who have long targeted India with the support of Pakistan. They are Pakistani based, they are Pakistani. Sir, we have talked about more than 100 terrorists being eliminated in Operation Sindur's hit on Pakistan. It is also important to point out that at least 5 of them were very infamous names known around the world. Names like Mudassar Khadian Khas, senior operator of LET. This is the person who was given a guard of honor by the Pakistani military. Khalid alias Abu Akasha, another Lashkar-e-Taiba commander. Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, wanted in the IC-814 hijack terror attack. Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, and Muhammad Hassan Khan, Jaish-e-Mohammed commander. These are very significant names. These are very significant achievements in eliminating these terrorists. On the other hand, Pakistan's attempt to retaliate failed. And it pains me that friends in the opposition who have questioned India, who have questioned the successes achieved by the Indian armed forces, haven't pointed out these failures of Pakistan, nor have they asked these questions of Pakistan. Sir, Pakistan attacked Jammu University. It attacked the UN field station in Kashmir. These were neutralized, as the Honorable Defense Minister pointed out, by the UAS unmanned aerial system grid. India's actions were purely to counter terrorism and hit terrorists, decoupling the issue from any other disputes. Sir, if we look at the new normal that I have been talking about, it is important to understand what the past was. In the past, on a regular basis, almost on a daily basis, Pakistani sponsored terrorists were attacking India and killing Indians. Sir, if I give you a short list of the previous terror attacks and our responses, you will understand, sir, and I hope all our friends will understand that the new normal indeed is very dramatically different. So 2005, Delhi serial blasts. A dossier was sent to Pakistan. So 2006, Varanasi bombings. India raised the issue in Indo-Pak talks. Mumbai attacks, sir, 2008, when so many people were killed and the then government decided not to retaliate. What is most shameful is that retaliation was considered. Retaliation was planned by our armed forces, but the then government did not permit retaliation. It is on record that the then senior-most officials of the government, whether it was the Foreign Secretary, whether it was the then NSA, took a decision not to hit back at Pakistan. This is what is really shocking, sir. 2006, Mumbai terror bombings. Sir, it is also important to point out that after the Mumbai attacks, 7 months after that, the then Prime Minister met the Pakistani president on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Russia and decided that India and Pakistan would continue dialogue. So we kept appeasing them. Our governments of the day over decades kept appeasing them, putting no pressure on them to stop their terror funding, terror organizing. Sir, in 2006, 2 months after the Mumbai train bombings, the then Prime Minister met Pakistani President Musharraf on the sidelines of the NAM summit in Havana and again agreed to maintain the peace process. So that so-called peace process was no peace process at all. It was only peaceful for Pakistan. Indians in large numbers were sacrificed. India was attacked repeatedly and large numbers of Indians were harmed and killed. Sir, worst of all, in 2009, within 8 months of the Mumbai terror attack, the then Prime Minister met his Pakistani counterpart at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt and agreed to again continue the cooperation with Pakistan. This for a country that for 78 years has been attacking India ceaselessly. Our approach in the past was only to cooperate, only to talk, not to retaliate, not to teach them a lesson. Sir, the worst part of this at Sharm el-Sheikh was a reference to Balochistan, which can be interpreted as if India and Pakistan are equated, as if India does similar things to Pakistan, whereas the issues are entirely different. There are no terror camps in India training terrorists and sending them to Balochistan. There is no equation at all. There is no comparison at all. And yet, our government of the day had no compunction in granting such a hyphenation with Pakistan. Sir, this can go on and on. There are many, many different such examples, and I will come to some of them. Sir, one question has been raised as to whether there was pressure on India to conclude the hostilities. There was absolutely no pressure on India. This has been pointed out again and again. Sir, any country can call and make suggestions. Anybody can do that. We as members of parliament can call up our counterparts when they are in the midst of hostilities, and we can give them suggestions. That is not how the hostilities ended. Sir, India has pointed out very, very clearly that this is a bilateral issue, and we have no intention of escalating. We would stop hostilities if Pakistan requested. And until and unless Pakistan directly requested India, we did not stop the hostilities. It had no relation, no connection to any requests by anybody else until Pakistan directly requested India. And sir, I asked my friends in the opposition, this has not been contradicted by anyone. Has anyone contradicted India's assertion that we insisted that it had to be a Pakistani request that we will respond to? And Pakistan finally came to its knees and requested, and that is what we responded to. Now, it is shameful that many in our country keep questioning the Indian armed forces, keep questioning the Indian government, and don't question what Pakistan stands for, what Pakistan says. Sir, I want to point out what Pakistan has said. They made absurd claims. Pakistan has made a claim to an international TV channel on 7th May. Pakistan's IB minister, Ataullah Tarar, said, there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Have any of our friends in the opposition questioned that? Many of them have been quoted repeatedly in international media. Have any of them questioned that? Pakistan, where the most infamous terrorist in memory, the Al-Qaeda chief, was sheltered next to an army base, claiming that it doesn't have terror camps. When terror camps have been pointed out in satellite imagery, when not only terror camps have been pointed out, because of the efforts of our government, many terrorist organizations and many individual terrorists have been proscribed by a variety of multilateral organizations, including the United Nations itself. Sir, I would like to point out that when the Honorable Congress member from Assam talked about certain things, I think it does deserve a response. I compliment him and others who said that they stand with the government of India, but the questions and the accusations against the government cannot go unanswered. Sir, it was amusing when he asked when POK would be got back. Sir, it was amusing when he referred to the number of Rafales and the China question. Sir, I would like to point out, and he used the point and he used the word that India bowed down. And his leader, whom he cited today in relation to the China question, has often used the word surrender. I think it is important for this House to point out how many times over the decades Congress has surrendered India's interest. Please have the patience to listen to this. 1948, Pakistan illegally occupied 78,000 square kilometers, the same POK that my friend was referring to. When our armed forces wanted just a little bit more time to conclude the armed operations and take it back, the then Prime Minister took the matter to the UN. Surrender. Number one, it started from day one. 1949, Congress ignored the Kabah Valley, which was leased to Burma by UK. Manipur had received rent until 1949. Congress did nothing about it, surrendered that. Surrender number two. Sir, in 1954, our then Prime Minister conceded India's rights in Tibet, accepting China's annexation without gain withdrawing our military escorts and services. A very major surrender. Number 3. Sir, in 1958, under the Noon-Nehru Pact, Berubari was transferred to East Pakistan, despite severe opposition. Another surrender. So I lose count of the number of surrenders, but there are quite a lot. Please allow me to point out a few more. If I list all the surrenders that Congress did of India's national interest, then the 16 hours that the Honorable Speaker has granted us will not be enough. But I will point out a few more. Sir, in the 1950s, our then Prime Minister rejected the proposal for a UN permanent seat for India in the Security Council. Surrender to China. Surrender. 1960, India conceded the Sarja Majra, Rakh Hardit Singh, Pathan Ke, Suleiman Ke, and Chak Lereke in Punjab to Pakistan. Another surrender. Sir, our then Prime Minister played down the value of Aksai Chin in 1959, calling it barren and uninhabited, when in fact it is full of mineral resources, dismissing conflict with China. Another surrender. Sir, I can just go on and on and on. In 1963, Pakistan conceded more than 5,000 square kilometers in POK to China. India stayed silent. Surrender. So I can just keep going on. In 1965, India returned the Haji Pir Pass to Pakistan under the Tashkent Agreement. Surrender. Sir, under the 1971 Shimla Agreement, India returned 5,000 square miles to Pakistan, while Pakistan retained 30,000 square miles, and 93,000 Pakistani soldiers were released, while at the same time, 56 Indian soldiers died in Pakistani jails. There are so many other surrenders, sir. If I keep listing all the surrenders, then as I said, the whole time will be taken up. Sir, I can tell you that there are many, many more surrenders that the Congress party did of Indian interest. And since the issue of China was raised, I think it is important to point out. Isn't it the leader of the opposition who on social media is seen praising China's capabilities, China's drones? Has he once ever complimented the Indian armed forces and the Indian indigenous technologies? Has it happened? Sir, let me point out, others are pointing this out. Others are saying that India has done very well on this front. International experts are pointing this out. But our opposition members are refusing to take a stand on this. मजा कैसे लगेगा? मजा कैसे लगेगा? क्योंकि
How you will take it as a joke, because it's a very serious matter.
Ran of Kutch, there are many others. Yes, there are many others. If I start listing them, देखिए मजा तो तब आता.
You have a pleasure when you give free hand. There are many honorable leaders who can speak very well. I was listening to my friend Shashi Tharoorji. He is a very good speaker. This is a different matter that for certain days he is not being allowed from his leadership. But I felt very good while he was speaking. Sir, but please listen to me what I say. Please listen to me. But I felt very good that nobody could prevent him from speaking in the national interest. And we feel good.
I would request my friends on the other side that before they raise issues about China, they must, and they talk about candor, they must speak with candor about any MOUs that they might have with the Chinese ruling party? Does the Indian public not have a right to know what is the understanding that the Congress party has with the Chinese Communist Party? Does it not raise questions when they keep raising points and rebuttals and issues which are constantly aimed against the Indian armed forces, which are constantly aimed against the government of India? But as I said, in so many appearances before global media, I have not seen them raise questions about China other than praising China's technology and drones. I have not seen them questioning Pakistan for all the absurd and false claims that it makes. Sir, I said earlier that globally experts are recognizing India's indigenous capacities. I just point out two experts, sir, and then I'll start coming to my conclusion. Sir, John Spencer, who's the chair of Modern War Institute in the US last year in 2024, he said, "Make in India has transformed the country's defense landscape. From meeting 32% of the Army's ammunition needs domestically in 2014, in 2024, India meets 88% of its ammunition needs domestically." Sir, another expert, Tom Cooper, who is a military historian and an aviation analyst, says this right after Operation Sindur's attack on Pakistan. Quote, "The world knew about India's capability, but it had not been demonstrated before. And all of a sudden, within 24 hours, India showed that it can hit Pakistan hard." Unquote. Sir, the reality is, all the statistics that I have been citing about hitting Pakistani air bases, about hitting Pakistani terrorist sites, are all backed up. They are backed up by satellite imagery. They are backed up by recordings. Whereas the Pakistani claims against India are fake. They are fake news. They are propaganda. And sadly, some of our friends, while ostensibly standing with India, standing with the government, standing with the people of India on Operation Sindur, have fallen into supporting that narrative of Pakistan. Unsubstantiated claims against India, which I think ultimately the objective of the Pakistan narrative is to demoralize our forces. It is certainly not to encourage them for all these successes that they have had. Sir, as I come to the close of my speech, I would like to point out a few other things. One of the allegations that some friends in the opposition keep making is that our position is not supported around the world, that India doesn't have friends, that India has not made its message clear. Now, nothing could be further from the truth, sir. Let me point this out. Sir, post-Pahalgam, post-Operation Sindur, India has received 61 messages from heads of state, heads of government, and vice presidents. India has received 35 messages from foreign ministers. These are all in support. India has received 38 messages from members of various parliaments and former heads of state and government, leaders of opposition from various countries, and 43 messages from heads of various diplomatic missions. I would like to cite just a few of them, sir. The United States has made it very clear, India has a sovereign right to combat terrorism. This is all post-Operation Sindur. France, quote, "unwavering solidarity and stands firmly with India." Sir, Armenia, "terrorism cannot be condoned and must be condemned. Countries have the right to defend themselves against terrorism." Russia, "this brutal crime has no justification whatsoever, and its perpetrators will face a deserved punishment." United Kingdom, "India has every right to be outraged by the Pahalgam killings." Saudi Arabia strongly denounced the terrorist attacks in Pahalgam, reaffirmed firm stance against terrorism and extremism. Sir, I can go on and on. I think one of my friends in the opposition mentioned that Iran from whom we buy certain petro products has not condemned it. So that's not true. Iran too the president of Iran directly called up our Prime Minister Modi ji and conveyed in the strongest words the support to India. Sir, multilateral agencies like BRICS and Quad and even the FATF have all condemned the Pahalgam attack. Nobody has condemned India's right to defend itself. Nobody has opposed it. That used to be the case in the past. Nobody has said India should not be defending itself and in implementing the decisions taken by the CCS. Sir, the proof of the pudding remains in the final information that come out. Even as we were debating this issue today, some of us must have seen in the news that an Operation Mahadev is being conducted in Jammu and Kashmir, targeted at terrorists, and it appears that at least one of those eliminated today was involved in the Pahalgam attack. Now, one of the important developments that has taken place, sir, is that for 2 years now, India has been giving detailed information to the UN, to US and other countries about this outfit called the TRF, the Resistance Front. The TRF is a front organization of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, LET. Sir, as terrorist organizations get proscribed and have limitations, don't have as much freedom to move money and have training camps, they come up with all these new names and new structures. Sir, I think our friends who for several weeks now have been going around saying that India has not been succeeding in taking its message around the world should acknowledge just a few days ago, the United States has proscribed the TRF as a terrorist organization, as a global terrorist threat. Sir, India has been succeeding. It is not enough to just stand with the people of India. Of course, you must stand with the people of India because otherwise you get completely sidelined. It is also important to celebrate India's successes. It is also important to boost the morale of our armed forces, to boost the morale of our scientists and technologists who have developed these indigenous equipment and indigenous armaments. Sir, as I close, I would like to just point out two things. Sir, with your indulgence, I would like to paraphrase a line from a Hindi film of about 4 years ago. No, the film was called Sardar Udham, and उसमें एक लाइन था सर, लाइन था कि दुश्मन को दर्द का एहसास.
It was the thing that the enemy has to feel the pain, then only the response is complete. I want to say that Operation Sindur is that response by which the pain was there and the message both were there.
Sir, as I close, I would like to point out the following. Those who are still wanting to test Bharat's will, the willpower of the Indian government and the Indian people, will be in a very sorry situation. Sir, in concluding, I must also point out that when we sent out delegations, 7 delegations went out to different countries. I was part of one of them. And the experiences that we had was very clear. All these nations unequivocally understood and supported India's stance. All these nations reiterated India had a right to self-defense and to hit back against terror. Every one of them condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. And sir, I would like to make one point here. Sir, many of these countries have given their highest honors to Prime Minister Modi. I believe of the countries that we visited, more than 11 have given their highest honors. Sir, what is important is that these are not just personal honors for our Prime Minister. Of course, we are all personally proud that the Prime Minister of India has been given the highest civilian and military honors in so many different countries. We went to 4 countries in my group, to Saudi Arabia, to Kuwait, to Bahrain, to Algeria. 3 out of those 4 countries have given their highest honors. Sir, It is important for the nation. It is not just a personal recognition. It is important for the nation. We experienced, our group experienced when we went, the impact that this has had, the impact of India's foreign policy of the Modi government has had on all these nations. And we perceived that strength and that support. In conclusion, sir, those who are still wanting to test India's will, let them know we are a people of peace, but we are not prisoners of it. Let them know we don't seek conflict, but we will not fear it. Let them know we never start fights, but we never lose them either. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
माननीय श्री दीपेंद्र हुड्डा जी।
पहलगाम आतंकी
Honorable Chairman, sir, the martyrs who lost their lives, these 26 citizens who lost their lives, I pay my tributes to them, and then I want to pay my obeisance to the army, the defense services of our country. I just salute them, and the Indian army must be thanked here that this kind of army is one of the best forces we have, that is of India, and this is our military. And I always keep my tricolor above, and this army does that. And the valor of this defense forces is not a matter of discussion. And this time and again, this treasury benches, they talk about the valor and the bravery of our military. We are all involved in that, the praise for the military. You bring one proposal, a motion to pay the respects and regards to our services. You can bring that, we will favor that, we'll support that. It's not a matter of discussion. Matter of discussion is this, that the military did its job, but whether the treasury benches leaders did the job or not, that is a question. That is a matter of discussion. The matter of debate is this, that the treasury benches, what is the modus operandi in the system on Operation Sindur, on this, during the time, and it's our democracy, is a job of the opposition. If the treasury bench, the ruling party, when fails in its duty, then we have to point it out and give it and bring it before the people of this country. That's a responsibility in this democracy. And the opposition has done its duty to its diligent level. We did our duty when Pahalgam terrorist attack took place, and we said we are with you. We told that we have to give the response back to the enemy. But what did you do? You asked for this all-party meeting, but in that meeting, Prime Minister was not there. It was shown that he was busy. If he was busy, the dates could have been changed. And even if you held it at 12 o'clock at night, then our leaders would have come there to join there with Prime Minister. We should have shown our power that we're together, but you lost the chance. You didn't create that chance. After that, Operation Sindur was started, and the military of our country showed its power and prowess. And there was a time when, after this 9th, when world recognized that we in military we have the upper hand, and we were definitely going to grab them by their. But then the ceasefire was held. We could have given a befitting response to the enemies, as in the case of 1971, we bifurcated Pakistan in two parts, and we had taught such a lesson to Pakistan. You always used to say that in Pakistan or Kashmir we had to occupy that back, but now in future, how will you talk about that before this nation? And all your speeches you mentioned that Pakistan was knees. You only say, but if they were there on the knees, then definitely why this ceasefire was held, which was approved by you, and you say that if we have them in their weakest position, then why did we do so? We had this pain that the feelings of this country were given a ceasefire's place. And we could have definitely retaliated in a big way. And a tweet of USA and they had tweeted before your announcement from USA, and I'll come afterwards. But what are the conditions for this ceasefire? You must put it before the nation. But apart from this condition, before the ceasefire, also one strategic failure was there, and in the time, like Rajnath Singh ji also mentioned, it was the biggest strategic failure when Honorable Minister of External Affairs was there. If he telephoned that we are going to target the military stations, the terrorist establishments, and we won't hit any military and the civilian targets. But it was sad, and you accepted, and you had given the clean sheet to army and the government of Pakistan, and you saw different perspectives. Whereas the country also feels and the world knows that the government of Pakistan, the army of Pakistan, there is no difference between them and the terrorists. They are together. They are the gloves in the hand in gloves with them. And you just said that we just hit the strategic locations, military, the terrorist targets were targeted, but you gave the chance to the military of Pakistan. And what is the role of external affairs? And schools, colleges, or the roads are not being considered by this ministry. It's your job that you have to tell the friendly nations you to increase their numbers, and the external affairs and this foreign policy of this 11 years was brought to the fore when you had this kind of conflict. How many countries supported you and how many countries supported Pakistan? The world has seen. And this thing and this acceptance, when Jan Pandaji also mentioned, my friend, I was telling the names of the countries which had supported or condemned this attack. I want to ask him, name one country which has condemned the terrorist attack, and they said that Pakistan is behind this, and we condemn Pakistan also. Not even a single country has condemned Pakistan. And China, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Malaysia are such countries which supported Pakistan, but with you, nobody supported. And this thing you also know, that 11 years of foreign policy which you have, you visit all countries of the world. As an Affairs Minister, you have visited all countries, or other officials visited, Prime Minister visited. The truth came to the fore when after this incident, on all members, you had to entrust the member of parliament, you had the representation, delegation of MPs, you sent to the different countries for 11 years. What were you doing? When you came to us for help. So your foreign policy, second lacuna which was there, multinational institutions in that 1 month when they supported Pakistan, and you failed in stopping their support to Pakistan, and the IMF gave 1 billion loan to Pakistan even during the time of conflict. Maybe it has happened in the first time in the history of nation. $1 trillion loan was signed for Pakistan, and World Bank gave $40 million investment in Pakistan in the same month, and ADP in that $800 million loans are sanctioned to Pakistan in the same month. And United Nations also Security Council in that Pakistan's on counter-terrorism, they became the co-chairman, and they were given the lead role. So you couldn't stop that. FATF, which is Financial Action Task Force, in which in 2011 Pakistan was blacklisted, but in FATF they were put in the grey list in 2011 during the UP government regime, and in 2022 FATF in that from grey and black they were ousted from that, and it was you couldn't stop that from happening in your foreign policy. The other lacuna which I want to point it out is about the countries of the world, Russia and other countries also compared India and Pakistan. How it's possible? How can we agree to this? One country is the country which is giving nutrition to the terrorism, and we are the victims of terrorism, and we are fighting this order of international politics. But you've seen time and again many countries had compared us with Pakistan. This was the failure of our foreign policy. In the case of USA, you can see it's the same country where time and again in the history we have shown eye to the USA, we have given response to them, but in 2 last decades our relations have improved with USA. We do agree with that. We have seen the ups and downs of relations with the USA in 1971 when USA showed its eye to India that you cannot send the forces inside Bangladesh. And Indira gave befitting response to USA, and in Bangladesh our army went there. We responded to them, and we talked about the nuclear test during the times of Indira Gandhi or during the times of Atalji. USA, when tried to stop us from doing that, we showed the eye to USA and did not accept their pressures. So this is the same country with USA. When you talk about shaking hands with them, you talk about support. You are reading the support of a letter of support with USA. Where Jayant Pandaji was reading that, and Obama ji when he went here about talked about 26/11 happened in Mumbai. Then the President Obama, he came from Washington, Delhi. Joint session was held. I was also a member. Jayant Panda was also a member. And President Obama said that in Pakistan, the safe haven of Pakistan won't be tolerated. And this was the support. He shook hands also, gave support also. And USA, now you can see whether you want to shake hands with USA or you want to show eye to them. We don't know. And the US president on 28 times, he has said the ceasefire was held because of him. And these things he's mentioning that about trade also, he has issued some warnings. He has liked our Indian army. And lastly, US president is mentioning, he says not just trade, but he says that 5 jets were drowned, and we suffered the losses of 5 jets also in Kashmir. Also is mentioned that USA has brought this peace, but it's a matter of grave concern that in the matter of Kashmir and the intervention of the foreigners, because RSS also has stand whether this foreign policy of RSS is changing, whether they have this concern that US is intervening. It's a matter of grief again that 28 times USA has claimed from his own mouth and saying it time and again. But our country chief, our country head, the prime minister never said these things. And USA has to choose. USA has to decide what kind of relations it wants with India, with a very strong country like India. We are the strong nation, and we cannot compare ourselves with Pakistan. They have to choose to whom they want to go sideline with, whether Pakistan or India. You have to show eye or you want to shake hands. You improve the relations with USA, and Donald Trump must be stopped. His mouth must be stopped. Otherwise, in India, you stop McDonald, and they don't have any right to run on both the horses, to drive both the horses like that. And the third failure of our foreign policy is about China. I want to remind you that Asif Munir, when he was at lunch in China, he was given food, and he was saying that Donald Trump must be given Nobel Peace Prize. When he was saying this thing, it was a coincidence that in China, trilateral discussion was going on between China, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. It was trilateral discussion between these 3 countries. And on China, our leader Rahul Gandhi always warned you in this house also, but his things were taken very lightly. And today we are warning, our military is warning you on matter of China. And Deputy Chief of Army Staff Rahul Singh also has stated that in this war, Pakistan was in the surveillance equipment, in platform, in uniform, every aspect. Pakistan was supported by China, and DGMO matter came up when Pakistan. So when this war was happening, ambassador of China in Pakistan, he was in the MO room and he was sitting in the headquarters of Pakistan Army. This DGMO Pakistan has mentioned these things. What was your response to this? You said that the ambassador of China, you have not even called him on this matter. You have not taken any action. When Turkey supported Pakistan and they sent their fleet of ships, then in Cyprus, our country had Prime Minister went there. It was a good message. But the real enemy, China, if you had to give this message, our Prime Minister should have gone to Taiwan to send the message to China. You forgot that aspect on 6th July when Rahul Singh Ji, General Rahul Singh, when he said that China is behind all this thing. What was your response? That is an affairs minister. On 10th July, you went to Beijing. You didn't go to Taiwan, and your tweet was there that SCO chairmanship of China, we support that. and we are improving our relations. This kind of pressure you are bearing against China, and China is such country we should not take it lightly. And one more thing which mentioned by External Affairs Minister, and on defense preparedness also, I would like to say that we have seen that what was said with Army, Navy, Air Force. I would like to speak on this Army and Air Force speeches. You must have to listen, Defense Minister. You also have to listen about the 11 policy of defense. On that, this report card, which what we say, you don't accept that, but Deputy Chief of Army Staff, when he says, Lieutenant General Rahul Singh mentioned what he said that the statement of Rahulji on China, he said that
was supposed to be received in January has not been delivered yet. We still depend on a lot of things from outside. And if all that equipment was made available, the story may have been little different. ये उन्होंने कहा.
This was the thing he mentioned these things. And Air Marshal Singh Sahab, we have proud in him, he said that Air Marshal also said
That I can think of has been completed on time. Why should we promise something which cannot be achieved? Air Force carry army.
The Air Force is saying that, the Army is saying that. From your party, Hudaji, in today's list, a lot of names are there. That is why, kindly conclude your speech as soon as possible, and only give me a second, Hudaji. One second, Hudaji. You have to stop for a second. If the House allows, so the proceedings of the House till 12 a.m. we can have the proceedings till then. Thank you. Now you can conclude. Not only the Defense Minister, the standing committee, the parliamentary standing committee, and their report, you don't pay attention to that. The report of 2018 and 2023, what did it say? You are just decreasing the budget, defense budget. In these 11 years, the defense budget as a percentage of GDP and as the percentage of budget in these 11 years, the defense budget has gone from 2.5 to 1.9%, and this defense budget in the percentage of GDP, it is the lowest after 1962 war. And the standing committees were telling you this is not right, this is not correct, and you decreased the defense budget and you brought the schemes like Agnivir, and we had pride on the army, and we think it was not good for the army. And one more unfortunate thing is this, that you have decreased the budget for the Air Force as well. Rahul Gandhiji, our leader, has been talking about the same. In our country, we need 60 squadrons today. 41.1 squadrons were sanctioned in 2011 during UPA, but on the surface, only 31 squadrons are there in the Air Force, and out of these 30 squadrons, there are Jaguar-like aircrafts, and they were crashed. And 2 pilots from Haryana were martyred in this crash. Thank you, Chairman, sir, that you gave me the opportunity to speak on such an important topic. Especially, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude. Sir, Chairperson, sir, I demand that they consider our suggestion that our armed forces and the Air Force should be modernized, the budget should be increased. We are talking about 2 and 3 front wars today. Today, the Pakistan is taking 82% and Bangladesh 71% of weapons they're taking from China. And the network and platform and the modernization should be there. You are saying that the Operation Sindur is still continuing. And if you want to do, you have to strengthen the armed forces of our country, and we will be with you. Thank you, Chairman, sir. And you gave me the opportunity to speak on such an important topic like Operation Sindur. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our party leader, the head Chirag Paswan, and the first female MP who's going to speak about this topic today in the House. I am proud that I've got the opportunity to speak on Operation Sindur, and it will be written in the history, in the books of history with golden words, because on the global level, a new normal has been set up for India. This new normal, this base, it was written centuries back in the Ramcharitmanas.
राम सकोप तब भय,
which means that
Brightness are the true bases, but unless some strength is displayed, nothing happens.
दम्य
and because of their valor from our armed forces today, India has been doing very well on this global world stage. What is this new India? So Gautam Buddha and Mahavir, we are following their path for peace. But when we have to talk about the interest of the country, so we also take care of the Sudarshan Chakra of Krishna and the bow and arrow of Lord Ram. So there are two parts of this discussion today. First is the attack on Pahalgam, and second is Operation Sindur. In Pahalgam, the attack which was done, it was not on the citizens but on the humanity. And the terrorists asked the religion and they killed the men in front of their wives, daughters, and mothers. And at the entire country, we cannot forget the picture that when a newly married woman was sitting beside her husband, and it actually shook the entire country. But the unfortunate part is that even today in our country, there are people, those who have more anguish and pain in their heart for Palestine rather than Pahalgam because it serves their politics. But people, those who have kept mum for politics, our diligent Prime Minister, he did not only wipe the tears of the women, but also again did the work for their dignity. We want to say that it is a new India. And now we do not light up the candles, but we burn the enemies. And if we do not go and work for our country, we work for the diplomacy as well. So I would like to share a couplet.
करते हैं
Times of messages are gone. Those who will launch attack on the soul of India would be sent to the graveyards. I listened to the friends from the Congress. They were mentioning 1971. They were mentioning the acts by Indira Gandhi that she did this and that, but they ne- they never give any credit to Jagjeevan Ramji. He played an important role. He was the then chief defense minister. Bangladesh rewarded him, declared him as war hero in 1971, and after the war also he worked for the rehabilitation of the soldiers, but the Congress party would never recognize this because they have apathy for Dalit leadership. They just want to garner votes from the Dalits, but they do not want to respect the Dalits. They just want to display the portrait of Baba Sahib for lip service. If you talk about the Operation Sindur, not only destroyed the terror launch pad, but we actually destroyed the whole intent of the Pakistan, their courage, their willpower. In our enemy country there is a young leader, and in our country there is a young leader. We have separate parliaments, leaders are different, but their questions are same. Opposition, the question by opposition and the question by the enemy are same. How can this happen? This a coincidence? I want to challenge my friends from the opposition that kindly rise above the political slugfest and think about the benefit of the nation. If the soldiers are fighting on the border, then we do not ask the questions, rather we salute them. So if I'm listening to the members from opposition, and if we listen to what they are saying that government has surrendered. We they have very this word surrender is very dear to them, because history is witnessed that many a times they have led India surrender in front of global fraternity. In 1962, due to the friendship policy of Nehru, our country was destroyed and more than 14,000 square miles were occupied by the enemy country. The then president of US said that India was begging before us. In 1971, in Western media reported whatever they said about Prime Minister, they about India, they said they reported that India is a cheater country and Indian citizens are basically cannot be believed. This was the image of India in your regime in 1985. In 1985, the classified report by CIA say that external forces were running the government in India. They were running the show in India. In 2001, the biggest democracy and its temple of the democracy was attacked, and they kept mum. In 2008, Mumbai attack happened and the whole country was shocked, but they did not do anything. They did not give any reply to the terrorists, and today we have given reply to them, and this has happened under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji. But their national president, Congress party national president, says that Operation Sindur is a small, trivial operation. It reflects their thought, it reflects their ideology. They think that Operation Sindur is a trivial operation, whereas it is not their problem. It comes from their ideology. It says that if somebody is advocating and encouraging the Hindu religion, then it is saffron terrorism. But for their politics, they claim that terrorism is faithless. So why is this hypocrisy? Terrorists have killed our people on the line of faith. Before killing them, they were inquiring about the faith. I want to tell you that the Sanatan, which was not destroyed by the sword of the Mughal, which was not destroyed by the cannons of British, so that can never be destroyed by their sectarian politics. Terrorists, when they were killing our brothers, then prior to this, they asked them to read the kalma, like, since I am their citizen, I am their sisters, since I being the daughter of this country, I want to recite Mahabharat for them. Mahabharata is a story of religion and uh, truth, but it is also a story of vengeance of Draupadi, and it is ingrained in our culture that if the dignity of women is violated, then Mahabharata would be played out again. And it is written in the Mahabharata that if we protect the religion, then the religion protects us. It is written, it is ingrained in the Maharashtra. Especially, I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, who conducted Operation Sindoor and also named it Operation Sindoor, and it gave a message to the whole world that what is the price of a small amount of vermilion, and it restored the pride and courage of the sisters and mothers of our country, and those who try to attack the sindoor of mothers and sisters of our country were destroyed by the brave soldiers of our country. I would like to recite one poem. If it comes to the principles, we must fight back, and if we are alive, then we should be seen as alive. India is a great country, and the blood of unity and integrity are flowing in our veins, and whenever our integrity and sovereignty would be attacked, we would respond with all strength and faith. Thank you.
जी श्री अभय सिन्हा जी.
धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. I would like to appreciate and honor the valor and the courage shown by the armed forces of our country. In Pahalgam, the terrorist attack that took place and the tourists, those who lost their lives. I salute them. I remember them. And the armed forces, those who lost their personnel, I salute them. Madam, this is a very serious question. And as the House wanted, and as I've been listening, this is the first time that I have won and come in this House, and I'm seeing the discussions, and on such a serious issue as well, people are commenting this is against the dignity of the House, of the Parliament. I don't want to make any special comments here. I would like to ask a few questions from the government. This incident, this attack took place on the basis of religious hatred. The people were searched for, frisked for, and only Hindus were targeted, as the witnesses, those who were present there, have told. Madam, in this time, during these times, I would like to talk about a Muslim man and his martyrdom, who was operating the mules, and it tells us that terrorism has no religion, but yes, the objective is to create discord between the religions. And I can say it very clearly, the terrorism that is there in the country and its objective is same, that in this country the religious discord increases. That is their objective, and to increase that, to lay emphasis on that, our people as well, people of this country, they also go in the same direction, and that is unfortunate and it is bewildering to me. When this incident took place, a lot of people have been to Pahalgam. The police administration, the lack and the absenteeism of police administration, has this been looked into? And when this incident took place, so the security situation, and why was there lapse? Why was there a lapse? Has the government inquired about it? Who is to be blamed? Has the government given the answer? Not given, ma'am. We would like to know that the investigation of the attack that took place in Pahalgam, and that there was no security system. So there should be a clear investigation and the government should answer the same. Madam, what result did we see? The tourism industry has bit the dust in Kashmir. 50% of the tourists on the same day, madam, 3,337 passengers, the tourists, they went out of Kashmir and they went to their homes. And our Home Minister kept saying that come to Kashmir, enjoy your vacation, there is no problem, there is no trouble, the situation is normal here. While addressing the nation, the Minister of Home Affairs said this, and the tourists of our country went there into droves. And I feel that from the side of the government, it's a big security lapse on their part. It's a big fault, big mistake. Like the way they arranged the Kumbh Mela and the way they advertised it, and during the Kumbh Fair, the security measures were not kept in observance. And similarly about Kashmir as well, the government said that there is no problem in Kashmir, you come and enjoy your vacation, and people went there without getting scared, and such a big incident took place. So I would like to tell the government that they need to look into this. Madam, the role of media in this, the incident and the way in which it took place, and the way Operation Sindur worked and operated, I would like to ask the government that people like Hashim Musa, the main culprit of this incident, they are still alive. Why don't you answer about this? We would go, and you would also go when the time comes. The people of this country have understood everything. You are just making false promises. I would like to request the government, madam, that in this condition, ex- should the media look out for TRP apart from truth? Should there be no model code of conduct? I would like to speak to the government that the parliament should form a committee where there are guidelines, there should be no censorship, and this is my demand from the government. We want the LOC, the security should be increased there. The CISF and their special team should be formed for the tourists, and the people, those who have seen these mishappenings, they should get the financial help and the jobs as well. And I would also like to request that people like Sayyid Adil Hosha, they should get the good treatment and they should get the honor at the national level, so that the people of that region, they feel that they have done good job, and that is why they should be rewarded. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, madam. On behalf of YSR Congress Party, we strongly reaffirm its commitment to India's national security. Operation Sindur, launched on 7th May 2025, was a focused intelligence-led response to the horrific Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 innocent people lost their lives, madam. TRF, a known proxy of Lashkar-e-Taiba, claimed responsibility for the attack, further confirming the continued threat of Pakistan-backed proxy warfare in Jammu and Kashmir. India's response was one of necessary deterrence, not retaliation. With remarkable precision and restraint, the armed forces avoided civilian and military zones to strike 9 identified terrorist facilities, reflecting India's adherence to international norms even under severe provocation from Pakistan, madam. In a sharp contrast, Pakistan responded with indiscriminating shelling along the LOC, leading to civilian deaths in Poonch and Rajouri. Madam, we applaud the Indian Armed Forces for their precise execution of Operation Sindur, made possible by the integration of cutting-edge technology. The use of night vision drones, satellite tracking, and modern guided weaponry ensured that every strike was swift, deliberate, and accurate. The entire mission was completed in less than half an hour, catching Pakistani air defense systems completely clueless. This operation represents a defining moment in India's defense capabilities. While Pakistan relied on drone swans to overwhelm, India responded with superior unmanned systems that delivered focused strikes on strategic targets. Madam, another alarming front of aggression has been the surge in cyber attacks originating from Pakistan. In the immediate aftermath of the Pahalgam attack, India faced coordinated digital offensive targeting critical infrastructure, municipal portals, and defense-linked portals. Over 1.5 million intrusion attempts were recorded, with malicious actors attempting to breach sensitive networks, deploy malware, spoof GPS signals, and deface official websites. While the majority of these attacks were neutralized, a small number did succeed, madam. So these events serve as a stark reminder that cyber warfare is active and evolving, and hence Government of India must now invest not only in conventional defense but also in digital resilience. Our party, YSR Congress, extends its heartfelt solidarity to the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir. After years of instability, the region has shown promising signs of democratic revival, madam. The April 2025 Pahalgam terror attack was a significant setback, but the resilience of the Kashmiri people remains undeterred. Notably, the newly launched Vande Bharat train service has had a remarkable positive impact. Also, the phased reopening of most parks and most tourist destinations that were closed following the attack signals not only restored confidence but also the region's collective determination to move forward, madam. Madam, finally, we must take note of an admission made by the Pakistan's own leadership. In a television interview with journalist Yalda Hakim, Pakistan Defense Minister openly acknowledged that Pakistan for decades funded and supported terrorist groups. Madam, this is not a speculation, it is a public confession by the government of Pakistan. Such a statement confirms what India has long maintained, that terrorism sponsored by Pakistan is not a rogue phenomenon but a state-facilitated strategy. This should further strengthen international resolve to hold Pakistan accountable and reject any attempts to deflect blame or obscure the facts. Thank you for this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise to apprise this august House of the foreign policy dimension of our response to the Pahalgam terrorist attack, going into the preparations for Operation Sindur and how foreign policy was handled during Operation Sindur. As all the honorable members would appreciate, it was important to send a clear, strong, and resolute message after the Pahalgam attack. Our red lines had been crossed, and we had to make it very apparent that there would be serious consequences. As a result, the first step which was taken was that a meeting of the Cabinet Committee of Security took place on the 23rd of April, and that meeting decided that one, the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance with immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. Two, the integrated checkpost Atari would be closed with immediate effect. Three, Pakistani nationals who are traveling under SARC visa exemption scheme will no longer be allowed to do that. Four, the defense, naval, and air advisors of the Pakistani High Commission would be declared persona non grata. And five, the overall strength of the High Commission would be brought down to 30 from the number of 55. It was very clear, Honorable Speaker, sir, that after this first set of steps approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security, that India's response to the Pahalgam attack will not stop there. Our task from a diplomatic perspective, from a foreign policy approach, was to shape the global understanding of the Pahalgam attack. What we tried to do was to bring out to the international community Pakistan's long-standing use of cross-border terrorism. We highlighted the history of terrorism in Pakistan and how this particular attack was meant to target the economy of Jammu and Kashmir and to sow communal discord among the people of India. Our messages were two. One, zero tolerance of terrorism, and two, the right to defend our people against terrorism. So all the interactions we did, the diplomatic briefings, we called all the embassies for briefings. We interacted with the media. All of this was aimed at these two objectives: zero tolerance of terrorism and the right to defend ourselves, right to defend the people of India against cross-border terrorism. Now, the focus for our diplomacy was understandably the UN Security Council. And Honorable Speaker, sir, the challenge for us was that at this particular point, Pakistan is a member of the Security Council. We are not. So we had to achieve our objectives in a Security Council where Pakistan is a member. Now, our goals in the Security Council were two. One, to get an endorsement from the Security Council of the need for accountability, and two, to bring to justice those who perpetrated this attack. And I am glad to say, Speaker, sir, and I hope that this is appreciated and recognized by the House. If you look at the Security Council statement of 25 April, the members of the Security Council condemned in the strongest terms the terrorist attack. They affirmed terrorism in all its forms and manifestations constitute one of the most serious threats to international peace and security. And most important, the Council underlined the need to hold the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice. I highlight this, Speaker, sir, because this statement of the UN Security Council resonated throughout the international community. So when many honorable members asked today, where was the world on Pahalgam? I think the answer is there. The answer is there in a Security Council statement which says, hold them accountable, bring them to justice, and that is exactly what we did through Operation Sindur. Now, I also want, Honorable Speaker, sir, through you, to bring to the attention of the House a very interesting development pertaining to the TRF, the resistance front. When the Security Council was debating this on the 25th of April, and TRF had twice claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan defended the TRF. Pakistan tried to get any mention of TRF excluded. And in fact, the Pakistani foreign minister told his parliament that this is a great diplomatic achievement. Now, I mention it because today, again, thanks to our diplomacy, the TRF has been designated as a global terrorist organization by the US government. And the same Pakistani foreign minister who took so much pride saying, I defended the TRF, says, well, now if the US has done this, we accept it. So that is where the Security Council issue stood. If I could then, sir, move on to the diplomacy from 25th of April till the commencement of Operation Sindur. During this period, there were obviously a number of phone calls, a number of conversations. At my level, there were 27 calls. At Prime Minister, I think almost 20 calls. About 35, 40 letters of support came in. And what we tried to do was to create a narrative, prepare the diplomacy for the launch of Operation Sindur. And the result of that diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, sir, there are 193 nations of the members of the United Nations. 193. Only 3, apart from Pakistan, opposed Operation Sindur. Only 3. If you look through this period, and I would be very happy to share with the House the exact positions of various governments, overwhelmingly, there was recognition that terrorism is unacceptable, that a country which has been attacked has a right to defend itself, and that India was doing exactly that. Now, when Operation Sindur was launched, We spelled out our objectives. There was a statement, Honorable Raksha Mantriji referred to it in his statement, where we put out for the benefit of our own people, for the international community, that Operation Sindur was hitting the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks had been planned and launched. We highlighted that 9 sites had been targeted, and we said that our actions are focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And we were living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held accountable. This was a commitment which was endorsed by the UN Security Council, thanks to our diplomacy. It was a commitment made by the Prime Minister to the people of India that we would hit those symbols, those sites, those planning places. So today, when I hear many questions from across the aisle, I want to say, which one of you imagined that Bhavalpur and Muridke would be brought down the way it was? Which one of you thought of it? When did you even think of it during your tenure? Did it even cross your mind? In fact, on the contrary, you ruled it out after 26/11. So I think our objectives are very clear. We wanted to send a message to the terrorists. We wanted to send a message to Pakistan that do not continue this support for terrorism. And I think on the morning of 7th of May, that message went home loud and clear. Now, sir, during this period, there was, when the operations were on, when the conflict, when the activities were on, operation is still continuing. A number of countries, number of their leaders, ministers, others called up. And they called up because people wanted to know what is happening. People wanted to know what is the thinking of India. People wanted to understand what we are doing. And I would like to share with the House, sir, through you, to everybody, we gave a common message. The common message was India is exercising its right to defend itself against terrorism. Number 2, the targets which were hit on the 7th of May are known terrorist headquarters and infrastructure. Number 3, there will be no mediation. Anything between us and Pakistan is bilateral. Number 4, we will never bow down to nuclear blackmail. Number 5, we are responding to Pakistani military attacks because after Operation Sindur was launched, they had started targeting our military facilities. And we will continue to hit the Pakistani military. If the fighting is to stop, Pakistan must request it. And that request must come through the designated channel of DGMOs. This was a common message that we had given to many people who had called us during that period. Our position was very, very clear in how we were approaching the progress of Operation Sindur. Now, sir, many members asked, some out of genuine curiosity, some perhaps less, what was the international support? How much international understanding was there of India's position? I would like to share with you a sample. So let me start with countries who are known to be partners of India. Quad. Quad gave a statement which says the Quad unequivocally condemns all acts of terrorism and violent extremism in all its forms and manifestations, including cross-border terrorism. We condemn in strongest terms the terrorist attacks in Pahalgam on 22 April and call for perpetrators, organizers, and financiers of this reprehensible act to be brought to justice without any delay. Now, sir, this is the Quad. Now, let us look at a different grouping, BRICS. Now, BRICS has China as a member, Russia as a member, it has Iran as a member, Brazil, South Africa, Egypt. BRICS also condemned the April 22 attack. It reaffirmed its commitment to combating terrorism again including cross-border terrorism. Now, I would like members of this House to understand, if India is attacked, if there is a terrorist attack on India and a country says we condemn cross-border terrorism, I think it is obvious to everybody what that cross-border terrorism is. So, I then move on, sir, to the Central Asia. The Central Asian countries opposed providing safe haven using terrorist proxies for cross-border terrorism, for terror financing. Now, I can cite statements from the Indian Ocean Rim Association, from individual countries, range of them. President Putin, for example, has said, he wrote to our president and said, this brutal crime has no justification whatsoever, and its perpetrators will face a deserved punishment. The president of Paraguay has said that he expresses solidarity and recognized India's legitimate right to self-defense. So the main point, the common thread, sir, which I would like to bring out is that number one, a cross-border terrorism across the board has been recognized, all forms and manifestations, opposition to condemnation of Pahalgam terrorist attack, and the right of India to bring people to justice. Now, sir, in addition to that, I would particularly like to mention 2 or 3 other developments. One, the American designation of TRF. On the 17th of July, the Department of State designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization and a specially designated global terrorist. Now, this comes in the wake of the extradition of Tahawur Rana, who was involved in the 26/11 attack. And when people ask today, how successful is your foreign policy? Where is your diplomacy? I want to say that Tahawur Rana, which many of you tried for so long to get, is finally here because of us. I want to say TRF was designated not because somebody out there made a remark. TRF was designated as a global terrorist organization because our diplomacy persuaded another country to do that. Now, our strong stance has resonated across the world. I was some time ago in Germany, and standing next to me, the German foreign minister said, India has every right to defend itself against terrorism, and Germany will support this fight against terrorism. Similar position has been taken by France. Similar position has been taken by the European Union. So what I would like to highlight, sir, is that today, in where Operation Sindur is concerned, there has been, the world sees what it is about. The world realizes this is a fight against terrorism. It is felt that India has acted responsibly but firmly. Now, I would like, sir, to address one particular aspect because some members have brought it up. And this is regarding the US activity during this period. Sir, I'd like to inform the House that on the 9th of May, Vice President J.D. Vance called the Prime Minister, warning of a massive Pakistani attack in the next few hours. Prime Minister, in his response, made it very clear that if such an attack happens, it would meet with an appropriate response from our side. Now, sir, that attack took place and was foiled by our armed forces, and I think the House should collectively appreciate the performance of the armed forces in foiling what was a massive attack on the 9th and 10th, the 9th, 10th of May. Now, our response, which the Prime Minister promised, was delivered, and it was delivered with devastating effect. I don't have to say anything. Every member has seen satellite pictures of Pakistani airfields. You can see from the state of those airfields, which shown by the pictures. What was our answer? Now, on the 10th of May, we received phone calls sharing the impression of other countries that Pakistan was ready to cease the fighting. Our position was, if Pakistan was ready, we needed to get this as a request from the Pakistani side through the DGMO channel. That is exactly how that request came. Now, I want to make two things very clear, sir. One, at no stage in any conversation with the United States was there any linkage with trade and what was going on. Secondly, there was, please listen. Secondly, there was no call between the Prime Minister and President Trump from the 22nd of April, when President Trump called up to convey his sympathy, and the 17th of June, when he called up Prime Minister in Canada to explain why he could not meet. So I would again, मैं इसको दोहराता हूँ, 22 अप्रैल से 17 जून तक
मेरी एक बात की आपत्ति है.
I have objection to one thing. I have objection to one thing. The foreign minister who has taken oath on India, he's not trusting the foreign minister. He's trusting somebody from a foreign country. I can well understand that what is importance of a foreign country in his party. That doesn't mean that all these things they should impose in this house. They won't you trust the foreign minister? The foreign minister, Honorable Speaker, that is why they are sitting there, and for 20 years they are going to sit there.
Honorable Speaker, sir, in the course of the debate today, some points were made by members of the opposition. I would like to respond to some of them. We were asked, why did you stop at this time? Why did you not go further? Please see who's asking this question. This question is being asked by people who, after 26/11, felt that the best action was inaction. Now, I would like, sir, to read out, because one member said, nowadays BJP members like reading from books. You get the truth in books. Sometimes you don't like what we read in books. So let me read out, sir, two excerpts from a book by the National Security Advisor of the UPA government. After 26/11, a chapter, there's a book called Choices. He says, on sober reflection and in hindsight, I now believe the decision not to retaliate militarily, but to concentrate on diplomatic, covert, and other means was the right one for that time and place. This is what he says. But did he even do that? Because 26/11 happened in November of 2008. What was the reaction? The reaction was Sharm el-Sheikh. Was that diplomatic? Was it covert? Was it military? Now, what did Sharm el-Sheikh do? In Sharm el-Sheikh, the then government and the Pakistani Prime Minister agreed terrorism is a main threat to both countries. Now, today, sir, people are saying, America is hyphenating you, Russia is hyphenating you. That is what I heard Deepinder Huda ji say. Hello, you are hyphenating yourself. I mean, you did not need a foreign country to say, please link India to Pakistan. Your own government was saying, India and terrorism is a main threat to both countries. And then they said, terrorism should not be linked to the composite dialogue. And worst of all, they accepted a reference to Baluchistan in that. Now, Here is a country reeling after 26/11. And you are equating Baluchistan and 26/11, what happened in Mumbai? And you are saying that the perpetrator and the victim have both got a problem. And then now you are asking me, why didn't you go further? People who did nothing are asking a government which did so much, saying, why didn't you do more? Now, you might think, sir, that this is a one-off, but this is a habit, because this is the thinking in that part of the house. Some years ago, there was, if you remember, sir, the Mumbai train bombing. The Mumbai train bombing happened in July of 2006. In September of 2006, 3 months after the Mumbai train bombing, at Havana, the UPA government, with its Pakistani counterpart, condemns all acts of terrorism as though we are both again equal, and agrees that it's a scourge that we need to effectively deal with together. And then they directed again resumption of dialogue. So what I want to highlight is, for people who did nothing to have the temerity, the gumption today to ask a government which did so much, which brought down Bhavalpur and Muridko, to say, why didn't you do more? I think it's extraordinary. Now, sir, we also heard from one of the early speakers saying we are now facing a two-front, and that the leader of opposition has been warning us about two-front. Now, all I can say, sir, is the person who said it, and maybe the leader of opposition, must have missed their history lessons in school. I'll tell you why. Because I would like to walk you through the history of this two-front. The two-front started because of something called POK. POK was created in 1948-49 by the government of this country by not completing the job of what was to be done. Now, sir, the House should note these dates. The two fronts started 1963, when the Shaksgam Valley was ceded by Pakistan to China as a result of an agreement. Then in 1966, the Karakoram Highway was agreed upon, which took 20 years, was completed in 1986. Now, references were made to China-Pakistan military collaboration. So when did this collaboration start? I'll give you the year, 1966. In 1966, the first Chinese military supplies went to Pakistan. When did nuclear collaboration start? 1976. 1976, when Bhutto arranged for China-Pakistan to get together on this. And in 1980s, when Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was visiting China and Pakistan, that was when the nuclear collaboration was at its height. Now, let me go further. You will say, why are you talking history? So let me bring this further up. 2005, Pakistan-China Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. 2006, Pakistan-China Free Trade Agreement. 2013, handing over of Gwadar to China, Gwadar port to China. May 2013, announcement of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So, sir, we are getting warnings about a US-China, Pakistan-China collaboration, when this collaboration has been going on for 60 years. Now, let me also address two other points. There was a reference made to IMF that, why did you not stop? Why did you not stop?
You have raised the issue and you have to listen to the reply. You raised the issue. Your deputy leader raised this issue, so listen to the reply. As you raise the question, you will have to listen to reply also.
The loan which was given was approved in September 2024. It was an extended fund facility of $7 billion. Now, sir, the House should know, Pakistan is a serial borrower from the IMF. I think 16 or 17 times they have taken IMF package. Now, very interesting comparison, sir. In 2008, Pakistan got a standby arrangement of $9.70 billion. In 2013, it got another one of $5.9 billion. So the very people who are concerned today at a 7 billion package should remember a 15 billion package went through for Pakistan during that tenure. Now, reference was made, sir, to FATF. I want to say the longest period that Pakistan has been under FATF grey list has been under the tenure of the Modi government. During the Modi government, from 2018 to 2022, 1,576 days, Pakistan was in the grey list. Yes, they were in the grey list earlier also. I am not denying that. It was for a shorter period. But I again want the House to appreciate that the FATF meeting in May 2025 has kept Pakistan in the enhanced follow-up category, recognizing that the compliance of Pakistan is only partial. Now, sir, so much for Pakistan. Some members also raised issues pertaining to China. So I would like to spend a few minutes on that. So I would first like the House to appreciate, because today we are getting these lectures saying China is a great danger, China, Pakistan are together, we are warning you. So what does the Congress party really think about China? Don't go by what they say. Let us see what they did. In 2005, China was designated as a strategic partner during Prime Minister Wen Jiabao's visit to India. Strategic partner. And there is a concept, very famous concept called Chindia, sir, a belief that China and India have common interest. And the main proponent of Chindia is the party spokesman of the people opposite. Now, some mention was made about visits, including my visit. Yes, I went to China. I went to China to make our position very clear about de-escalation, about trade restrictions, and about terrorism. I did not go to China for the Olympics. I did not go to China for secret agreements. I did not go, sir, the House should know that people were watching Olympics when China was issuing stapled visas for people from Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu. This is the reality of China. Now, let me really tell you, sir, how is the relationship with China. Some years ago,
we should protect Honorable Foreign Minister. When he is a leader by speaking, many untruths were revealed by him. But even then, we swallowed his untruth, and he is not in a position to listen to the truth. Honorable Speaker, you have to provide, I think that you should provide protection. And we can also pass comments, but in such a serious issue, when the discussion is taking place, while Honorable Minister is speaking, it's not befitting to opposition to pass sweeping comments. Otherwise, we won't be in a position to contain our members.
We heard today a lot about what was supposed to be the thinking.
Please take your seat. You are not allowed to speak. Please take your seat.
Heard about warnings about China, cautions about China. China is planning this, China is planning that. But, sir, I want to remind this House, Doklam crisis was on. The leader of opposition decided to get a briefing from whom? Not from the government, not from the emir, from the Chinese ambassador. He took his briefing from the Chinese ambassador when our military was confronting the Chinese military in Doklam. So I want to say that I want to say, and this is the political thing. Let me, sir, give you the economic thing. In 2006, the UPA government.
Please don't comment while sitting. It's wrong. Please don't comment like that while sitting. Please don't comment while sitting.
Because I want to illustrate my points with facts. I spoke about political facts. I spoke about border facts. Let me give you an economic fact. What is the economic thinking of the Congress party about China? In 2006, the Congress party agreed to do a regional trading arrangement with China. It was finalized during the visit of President Hu Jintao. A task force was appointed. The task force gave a positive recommendation. Through the efforts of various people, this did not happen. Let me give you the technology side. The very people today who are cautioning us on China are the people who allowed 3G and 4G to come from China. It is this government which made sure there was a made in India 5G. And finally, sir, we keep speaking about the border. The border, if today, whether it is the border with Pakistan, whether it is the border with China or any other border, if our military is today able to stand its ground, the kind of massive deployment that we saw on the China border after 2020, it is because our border infrastructure budget has gone up 4 times. Our tunneling, our road building, our bridging has doubled or tripled. And this is a far cry from the period when the thinking was, let's not develop the border because then the Chinese cannot come there. We had 60 years of neglect of the border. Today, in the last 10 years, that neglect has been reversed. There is still a lot of work to be done. So I think people need to understand. And it's not just in India, sir. We have just come back from Maldives. When I hear comments about foreign policy, yesterday, day before yesterday, the Prime Minister was the guest of honor at the Independence Day of Maldives. This is the country which during their time forced an Indian company to leave an airport. That country today has invited India to build 2 new airports. Look at Sri Lanka. If the Hambantota port was built between 2005 and 2008, and at that time, it was not only, it was actually justified as saying that it has no impact on India's interest. So I want, sir, the House to appreciate that the people who are today claiming to be custodians of national security thinking, who say that they are giving warnings, let us look at the record, let us see what they did when they were in office. But now allow me to come back to Operation Sindur. So I want, sir, to conclude by saying this. The challenge of cross-border terrorism continues, but Operation Sindur marks a new phase. There is now a new normal. The new normal has 5 points. 1, terrorists will not be treated as proxies. 2, cross-border terrorism will get an appropriate response. 3, terror and talks are not possible together. There will only be talks on terror. 4, not yielding to nuclear blackmail. And finally, terror and good neighborliness cannot coexist. Blood and water cannot flow together. This is our position. So let me conclude, sir, by recognizing the role which this body and the upper house has played during this period in explaining our national position and our national interest on Operation Sindur. We had, sir, 7 parliamentary delegations which went to 33 countries. Some comments were made about those delegations. I have to tell the honorable member, Arvind Sawantji, I'm sorry, you are completely misinformed. Those delegations were received with great honor. In many cases, the foreign minister of the country met them. Please look at the tweets of people sitting next to you. That itself will tell you. And these,
इनके बगल वालों से पूछ ले वे
You can ask the people who are sitting there beside, they get information.
the delegation led by Ravi Shankar Prasad ji, by Shashi Tharoor ji, by Baijan Panda ji, by Sanjay Kumar Jha ji, by Kanimori ji, by Supriya Sole ji, and by Shrikant Eknath Shinde ji. So these 7 delegations did the nation proud. They across the board, and every member, members of opposition, members of the government, public-spirited citizens, retired diplomats, they were able to explain to the whole world our posture of zero tolerance against terrorism. So I would like, sir, to end my remarks with the hope that on an issue as important as this struggle against terrorism, we can only succeed in ensuring zero tolerance against terrorism if we have a united voice in this country against terrorism. There must not be any division of opinion on this matter. The way the parliamentary delegations behaved abroad, I hope the same solidarity will permeate the proceedings of the House. I thank you.
श्री मियां अल्ताफ अहमद
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
सर मैं उस पानी वानी हल्के से हूँ
Sir, I'm from that parliamentary constituency area where this incident of Pahalgam happened. And unfortunately, 26 innocent people were killed. I don't have words to express my grief, that I may be able to express that how this dastardly and brutal attack happened on the innocent people, and the way it can be condemned is less. And for this, I don't have the words to express. The whole world is against this kind of condemnable act. It has been condemned by the whole world. And similarly, complete area of Jammu and Kashmir, without any other program or any other thought, they vehemently spoke against this act. And there are some houses where people did not eat any food and where people didn't even sleep. And today, the incident which occurred there, and on television, the families of those persons who may have seen their wounds have become fresh again. And we have to entrust them and show them, we have to tell them that we are with them. And I'm definitely hopeful that Home Minister sir is here. And definitely those perpetrators will definitely be punished, those who committed this dastardly act. And I also feel that they must be punished in a very strict manner, so that not only just this world, but the people may also see that what happens to these kinds of acts. And similarly, Honorable Speaker, sir, there are other aspects to this picture where amongst two countries this war happened, and when this operation started, then Rajouri and Punch, they are coming under my parliamentary constituency area, and it was unfortunate that Rajouri and Punch there also, in border shelling which happened from the other side of the border, and the attack which took place from the sides of Pakistan. So very precious lives were lost during this attack. There were children amongst those, old people were there, and the youth of this country was affected.
the city of Punch, which is a city of it's very historical area, and in times it was a uh, area where this princely state was there. In 47, 65, 71, we faced the war there. But today, for the first time, in that city of Punch was there was attack, and the whole city of Punch, the whole population of that area moved. They had this kind of atmosphere of fear and apprehension, and whosoever went there, I went there and saw that people of Punch, they had left the place, items there, they fled from the place to save their lives. And similarly, the city of Rajouri, there also attack took place. 3 innocent people were killed, and one additional district development commissioner, Mr. Thapa, who is the excellent officer, he was an honest officer who had done so well in this Operation Sindur. Unfortunately, at his house also the shelling took place, and on the government quarters the shelling took place, and he succumbed in that attack. In Rajouri, their houses, shops, and business and these animals, they also just got destroyed and decimated. When attack took place in Punch, Home Minister was there. He went there. I would like to tell the Minister of Home Affairs that he went to Punch and he saw that condition there, which was very deplorable. That on walls, masjids, mosques, houses, all were attacked. And how this kind of destruction took place there, how much apprehension, fear was seen in the people. We just pray to the God that once again this kind of trouble may not occur in the border areas. These people at the border areas who have always seen the trouble and all these kinds of conflicts and these kinds of stuff of face, this kind of loss which we face, that compensation has been given by the government, but this compensation is necessary to pay to those people, those who suffered the losses, where the lives have been lost, especially for the houses, shops, and business establishments have been hampered and destroyed. And along with this, Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to say 3 days ago in Jammu, a young man of 20 years named Parvez, he was killed in the firing of police. He was from Gujar community. I want that whosoever has done this innocent killing, Home Minister Sahab may take notice of that, and against them the action must be taken. That the person of 20 years, a young man, is killed like that, if the legal action is not taken, then definitely people will get lose their faith in the justice and in the law. So these things which happen in Jammu and Kashmir and no action is taken in this regard. Home Minister Saab is requested again here that this Operation Sindur, after Pahalgam attack, those who are innocent have been apprehended, those who are in jails, their affairs, these matters must be taken up again, and it's very important that those who are innocent, they must not be incarcerated. Similarly, sir, in the border areas where earlier also lots of losses happened because of war, and today also we can see the losses happening there. This compensation should be given, bunker should be constructed there. This was the biggest demand which we raised, and everybody who went there has demanded this, and Railway Minister is also sitting here. In Rajouri and Punch, Katra train is there, and from Katra to Kashmir the train is running. In national interest, you must see that this Rajouri, for also these trains must be there, rail lines, because thousands of CRPF, BSF, paramilitary, military people are there who work there, and they must get this facility of trains who are working there. And apart from this, it's my request that in these areas where these incidents have happened, there also some arrangement must be done whereby
if it happens again, this kind of thing happens, then this population, those innocent people and very decent people and innocent people are there, they must not get affected by this. Thank you.
छोटे लाल जी,
धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
मैं समाजवादी पार्टी की ओर से
I stand on behalf of Samajwadi Party and our leader and the inspiration, source of inspiration for the crores of youth, the future of our country, Honorable Akhilesh ji, with his permission, I'm here to speak on this Operation Sindur or Pahalgam matter. And sir, tourists were attacked by the terrorists, and it was not just terrorist attack, it was the attack on the honor of our country. It was attacked. Honorable Speaker said it's very unfortunate that the Honorable Prime Minister of this country, when without speaking on anything on this matter, he came to deliver a speech in Bihar when the whole country is burning and when tricolor is dishonored. Then the Prime Minister of the country, without speaking anything, he just keeps mum. It's very unfortunate. It's a very great slap on the face of democracy. And the martyrs of the military when he delivered the speech on those people, and why is keeping mum on this matter? And the tourists who have been killed there, their family people are asking when there when the rooms he sheds the tears, but when the military people are killed, then he goes for event management and photoshopping. He is the same person in the name of Pulwama. They keep quiet, and this is the government which, when Manipur burns, Manipur has been burning, then also they keep quiet. In Kumbh and Prayagraj also, during this stampede, the accidents happened, and the injured people were not given the compensation, and in the railway incidents also, the compensation has been paid, and the 4 persons who have been killed in Pakistan, their statistics have not been presented, and the terrorists, whether they've been killed, who killed these people in Pahalgam, whether they have been killed or not. I want to ask to this house that whether this is the new India, where the Prime Minister is doing the politics on the grief, on the sadness, whether this is the Amritkal where the country head is running away from the house and he goes to foreign countries where he can speak only Man Ki Baat, he won't speak about the country, he won't talk about the farmers. When in this house you are not here, then you are not listening to the honorable members of the house. How can you respond to them? And in these 11 years, you have been just going to foreign countries, but when the time came to support our country, then no country supported us. So that's why it's a weak prime minister, and 200, 300 kilometers of this AK-47 and these terrorists who came there after covering this distance and attacked the country and went away like that. Common men and terrorists were attacked and killed. And sir, from Pakistan border also, we see that from Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Pathankot, Kathua, Jammu, Udhampur, Patni Top, Rambang, Banihal, Anantnag are there, which are on the border. Their people reach Pahalgam. How they crossed all these places, what the security agencies were doing. In the context of Indian security, this is a huge question. And our Prime Minister says that he is not, we need Buddha, not the war. Similarly, Pakistan, China, they consider them as weak prime minister and they keep on attacking our country with the terrorist attacks. And the government of BJP has created this kind of attacks on our country during that time since this happened. Friends, I would like to question you that our under prime minister, why he's keeping quiet, wasn't he come to house? He must remember the war of 1965. He must remember the 1971 war and 1857 war when the country was slave, and in chains of slavery we were craving for independence, and our martyrs or these soldiers, they had given their lives, they had sacrificed their lives and freed our country. in West Bengal from their land. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose had exhorted to Indian people that you please give me blood, I'll give the freedom to you. Similarly, in Jharkhand, Bihar land also, Nilambar Pita Kharwar from this land, this thing was exhorted, this Britishers leave our country, otherwise these bullets will be in your chest, will be inflicting these wounds. Similarly, Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, this thing was mentioned, and whether this thing was done for the terrorist attacks and the Jawans of a country who were losing their lives for the freedom of a country, and how this firing took place. And that's why I want to say, friends, that it's the time to wake up. It's a thing of your youth with your, I want to you to wake up, and you should definitely cry for the country. And the kind of arrow which you have with which you attacked us, the same thing we should attack them with the same arrow. And we come back to Pelgam now. Our leader, who's PDA, and the Akhilesh ji, Rahul ji, and other leaders who have mentioned in this house, they have given agitated. They have, after all the requests, the discussion is in place here. It has been accepted. That discussion was not even being held. So they had requested, and then only the discussion taking place. And towards the families who lost their lives, it's a thing of relief. And whether Prime Minister accepts and has any liability or responsibility towards the house, doesn't have any sensitivity and sensibility towards those people who lost their lives, and they just want power, and you are not responsible people. That's why BJP is requested here that you please be responsible, you give respond to the questions being raised here. And the martyrdom of people has been politicized. So I thank you with this, sir.
Tejasvi Surya. You want to say something? Manya Mantri ji.
Honorable Minister, I want to make an announcement for the ministers and the members. The dining for the dinner, it's on the first floor. The members, according to their wish, they can have their dinner at 8.
Tejasvi Surya ji. कहाँ बैठे हैं? किधर बैठे हैं?
Where is he sitting? Tejasvi Surya ji, please speak up.
थैंक यू स्पीकर मैम, आपने मुझे
Thank you, Chairperson ma'am, that you have given me the opportunity to speak on this important topic. First of all, the people, those who lost their lives in the Pahalgam incident, I express my sympathies. 3 out of them were from Karnataka, and from my constituency there were 2 people, and to their families I express my condolences and sympathy. Chairperson ma'am.
showed the world that no terrorist is safe anywhere in Pakistan. वो जहां भी हो,
Wherever they are, India will find them and we will neutralize them.
under the leadership of Narendra Modi, displayed during Operation Sindur. Madam, Operation Sindur के जो
Madam, the military action of the Operation Sindur, it was different from its predecessors.
warfare. Unlike all earlier warfares, which were more conventional. In this, we had foreign supplied drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, precision guided missiles, electronic warfare, a deceptive information warfare. ये सब चल रहा था. And the strength of the Indian armed forces was proved to be second to none in the world, because 80% of Pakistani weapons are imported from China And it was India's air defense systems that had the ability to pierce through these Chinese defense systems, and we could reach our targets, the intended targets, in a precise way. The world today has accepted that India's military action through Operation Sindur is a comprehensive and total military success. It was precise, it was non-escalatory, but at the same time, it had devastating effects on the enemy. All of these years, no cost was paid by Pakistan for their misadventures. But since 2014, the new normal has changed, and if Pakistan dares to attack India, they will have to not bear the brunt of one eye for both the eyes, not one tooth for another tooth, but both the eyes for one eye, the whole jaw for one tooth. This is the new normal that Bharat has established. Madam Speaker, isse pehle,
Chairperson ma'am, prior to this, whenever India through the military action and the achievements that we achieved through that, and we squandered all these things diplomatically. We have so many examples, and the history has it about 1948, which has been talked about many a times.
had breached the LOC. And all of what is today known as Pak-occupied Kashmir was in our control. But it was this Congress party and its leadership of that time that surrendered all of Pak-occupied Kashmir. What military achievement we had gained, we squandered on the diplomatic table. 1965 maybe wahi hui.
1965 as well, 1971 as well, the same happened.
The military achievement that we achieved in Operation Sindur was crystallized and strengthened through our diplomatic onslaught that was led by the multi-party delegations and effectively led by the Prime Minister and the External Affairs Minister. मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं. आज
Today, the United States of America has designated as the terrorist organization. TRF has been designated, and I was a part of the delegation where Shashankji was with me under the leadership of Shashiji. We were in Colombia.
After our intervention, Colombia withdrew its statement and gave a statement in favor of India. Every country in the world which matters has stood with India. This is the diplomatic strength that has been gained. Madam Speaker, mujhe
Chairperson, Madam, I'm being reminded of Sri Ram. He had said,
Shastradapi Sharadapi. Usi prakar.
And similarly, India today, whether it's diplomatically or militarily, we are prepared in both the ways.
Ready to win at the military front. Madam Speaker, Aj.
Chairperson, Madam, the my friends of Congress, whatever they spoke about, I felt really awkward because the leaders of Congress, they change. But the policy of Congress remains the same throughout, from 1947 till date. The consistent policy of Congress party, it is of to weaken the armed forces of India systematically and deliberately. And I would like to give an example of this.
Nation, as an independent country, Pandit Nehru ji ki ek stated policy.
There was a stated policy by Pandit Nehru ji that India doesn't need the army. He sits with General Lokar, and Nehru says that this is rubbish, total rubbish.
Required, India ka policy is ahimsa.
The policy of India is non-violence.
Ye Nehru ji ki sarkar ki stated policy.
This was the stated policy of the Nehru government.
Remain isolated in 1947. When A.K. Anthony ji was the defense minister, it was the stated policy. Madam, my party has allotted me 15 to 20 minutes time. Please give me the time given by my party. Madam, they had a deliberate policy of not building border infrastructure. और देश के आर्मी
and the caste system in the army, it was also done by Congress party. I come from Bangalore, and in Bangalore, whether it's HAL or DRDO, there are many institutions who were weakened, that were weakened by them. Before 10 years, 10 years back, HAL did not have the order books. Today, they have more than 1 lakh crore order books, and it is because of Make in India.
strategy to weaken the armed forces. मैडम, रफाल की बात हो रही थी.
We have been talking about Rafale.
Leader of the opposition, in an extremely irresponsible fashion, tried to derail the acquisition of the all-important Rafale, and they also tried to derail the acquisition of Tejas into the armed forces. If it was not for our Defense Minister Manohar Parrikar, today LCA Tejas would not have been a reality in this country. They had tried to kill all of these made in India defense projects. Madam, 3 साल पहले,
Madam, 3 years back, General Bipin Rawat ji had talked about a very important program.
5 front war.
Today, I would like to inform the country through this August House that 0.5 front, that is the ecosystem of Congress, which is doing bad to this country from inside. And I say this with a lot of responsibility, and I will prove this with the facts. Ma'am, today, the Congress party has been talking big things and has been saying big things about terrorism.
Party towards terrorism. Madam, एक ही उदाहरण देना चाहूँ.
Ma'am, I would just like to give one example. In 2004, when their government came to power,
it was to repeal the Pota Act. 2001 Parliament attack के बाद,
after the 2001 Parliament attack, the NDA government under BJP leadership, under the leadership of Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, to strengthen the country, to
Madam, आप भी कांग्रेस.
You also come from Congress party, ma'am. I want to remind you.
हाँ, madam, when Rajiv Gandhi का ट्रायल चल रहा.
When Rajiv Gandhi ji was undergoing the trial, ma'am, the trial was going on for the death of Rajiv Gandhi. The trial court said,
we do not have exclusive terror legislations to prosecute. This was the state of affairs of this country. 2001 के बाद हमने.
After 2001, we implemented the Pota law, but after you came to the government, the first thing that you did was you removed Pota. And why did you do that? Because of the vote bank politics, and you abolished Pota Act. And after that, in 10 years, the terrorist attack became routine in this country. Ma'am, I would like to show you a list. Have a look at it. Because of the abolishing of Pota, what kind of problems did we face in the country? July 2005, the terrorist attack in Ayodhya, Ram Janmabhoomi. What did you do? You just condemned it. 2005, July 28, in the Jaunpur Shramjeevi Express, it was bombing. More than 15 people were killed. What did you do? Just condemned it. October 29, Delhi, December. Bengaluru 2005, February 2006, Gujarat, Ahmedabad, the bombing of station. In 2006, March, Varanasi, the cantonment station. July 11, 2006, Mumbai, Maharashtra, train bombings. More than 300 people were killed. Malegaon, Maharashtra 2006, Panipat, Haryana 2007, Hyderabad, Mecca Masjid bombing 2007, August 2007, Hyderabad again, Lumbini Garden, the bombing of Lumbini Garden, bombing in Lucknow 2008, in Rampur, the bombing in September, Karol Bagh was bombed, and 2008, Delhi again bombing. The list goes on.
government between 2004 and 2014, more than 8,000 civilians were killed because of terrorist attacks in this country. 8,000 terrorist civilians were killed. आपने NIA को weak किया.
You weakened the NIA. Whatever law was there, you just demolished it. And kindly listen. Let me tell you how have we strengthened the NIA.
Deliberate ploy of weakening this country from within by deliberately weakening the institutions of this country that led to 8,000 innocent civilians killed because of terrorist attacks. And this was also the position in Kashmir. Every Friday there were toll painters. Every Friday there was a plan for the next calendar of terrorist attacks. It was only after Amit Shah ji introduced the Constitution Amendment Bill to remove Article 370 that has seen a great decline of terrorist attacks in Jammu Kashmir. It happened in our government. अपने सरकार की नेतृत्व. Madam, 2004 में,
Madam, in 2004,
what were governments of the world doing? 2001 में,
in 2001, the 9/11 attacks took place. After this attack, every country in the world was strengthening the legislative framework in their country.
That deliberately as state policy chose to weaken the fight against terrorism. 2004 में. There is only one political party in the whole world which chose deliberately and very thoughtfully to repeal an anti-terror legislation, and the disfamy of that happens to the Congress party. This, the history of the country will remember it. Madam,
Madam, today people have been talking about surrender. I was seeing a couple of days back the former Home Minister of Congress. He said in an interview that in 1965, when Shastriji was leading the government, at that time, because of the intervention of Soviet government, we had the ceasefire. And he said that we are accepting it.
Actually created the ceasefire. Why are you not doing it? Madam, I want to remind the Congress party that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the leadership under Narendra Modi is not habituated like you to perform actions for the country on the behest of foreign forces. Or 2008 mein,
and in 2008,
Arun Shauri ji, Madam, I'll conclude in 3 minutes. There is a very interesting speech of Arun Shauri ji. Aajkal,
these days, a lot of statements by Arun Shauri ji are being quoted by them. Arun Shauri ji had told when he was speaking in the Rajya Sabha.
Running to mummy. Mummy he meant was the United States. And I want to remind again today that the Congress party, especially under its present leadership, should stop running to mummy. Because mummy tak jana, mummy pe nirbhar.
Because to be dependent on the mummy, and this has become a tradition and of the leaders of this party.
And respond in its own right. Madam, मैं आपको ये भी
Madam, I would also like to inform you that today the Prime Minister of this country and his foreign policy have been questioned by the opposition.
Responsible manner. The leader of the opposition is using and coining the word surrender and surrender. Madam, मैं आपको बता
I would like to tell you,
and you are the surrendering forces of the country. Madam, आप 30 सेकंड दीजिए, मैं conclude.
Ma'am, please give me 30 seconds. I would conclude. When the Uri attack took place, or the Balakot attack, when it happened, we went inside Pakistan and we killed them.
आपने जब
And when you had taken the ceasefire in 1965 under the pressure of Soviet Union, you did the surrender, and that is called surrender. And this is defended. That is the difference. PM Modi ji bought the Rafales. Ma'am, kindly give me 30 seconds. 2 minutes more have been given. You surrendered India in front of the foreign powers.
Interest by providing indigenous strength to India's Make in India defense sector. You surrendered it to China and other adversaries, including important emerging technologies like 3G and 4G.
All
This
right
is
now.
the surrender of the Congress
All
party.
right, all
Madam,
right. All right.
मैं
I'm
आपको
going to.
we hope.
Please, please.
Madam, मैं conclude कर रहा हूँ.
Ma'am, I'm concluding.
Party's thinking has not changed. 2001 में terrorist.
In 2001, after the terrorist attack on the parliament, the former Home Minister of Congress, Chidambaram ji, had said,
benefit of doubt to Afzal
Pariniti
Guru.
Shinde ji.
And I doubt if he was involved in the
Pariniti
terrorist
Shinde
attack.
ji.
And this.
बोलिए.
माननीय स्पीकर मैडम, थैंक यू.
Thank you, Chairperson, ma'am.
महोदय, आज मैं इस
Madam, today in this house,
मैडम स्पीकर मैं
बराए मेहरबानी कैमरा मुझ पर आने दीजिए. मैं तौहीन का एहसास लेकर खड़ी हूँ. तौहीन उन सिपाहियों के जिनको जंगबंदी का ऐलान अपने मुल्क के वजीर आजम से नहीं बल्कि एक गैर मुल्की शख्स से मिली. उन खानदानों के लिए जिन्होंने अपने घर वालों को खो दिया. पहलगाम के दहशतगर्दाना हमलावरों को आज तक न पकड़ पाई है. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम सुनने में मुल्क परस्ती का लगता है.
no one is telling that what has been received in this operation, how many terrorists have been caught, how many fighter jets have been knocked down, and who is responsible for this. So this has to be told by the government, but there is ban on asking the question in the country because this government doesn't want to listen to the questions, and this government is running from the responsibility. Sir, if you look in the situation today, I am reminded of a Coliseum in Rome, and this is one of the oldest buildings, Coliseum, and this is a very good example of construction. But apart from that, this is also a symbol of a dirty politics. It is sad that this was constructed to engage the people in game and entertainment.
So the government may be able to misguide the people. Today, our government is doing the same. But now games are not enough. Before any important election, some kind of terrorist attack take place and these kind of investigations take place. Where do these attacks come from? Nobody knows anything, but we attack our neighboring countries and gather votes. In Pahalgam, so many innocent lost their lives. And the Honorable Prime Minister went for a rally in Bihar. Whether somebody lives or dies, they do not care. They only live for elections 24/7. Then there was another gimmick, Operation Sindur. I do not doubt the bravery of our armed forces. I do not doubt their sincerity at all. But look at what this government is doing, that it sends the young people of the armed forces, but they also let the neighboring countries and our enemies know of that fact. That was their statement. Is that the reason that our jets were attacked? Are they not playing with the lives of our armed forces? Anyway, the person who believes that in comparison to our armed forces, a businessman takes more risks. What can we say? What did the people gain from Operation Sindur? It was a ceasefire by American intervention. There was condemnation for sure, but not for Pakistan. Speaker, Madam, the Honorable Prime Minister says that Operation Sindur must be celebrated. Why should it be celebrated? Before the attack, they informed the enemies of their attack. Should we celebrate that? It was because of that our jets were thrown down. It was because of that that we lost our jets and we lost our pilots. We still do not know what happened there, what transpired there. Should we celebrate that? The ceasefire was apparently done by Trump. Should we celebrate that? More than anything, there is no information about the perpetrators of Pahalgam in the international community. India has never seen such a failure. Do not make everything an event, Modi ji. Forget about Man Ki Baat and answer the people's questions. Show courage for the same. You think about the time when Pakistan surrendered in front of Indira Gandhi, and even Nixon had to listen to her. And if you consider about foreign relations, it is deplorable. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, the countries who were once extremely poor, but today they are friends with China behind our back. There was a time when India had the policy of neighborhood first, and today people consider us to be last priority. You click photographs with Indian diaspora, but that is not only foreign policy. Now they decide the questions as well as the answers. There is no transparency in the parliament. It is only about publicity that they care for. People who lost their families in Pahalgam, who will be responsible for them? Who will be responsible for the foreign policy? Who will be responsible for the crimes perpetrated by the neighboring country? If the government does not give any answers, then it is not bound to be in this house. The opposition will continue to ask these questions. And if this government is scared, then you give up the power. This power, this chair is for answerability, for accountability, and not only for celebration. I would like to say only the same, that if you do not listen to us, there is no problem. At least listen to the others who are crying. When you get the time, you listen to what your countrymen have to say. Jai Hind. Jai.
सुनील तटकरे जी.
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Madam Speaker,
करत ऑपरेशन सिंदूर यशस्वी केल्याबद्दल जो आज या सभागृहामध्ये चर्चा होते याला मला बोलण्याची संधी दिल्याबद्दल आपले मी आभार मानतो.
you have given me the opportunity to speak on this platform. I thank you for it. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj had a fort in Raigad, and it must be brought in the UNESCO list. And I thank our Honorable Prime Minister for the same. It is a coincidence that Kargil Divas has been celebrated only 2 days ago, and Operation Sindur has been culminated with success. And we are discussing in this House of Democracy, and I have heard all the speeches made by the opposition members. Honorable Prime Minister and Shri Amit Shah ji, the opposition have great jealousy for them. When Mumbai suffered terrorist attacks, then the UPA government at the time did not do anything. In Pahalgam, when the tourists were mercilessly murdered. Honorable Pawarji, after the decimation of Mumbai Stock Exchange, the place was visited by Sharad Pawarji. But after that, nobody showed any ounce of bravery, and they never visit these kind of places that have been at the receiving end of such terrorist attacks. There were bomb blasts in Mumbai. This attack is on the sovereignty of the country and on the financial capital of this country. There were attacks for 2 years, but the Honorable Home Minister did not seek to reach there. And after the judgment by the Mumbai High Court, I request the government to reach up to the Supreme Court, and government of India has played a vital role in it. You have seen that terrorist attacks have taken place there. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and Amit Shah ji and Rajnath Singh ji and the Chief of all Defense Forces, all of them have shot down the terrorist bases in Pakistan, and it was an unprecedented feat. It could not have been done by anybody else. What China thinks of it or Pakistan thinks for it, before they came to any of that, earlier no investigation used to take place, no action used to take place, but the Modi government has done it. And they have shown that this country has become highly self-reliant in terms of defense as well. All the defense paraphernalia, the arms, ammunition were earlier imported from outside. But now, our indigenous arms and ammunition are here. We are also exporting them, keeping them in mind. It is a praiseworthy thing for this government. We attained victory in Kargil in 1971 in the reign of Indira Gandhi ji. We emerged victorious, and everything that the opposition is saying about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it is wrong. Because we had not passed any commentary on them at the time. And that is due to our big-heartedness. Because the attacks at the time were massive. But the government at the time, the way that they tackled the situation was not as well as we have done it right now. Supriya ji is here, who also saw that in the whole country, in the whole world, our country has emerged victorious, and they have shown that India is self-reliant when it comes to its own defense. Pakistan has also seen that they can never look at us in the wrong way. Prime Minister, with his esteemed leadership, has worked really hard. The statements given by China or the statements given by Pakistan should not be discussed here. Why are we discussing it here? Many times we question the intelligence. Any kind of terrorist attack on our soil should not be forgotten. We must not forget that that perpetrator only needs to succeed once, but we need to succeed each time. After that, the armed forces, the brave armed forces of this country will continue to work in this direction with complete responsibility and accountability. I have no doubt. When a lot of misinformation was spread in the biggest newspapers and news channels of the whole world, but no proof was provided. If such kind of misinformation is being spread on the international platform, then that hurts the sovereignty of our country. I must inform you that after Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, for so many years, if Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has worked as the Prime Minister of India, then clearly that shows that there is something in him. To maintain the unity and sovereignty of this country, he has worked towards maintaining it. By politics, another environment has been created here. At the time of Lok Sabha elections, like last time, the opposition during the time of elections, there was a lot of misinformation which was spread that if the Modi government comes for the third time, then the constitution of this country would be changed. Such information was spread in the whole country. Operation Sindur has said that it is a great feat, and as a true Indian, we have to rise above the petty politics, and we must realize that we are only Indian citizens. And keeping this thought in mind, if we continue to discuss upon it, then all the honorable members sitting here would agree with me. I have complete faith that for a better tomorrow, our country will be stronger, and no other country will be able to look at us and think that they can mess with us. In the times to come, India will make great progress in the times to come, and through Operation Sindur, our country has proved the same. I have complete faith in this, and once again, I thank Honorable Prime Minister Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah ji, and the Chief of Defence Forces. I thank them all, and the views of Maharashtra I present for the unity and integrity of this country. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Speech by complimenting and saluting the achievements of the Indian forces and the J&K police and the security forces, whoever were present in this entire time of crisis that we've all been in the last 90 days. I would like to first, before I speak about Rajouri, Poonch, Pahalgam attacks, I would like to add Rajouri and Poonch because they have also had huge setbacks during this last few days. But I think Tejasvi Surya is not here, unfortunately. I can't see him in the house. But I would like to tell him and put it on record because I have this document which I can table. He said in his opening speech that Jawaharlal Nehru ji, Pandit ji, the first Prime Minister of India, never encouraged the defense forces. And we've never done anything. This is the first time India has done extraordinarily well in armed forces. He has not only insulted thousands and lakhs of Indian force and armies and their families who have stood so that you and I can be safe. I object to the statement that he has made. And I would like to read out what he said in his speech was, oh, Indo-Pak war, what the first war was a failure. That uske liye failure hoga. जो इतिहास हमें पढ़ाने बोल रहे थे ना, खुद पढ़ो ये सर. नहीं होगा तो ये बता देती हूँ मैं. Indo-Pak war, the first time we won. Operation Polo 1948, Hyderabad into Indian Union, September 1948, is a success of the Indian Army. Operation Vijay 1961, Goa, Diu, Daman, military operation led to the liberation of the Portuguese enclaves, completing India's territorial integration, December 1961. Indo-Pakistan War 1965, successfully defended Indian borders, preventing Pakistan from achieving its strategic objectives. August-September 1965, Bangladesh liberation and Indo-Pakistan War 1971, a decisive victory of Indian Army along Mukti Bahini, liberated in Bangladesh in 13 days, leading to surrender 90,000 Pakistani troops, March 1991. This Tejasvi Surya इतिहास खुद पढ़ा नहीं होता तो ले लो. This is one thing. Political differences, like Sunil Tadkare ji said, he's absolutely right about this. That जब देश का सवाल आता है तो देश पहला, उसके बाद राज्य, उसके बाद पार्टी.
First, it's always the country, then it's the party, and then it's you. Kanamuzi ji is here, and I am here. When we got the phone call, Kiranji told me over the phone, Supriya, you will need to give 10 days for the country. What can I do for the country? What are you saying? This is the big-heartedness of the Honorable Prime Minister, that he trusted us, he put faith in us. This is the true democracy. The thoughts that Tejasvi Surya ji has exhibited, that is not what we have. When we talk about the country, Shailaja ji, you were not here, but when we went to the all-party meeting, then the Congress party had said that this is not the time to fight among ourselves. Congress party and the whole opposition stood fiercely with the Modi government. Whatever decision you take, we are with you, whether it's war or something else. So these new people can think that they can say anything and they speak mistruth on record. I am deeply hurt by that. And
Who has started this? This is not a time for altercations. As we are talking about defense and security of the nation, we did not do it. You did it, and it's a very good thing. But I also had committed mistakes, as Tejasvi highlighted it. I'm quite confident that this is not a line of BJP, it's a lines of Tejasvi Surya ji, because he had called us an honorable minister, Dr. Jaishankar ji, who has spoke just now on behalf of everybody. I'm thankful to that. As a matter of trust, and they sent us. And there are 2-3 points which I would like to put across Jaishankar ji. He gave a very good speech, but I'm constrained to say something about the country. He said about that the entire world has supported us. Everybody supports you in adversary, and this is a fact. But with all humility, I would like to impress upon it that wherever I went there, look at the record of the world. Nobody praised us. But when de-escalation took place, so everybody appreciated us. The entire world appreciated us for de-escalation, and they spoke in favor of India on the matter of de-escalation. And the language used that will go and will hit in your hands, in your homes. But when a war is waged in this world, it says, you are a very sensitive woman. You let me know when there is a war and pandemonium, what happens. Only children and widows are left out. What do we get out of war? Dialogue and talks. We always talk about terrorism and blood and water can't flow together. Anurag ji used to say that cross-border terrorism he used to talk about, and they can't be together. When we participated in all-party meeting, he said that if you wage war, we will be with India. But in the same way, he said one more thing. One member was saying that we attacked, and earlier government did not do anything. I would like to ask that what was your objective? Tejasvi Surya ji was saying that many years Congress was there in power, it did not do anything. But with all humility, I would like to ask Surya ji that de-escalation happened. What was the...
Or when he said,
because many people talked about Mumbai attack and they said that the Congress did not do anything. I would like to say Perhaps, I don't know why you are so pained. The 10 policemen personnel lost their lives in Kumleji was there. There was policemen. There was one policeman. There was one terrorist, Kasab. When he was caught alive. He was caught alive and he was caught alive. And then he braved a bullet in his stomach. So the terrorist, we caught the terrorist alive. Our government, it was not our government, it was the police of the country. I never said that there was a Congress or NCP government. We did not go and catch the terrorist. The policeman, he braved bullets and caught him alive. So at least they have this kind of humanity. In November 21, he was hanged to death. In November 21, he was convicted. In 2010, then Mumbai High Court, Supreme Court, Matri petition was filed, execution was carried out in November 21 in Pune. He was hanged to death. Anwar Kasab was hanged to death. This is what we did. And it's not my work only. Everybody did it. And this is the fact. And the truth remains the truth. Pahalgam, Kooch, and Rajouri, they talked about, I will come to this debate also. Nobody talked about one point. When I would like to say something about Jammu and Kashmir government and Umar Abdullah. In the assembly, he called a session and unanimously it was condemned in the assembly that attack should not have taken place. So there was no any altercation, there was no party politics. I would like to ask one question to the government. Many people said many things. You wanted to take account of what we did 11th October, 18th September 2016, there was Puri attack, 14th February 2019, there was Pulwama, and 22nd April 2025, Pahalgam attack took place. And now it has happened, Poonch and Rajouri, 16 people met martyrdom and 60 people were wounded. So in Pahalgam, the attack took place and 16 people died. They met martyrdom for the country. So we have to think about that also. And we have to pay homage to those who lost their lives. So whatever is happening, today I'm not here to raise a finger of accusation. I just want to express my sentiment to the people who laid their lives, who laid down their lives from my estate and from Pura. The people died. I would like to cite an example, Santosh Jatkare and Gangoti. The daughter of Santosh Gagari, Astadri, and Pragati and Sangeeta, all the three were together. Whenever I meet that child, she always asks one question. She calls me Tai as an elder sister. She asked me one question, that why it has happened, operation did take place, you went there was attack. So everything was right. But when my father will get justice, the person who killed my father in my presence, when he will get justice, 4 or 6 or 7 terrorists, the photo came to the surface, then NIA news was there. These were not 4 people. They were different people. From where they came, from where they went. I will take 2 minutes to express their sentiment. Her question is that from where they came, from where they went, and the mother, I will lay on the table of the house, and the wife was standing 3 months passed, and still when I close my eyes, his face comes before my mind. What was his fault? He went there on vacation. For the first time, they boarded a plane and they were making a fun that you have passed graduation and you go with the husband. She said that she had a very good image of Kashmir as if it was a heaven on earth, but somebody should reply to me. What should I reply to her? 50 lakhs rupees was given as a compensation, and she was promised a job by the government of Maharashtra, and it's stuck up in red tapeism. I'm very pained to say that one MLA from Madhya Pradesh, there are only 2 points, one MLA from Madhya Pradesh, he spoke against Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Himanshi daughter was trolled, Himanshi daughter was, widow was trolled. So how it will be acceptable? So I'm not here to comment. I had a huge expectation, and I have many expectation from Amit Shah. He is an assertive leader. I consider him as an assertive home minister. So we have huge expectation from him. I'm confident home ministry will get justice for these.
Find those terrorists. तो हम एक दूसरे की पार्ट
So we are not here to pat each other's back. Everything is not rosy and fine here until unless those terrorists are caught. So justice will not be given. We can't celebrate.
we owe it to those families. और एक छोटा सा
So last point which I would like to make here, so everybody should know that it's a big thing for our country. Tejas Surya was saying that about one eye and two eyes. This is the generosity of this government. We went to 4 countries. Anurag was there. Anurag ji was there. So about 4 people at every country asked about 4 people. Where we went, they were having one question that you come from the land of Mahatma Gandhi ji, you come from the land of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, you come from the country of Indira ji and Modi ji. So this is the heritage we are retaining. So because of the expectation, the people are watching towards India with expectation. This is my humble request to the government that all these things, the opposition will stop this opposition. First, Operation Sindur, if we have to take it in the right direction, 4 or 5 terrorists should be meted out justice. They should be caught. And a report was prepared. This is my request and appeal to the government that one report of Operation Sindur, as it happened in the case of Kargil, it should be laid in the table of the House so that we can know the facts.
अनुराग ठाकुर जी, माननीय सदस्य।
आदरणीय सभापति,
Honorable Chairman, Chairperson, sir, Madam. Today I'm going to speak on national interest and national security and national pride. I'm thankful to my party which allowed me to speak on this sensitive issue. Whatever I'm going to speak, it's not only my personal thought. It's not only thought of my government and my party, but this is the expression of the thought of the more than 1 billion countrymen. First of all, I would like to salute the martyrs of Indian Army and their bravery on behalf of the entire House. Not only this, India insistently, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we always made effort for peace, and we also extended the hand of peace. But each time we did that, Pakistan adopted the path of terrorism. In 2014 also, while taking oath, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was invited. Even after that, Honorable Prime Minister went to Lahore without any security coverage, and he went for peace. But what he got in exchange, time and again, the terrorist attacks. And 22nd April 2025, the incident which took place in Palgam, all honorable members from opposition who spoke today, not a single honorable member, while rising on their feet, they said that in this terrorist attack, asking the religion, and they were asked to recite Kalma. Their pant was stripped and it was observed, and then they were shot dead. What was the pain and constraint that the honorable members from opposition could not speak when Honorable Defense Minister was enumerating the success of Indian Army? They were not praising, they were not clapping for them. Even today, when I say that empty-handed, and innocent citizens asking their religion. For the first time, it has happened in the name of religion. They divided the country. They spread right in the country, but under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, 140 crore of the countrymen is united and stood behind Honorable Prime Minister. The lamp was not lit that evening. Even in the night, the stove was silent in the households, and these Lashkar terrorists, they wiped out the Sindur of our sisters, and they challenged 140 countrymen. On the one hand, they did this. Honorable Prime Minister had said that in the India will punish the perpetrators of violence of Pahalgam in Operation Sindur. We observed that the Indian Army's strength and commitment and bravery is a symbol. So we trample the shadow of terrorism. There are certain things that we are not wiped out from the map of the world, and the world has been our enemy, and we reply to our enemy, and we give very befitting reply, and we attacked the hideouts of terrorists in Pakistan, and even now they are feeling the pain of this attack. In 25 minutes, 9 such targets were attacked, and more than 100 terrorists and hideouts were attacked and demolished and they were crumpled. So this is the strength of India in both Navy, Air Force, and military. We had given message to the world in clear terms that if anybody does any act of terrorism, that would be termed as a war against India, and India will be giving befitting reply. So those who stare into our eyes, he will be meted out such a punishment that their generation will remember. So this was a befitting reply against terrorism. India is not a dossier; it will give a dose. Now we will not give evidence. Rather, we'll send them to their graveyards. So this is New India, and this is a new norm of New India.
Zero tolerance policy towards terrorism. जब दूसरे दिन
When next day, when Pakistan attacked our civilian targets, then our Indian Army once again attacked 11 airways of Pakistan and demolished it completely.
On the 11 Pakistan air bases, and it made it the graveyard of military defeat of Pakistan. Mauka mile,
if we get time, then you can ask your neighbor country Pakistan that Indian missiles wreaked havoc on them on Rahim Khan base. The roads are not worth even bullock carts for years. If you have heard, then they used to say that we will be fighting with India for thousands of years. They had thought of Ghazwa Hind, and they had many dreams against India, and the people were nurturing such ambitions. They could not brave India soldiers even for 45 days. Such a pain was inflicted on them. And I would like to say to the leader of opposition, please convey my message to Rahul ji that Indian Army hits where it is most painful.
enemy, where it hurts the most, in mind, in might, and on their map. Udhar Pakistan.
The general of Pakistan and the jihadis, they hid in bunkers. In Pakistan, as if there was an earthquake in Pakistan. If you have any doubt, then you can ask your beloved Pakistan, whose praise you always have on your tongue. And if you do not trust me, then you go and you ask their Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar what he said. I just want to quote Ishaq Dar here. Indian Army was killing us. We are helpless. We had no option except begging for ceasefire. I unquote. This was not said by any other person. Rather, it was said by the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan. We launched
precision missile attacks on their safe houses, bunkers, and training camps. They targeted our tourists, but we attacked terrorists. We didn't strike civilians. We strike the very heart of terror military nexus. We did not escalate. We have neutralized with precision, purpose, and power. This is not a reaction. This is a doctrine, and this is the new normal. मैं इतना ही कहूंगा.
I would like to say that under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this is a zero tolerance policy of Honorable Prime Minister towards terrorism, and it's a very huge message to the entire world. It's a very stern message to the entire world. In these attacks of Indian Army, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizb Mujahideen, their training centers were attacked, and to the extent that the air security, Lohan Pachur, HKM, missile radar station were destroyed. In Chaklana aerodrome base, Karachi, their air bases were destroyed. Combat aeroplanes were destroyed. C2 plan was, and their air defense mechanism was also made ineffective. And Jaish-e-Mohammed hideouts were destroyed. In 2611, the Congress was just waiting that some other power in the world will give you permission, and we did not seek permission from the world. We never waited for anybody, and we went to their homes and hit them, whether it was an air strike or surgical strike or Operation Sindur. Not only this, in these attacks, we destroyed the 21st infrastructure of Pakistan, and within 3 hours we destroyed many attacks. And in nuclear attack, we have destroyed their centers, and it was done by Indian Army. Not only this, 2611 attack from the places where they were getting training on, we also destroyed those centers. Most wanted terrorists were also attacked, and their leaders were also shot dead. Not only the terrorists, Pak Bulari Air Base, more than 50 people were killed, in which Pakistani Squadron leader Usman Yusuf and 4 airmen were also shot dead. Not only this, you showed your generosity, and you entered into Indus Water Treaty. 4 lakh acre land is irrigated, 80% water goes there. 23 crore Pakistanis gets drinking water from there. But Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji said that water and blood can't flow together.
Terror and talk can't go together. Or हमने Indus Water.
And Indus Water Treaty was suspended by us. And for many years, we did not have courage to do that. It was done under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and Modi ji. Not only this, Operation Sindur, the world had seen the bravery of Indian Army, and we also showed our competence.
India has displayed its cutting-edge defense technology to the world.
Our combat capacity, and along with Pakistan and China, other countries also, many of you and many honorable members from opposition were saying that there was Turkey and China and Pakistan. This is a clear example for you that whether it is China or Turkey or Pakistan, India alone was heavy on them. And this, how making India products were heavy on them. Not only this, today I would like to say that India operation during Sindur.
21st century requires and psychological dominance. This is just not Warcraft, it is Minecraft. India has displayed a textbook case of aerial combat. इस कार्रवाई को सैन्य इतिहास में
This action in the military procedure is text warfare, and Thailand Oxford University is going to add in this books of syllabus and as textbook syllabus. This counterterrorism doctrine is being seen as and one Operation Sindur. Because of that, the world knows now what is the power of our country, and in today's warfare, what is the technology of India, how it's working. And you were asking in last 10 years what has happened. Dipender Hudaji was asking that the budget, what happens to the defense budget, and Sitaramanji is here, on finance minister, defense minister, for erstwhile this defense minister is also there, and Rajnath Singh ji also as defense minister, he's here. 2.5 lakh crore rupees in times of Modi ji. In your defense budget, it was very less, from 2.5 lakh crore to 6 lakh 25 lakh crore rupees the budget now for the defense, and 6,81,000 crore rupees is the budget for defense, more than twice, 3 times budget now provided for defense. And you can please see your own conditions. 10 years you were there, bulletproof jackets were not given to the defense services. Narendra Modi government given 3 years, 2 lakh bulletproof jackets have been given. Make in India boots, jackets have been prepared by us. In 30 years, one rank, one pension was not provided by you, but in the Modi's government, one rank, one pension demand also met. And not only this, I'd like to tell you, during Atalji's government, in your times, in 48, 62, 65, 71, this war was held, but the military Javans, their dead bodies were not going to the houses. During the times of Atalji, these dead bodies were delivered to the houses. That was done by Atalji during the BJP government. And Dharmendra ji, I want to say, I am from Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh is a small state, but there is a huge contribution to military by our state. And the first Paramveer Chakra was from Major Sharma from Himachal Pradesh. He was awarded with that. And Kargil War also, 52 deaths which occurred were from Himachal Pradesh. 4 Paramveer Chakras, out of those 2, Captain Vikram Batra, Rifleman Sanjay Kumar, they got the PVC from Himachal Pradesh. Honorable Chairman Sir, I would like to say that today Modi ji's government is there, and export is 34 times now, 686 crore to almost 24,000 crore rupees it is now, and defense manufacturing, defense production from 1 lakh crore it has crossed, and in one year, and new contracts to 9,58,000 crore in 1 year, and 100 countries have been given the products of defense to other countries by our country. But you might be having pain in this way that when I am raising questions about you, don't have an answers for them. I would like to ask you just this question, that when in the military and the military expeditions, when we talk about the achievements, then why your lips are so tight, and so many wars we have seen. But I would like to say that in this war, our country neither lost one soldier, nor one soldier got martyred, nor this war happened. But still, we won this war. There was no noise, and it was a like lion's roar. We won. And Modi's policy and the strategy of defense has worked. About PM Modi, I would like to say, when he was not even chief minister, that time he was in charge of Himachal Pradesh in the Kargil War. He at the time went to ask the well-being of soldiers during Kargil, and when he is the prime minister, from every Diwali he celebrates with the soldiers. That work he's doing, and he strengthened the army in a big way. I would like to say also that in one side we can see the Indian army, Indian people, we were giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but on the other side, what were you doing? Rahul Gandhi ji, what was he doing? He was asking for the proof, and cover firing was also being given by him. Cover fire to whom he was giving? You would like to ask this question. You will have to ask. You say that we are surrendered. We have clarified that till the operational and military objective was achieved, we didn't go for ceasefire. And third party mediation was neglected in the beginning itself. And not only this, I'd like to clarify to you that today the second longest term which somebody has crossed as prime minister is Modi ji. From 2001 to 25, he was the chief minister, and then later on the prime minister without taking any leave. He has lived for the country. That is Modi ji.
आपने भारत की सेना पर प्रश्न
You raise a question mark on the military or defense of our country. This is the biggest democracy. We are the fourth largest economy, and we have the most popular prime minister, the leader in our country, and nobody can make our country bow its head, and nobody can make us bow our head. India is the Vishguru, and we are nowhere behind anybody. Honorable Chairman, sir, on 2.5 morchas we were fighting. 2 morchas everybody knows, but this half morcha, if you talk about, in that Rahul ji occupied Kashmir is also there. Rahul occupied Congress. What is that? I would like to tell about that. What is Rahul occupied Congress? In last 2.5 months, you can see in social media, in a very well planned manner, Rahul occupied Congress. He has raised questions about and he has talked about hatred with these cartoons. They were questioning the prime minister and the same Congress, this Rahul occupied Congress. He has raised the question. He told the army chief as the goon of the streets. He has labeled army chief like that. Now also they're laughing. Rahul Gandhi ji must bow his head in shame and ask apology to the countrymen, to the army. And army chief is called as the goon of the streets. And Batla, this murder case, Inspector Sharma, you don't even pay tributes to his death, but the earlier president of your party, he was crying foul on the death of the terrorists. This is the Congress, which is not with the Indian army, but the people or terrorists who are against this, they are with them. And the country has seen your real face. And what can be more sin than this? That you have made our country ashamed and you have taken sides with those people. And the morale of this nation has been shattered by you. You didn't leave any stone unturned in this regard. And Manikam Tagore, please listen to me. History is also for the patience and the character of Modi ji, and Rahul occupied Congress will be termed as for the treason, for the treachery, and for the betrayal. And the leader about whom you're mentioning, twice the people of this country have not even given him the status of leader opposition. And Amethi people made it sure that he's losing the elections, and now he's leader of opposition, even after all these tantrums that from LOP to LOB he's turned out to be. Kiranji, what is LOB? He's asking. Parliament Affairs Minister has to be told about that. LOP is leader of opposition to LOB. What is that LOB? Leader opposing Bharat. He has become LOB. The leader who is opposing Bharat, in his agenda, he just agitates against our country. He speaks against the army. He speaks against the prime minister of this country. That's why he should be called as LOB. And one more thing I would like to mention here. I don't know whether he's become the poster boy of Congress or not, but he has become the propaganda poster boy of Pakistan. your wishes may come true, Honorable Chairman, sir. Today, this House has started discussion on Operation Sindur. It was to be started, but the Congress leaders were after this that who is the most closer and very, very dear to Pakistan. And when former Home Minister who has given this interview, in that it was clearly mentioned, he said that if Pakistan hand is not there, then how can you say that terrorists came from Pakistan? These people, when they say Hindu terrorism, when they want to save Pakistan, but in Congress party, there are so many advocates for Pakistan today that Pakistan does not need any kind of uh, to say in the defense. Congress leaders are there to say in the defense. And one more thing I would like to say here, that Pakistan Army and Pakistan government are taking the statements of Lashkar Rahul in their own favor. Pakistan Army and Pakistan government is using the Lashkar Rahul's comments in their own favor. And not only this, Pakistan Army's propaganda video, which shows Congress Party's national leader, national chairman, his statements are being shown in the media. I earlier felt that he is having trouble with Modi ji, but now I have full faith that his trouble is not just it is known as INC, but INC with his statements and his comments, it's clear that now it may be Islamabad National Congress. It can be termed as Islamabad National Congress. Because the Pakistan propagated agenda is being spoken by him, and Pakistan's diplomacy, these are being presented here by him. Honorable Chairman, sir, I'm not just saying whatever I'm saying here, I can authenticate that. What is Congress idea of diplomacy? They used to prepare the dossiers, they used to just host the dinners after 26/11. After the 26/11 attack, these people, after that attack of 26/11, they should have taken some action, but they didn't do anything. And they should have responded in the language of Pakistan, but they didn't do. What was he doing? What was Rahulji was doing? I want to ask the question. In the whole Operation Sindur, Shri Rahul Gandhi's interest was there that how many fighter jets of us were shot down. Not even a single comment he has where he wanted to know that our country, our army, our air force, how much destruction we caused to the Pakistan, and how many terrorists of Pakistan were killed by us, and how many terrorist locations were attacked by us, how many defense systems have been destroyed, how many air bases have been busted, and how much damage has been done to Pakistan. He didn't have any interest in knowing that. His only interest was to know how many jets of our country have been shot down. He wanted to just favor them. And those who had done all these kind of defense deals to their profit, I don't know what they're doing. I just want to say that on his tongue, he has Pakistan, and he's got all kind of intricacies towards Pakistan. And that's why the people who loot the country and create their palaces, they are called as traitors in the history. Operation Sindur, on this I would like to say about Nami, what they've done is seen by the whole world. But just after that, Prime Minister Modi ji went to Adampur Air Base, and he raised the morale of our defense services. What he did was to raise the morale of defense services. Fake agenda was that Adampur is destroyed. How is went there? S-400 was there, but you couldn't see. You with your spectacles, you could not see it. But the whole world saw it. Not only this, I would like to tell you that new rule of engagement in this we have confirmed that no terrorist activity will be termed as an act of war. I'll take just 5 minutes more. The time which is going to me party. Kiranji is also here. And when we talk about nuclear blackmail, during the times of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, it was made clear, and Modi's government also has confirmed that we didn't go for an escalation. We only attacked the terrorist locations. But when Pakistan it attacked our civilian locations, when they tried to do that, then we gave such a befitting reply that Congress, other members also there from Congress. As far as Sindur Dam is concerned, Indus River Treaty was suspended, and some leaders of yours mentioned those who are in the coalition government. They said that we should have given water to Pakistan, and Prime Minister Modi said that's in Sindhu water and the blood in this river and the blood can't flow together. If you make us shed our blood, we won't give you water. I would like to say that Pakistan, whatever they may say, whatever they may claim, but Sindhu Dam's gates will not be open for them.
आदरणीय सभापति,
Madam Chairperson, the delegation which was sent by Honorable Modi ji throughout the country. Fortunately, I was the part of delegation. Supriya ji was leading us, and I want to state one fact in the house that this delegation did not represent any delegation or ideology. We were representing our nation, and we could have different opinions about things. We could belong to different ideological factions. We could have disagreements, but when it comes to the nation, then we are one. Then we are unison. We are for the India, and for all of us, nation is first. And I can say that in all the 7 delegations, member from any party rose above the party politics and played for the nation. And on this floor of the house, I express my gratitude towards him.
There are two more important points, and I need to mention them. First, what we have achieved and what is surrender. I would like to say that on the international stage, we did not seek anyone's support. India went to tell that on our own how we can give the befitting reply to the perpetrators of terrorism, and we have given the reply. We had gone there to give the information and did not seek any support there. And 190 countries unanimously have deplored and condemned these incidents, terrorist attacks. And not only that, in the Islamic countries as well, Pakistan was sidelined. Against terrorism, there was a global position that was set by India. And I would like to say, the Congress and its tactics and its behavior has been deplorable, and Congress has never lagged behind in attacking the work of the government. And in the leadership of Modi ji, we have moved forward, and a fake narrative by the Congress is being put forth about surrender. Madam Chairperson, if we talk about last 78 years, how many blunders and surrenders have been done by Congress? I would like to tell that. And in these 2 minutes, I will inform about that. In 1948, for the idea of Kashmir, they took it to the UN. In the decade of 1950 and 60, they declared Aksai Chin as a barren land and they gave it to China. Who committed this blunder? In 1954, and who gave the right to China to annex Tibet? Congress did it. And in 1958, the Noon-Nehru agreement, according to that. And who surrendered in that situation? In 1960, in Punjab's Sarja Majra, Pathan ke, Sulman ke, and Chakloti, and it was given to the Pakistani government. And who did this blunder? Who surrendered? It was Congress. And according to the Indus Water Treaty, $74 million. Today, it is 14,000 crore. Who committed this surrender? It was Congress. In 1963, in POK, Pakistan gave 5,180 square kilometer to China. And who did this? Congress. Kachativu Island was given to Sri Lanka by Indira Gandhi ji. And who did the surrender? The UN Security Council. The seat was surrendered. Who did that? And who sold it? And the support for Air Force by seeking it, who surrendered? In 1975, and 828 square kilometer were given to Pakistan, who surrendered in the war of 1970. 93,000 soldiers surrendered.
தாக்குதலுக்கு எதிராக தேசமே ஒன்றுபட்டு நிற்கிறது.
The whole country is united against. This is
कांग्रेस ने बहुत सरेंडर किया है.
The Congress has committed a lot of blunders and surrenders as well. 93,000 soldiers, Pakistan's soldiers, 93,000 in numbers, they knelt down in front of the Indian army, but Indira Gandhi surrendered. The Indian armed soldiers, they were not taken back, and who surrendered in the agreement?
Who did this? Pakistan in nuclear technology was offered to Pakistan, and they met hand in glove with enemy. In 1983, Indira Gandhi in Pakistan caught a nuclear reactor. She declined to attack Pakistan. Who surrendered? It was Congress in Ronald Reagan, American president.
Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, vanakkam to you. Pahalgam attack, and against that attack, the country has come together against this attack, and the loss that we have faced and the pain we suffered. Honorable Madam Chairperson, please continue. Honorable Chairperson, Madam, against the terrorist attack, this government and the Indian government has retaliated against this attack, and this discussion is conducted here with all responsibility. Our opposition parties are trying to have a good discussion here. It is not today or tomorrow. For the last 2 months, we have been doing this efforts, and we wanted this discussion for the last 2 months. With all responsibility, we have been trying, but the government has not taken it responsibility. That is how this has taken place in this house. Now, Honorable Defense Minister, he initiated the discussion in the year 2016 when there was attack in Uri. The then government said what it said, and in the year 2019, in the background of Palakkad attack, the same standpoint is taken by the government. Even after saying all these things, the terrorist attack, how it happened in Pahalgam, immediately after 1.5 hours after the attack, the information was given to the government, and it is just a matter of shame. The 3-tier attack was, the 3-tier security was the seen as a lapse. The Jammu Kashmir police, the army, they have failed. Who will take the responsibility? Whether the minister or the officer or the prime minister, who will take the responsibility for the security lapse? And if you see all the attacks from Nehru to Manmohan Singh, you will ask them to take the responsibility. Now whom you will pinpoint and whom will be the person who will take the responsibility. When Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia, she came back to India by minimizing his visit, and we thought that he will be directly going to Kashmir, but he went to Bihar and to address an election rally. Only you have elections in your mind, but we have nation in our mind. This nation is witnessing that. When there was a special session that was asked for by the opposition parties, the PM said, democratic temple in this parliament is the democratic temple. We called you to the temple, but why are you afraid to come to this temple? And is it proper to have a PM to have the special darshan or the special parliament session? You have not come here, but you went to Bihar, and we will retaliate in an unprecedented manner. We were imagining that thing. And what was that attack? That US president did that attack, which was unimaginable. And whether the home ministry or the external affairs ministry, which failed, the opposition parties are discussing this issue. IMF has lent loan to Pakistan. It could not be stopped. In the IMF managing body, 25 countries are there. Nobody voted in favor of India. India has been isolated in the world community. When there was a Palestine issue, Aina, the UN statement has been not signed by India, and India has not retaliated or responded to the statements made by US President. These issues make India as a weakened country in front of the world countries. Honorable former Minister Anurag Thakur mentioned that the standpoint of India to say it to the world. You sent the all-party delegations to different countries. Opposition party MPs also took part in the delegation. What is the difference? Whoever you called them as the anti-national persons, we all took part in the delegation because we wanted to be part of the nation. There were Muslim MPs in the delegation. After BJP came to government, this was the only place where Muslim MPs took part in this delegation. Yesterday also, when Honorable Prime Minister came to Tamil Nadu, he remembered Chola dynasty and also the wars conducted by Chola dynasty. He also remembered Operation Sindur. I am a history student. Rajendra Cholan and Rajaraja Chola, then they got victory beyond the seas. Only Chola in the dynasty got this extraordinary victory. This Rajendra Chola and Rajaraja Chola, all the wars which they started, they ended their own wars. But this Operation Sindur was stopped and ended by a US president. When this was said by somebody else, Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola would have killed that person if they had said that they ended the war. Lord Ram, when he took war against Sri Lanka and killed Ravana, somebody said it is like one minister said this operation is like that, to cut the head of the Sisupala. Lord Krishna used Sudarshana Chakra. This is like the Prime Minister used this Sudarshana Chakra. You are using lords for your own name and for your sake, and whether the Hindus will not be affected, Hindus will not be having their sentiments affected. Honorable Defense Minister not even mentioned about the ill treatment faced by Sophia Qureshi, Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Nobody talked about that. Not even any member talked about that during the Pahalgam attack to save the lives of the tourist Adil Shah. A person gave his own life. You never talked about that. Not only one Adil Shah. So many Adil Shahs are there in this country. Hundreds of Adil Shahs are here. Kashmir people proved that, and they are for that unity and integrity. You never talked about the Kashmir people. The indifferences in the name of terrorism. You cannot increase terrorism, and this is the message in India conveys to the world. You cannot disintegrate integrate India. That is what I say. Thank you.
Sri Dileshwar Kam.
Thank you, Chairperson Madam. 22nd April 2025, and this day in the history of India, it is a very sad day. It has been in the valley of Besaran, and the violence that was committed by the terrorists there, it struck the soul of India. The citizens were killed, and it was a cold-blooded murder. And it is not only limited to their death, but also to their families. It was related to their families as well. They are grief stricken. The women have become widows, and in this pain, during this pain, our diligent Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took a decision to give a befitting reply, and this was named as Operation Sindur. This name is not only a code or a name, but it is our sympathy and against terrorism. It was our symbol of resolve, strong resolve. Operation Sindur started on the night of 7th May from 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. and it continued for 25 minutes. Indian Armed Forces attacked the infrastructure of terrorists in the Pakistani occupied Kashmir and in the Pakistan borders, and it was a decisive strike. And the strategy of our armed forces was the product of brilliant precision and execution of the program. And the missiles built in France, they were used, and we attacked with precision the infrastructure of the terrorists. And the attack was in such a way that in the cross-border program and execution done by our army, and the kamikaze drones were used successfully in this execution, and the Akash air defense system also served the country and its security. This it goes, and the credit of this goes to the self-reliance and the technological innovation of DRDO, and the objectives and the targets were chosen carefully under Operation Sindur, where many camps were inside the international boundary of Pakistan, and there were godowns and arsenal of arms and ammunition, and there were communication hubs of the terrorists. According to the primary report in this Operation Sindur, there were 48 terrorists who were killed, and there were 12 main commanders, terrorist commanders of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. This action was so precise and so planned that no ordinary citizens in Pakistan were harmed. The opposition has raised a few questions accordingly by the opposition. It is imperative in democracy that we give the answers. The first was about security. The Minister of Home Affairs has already talked about the comprehensive interior security committee and the smart
And 500 crore rupee worth additional budget was also allocated. And second issue was about the Pakistan. I want to ensure the House that NIA, through other intelligence agencies, there were ample evidences that it was the Pakistan and the organizations based in Pakistan were behind the Pahalgam attack. As far as FTA and United Nations Security Council is concerned, they have backed this claim. I wish to state with all the respect that Operation Sindur, we lost our two brave soldiers, Vikram Thakur and one other soldier was lost their lives, and government of India provided 50 lakh rupees as kind of compensation, and instantly and on global platform, Operation Sindur has strengthened the image of India, and countries like France and Israel have acknowledged our action as rightful action under Vienna Convention Section 51, and to stop the terror finding and to pressurize the Pakistan to stop the sponsoring terror. We have built up tremendous pressure. Government has started information spreading awareness program for the youth, and thousands of youth are being trained in the area of cyber misinformation, cyber security, and three people were saved by a person. He was awarded by Shaur Chakra. The soldiers, the children of the soldiers who lost their lives are being given free education and got employment facilities, opportunities. In 2024, the Cabinet Security Committee has sanctioned that 52 satellites would be launched, and along with this, a comprehensive space policy has also been finalized. Chief of Defense Staff in April 2025 have has clarified that artificial intelligence and other related technologies would also be given emphasis, and along with this, government of India is also making efforts to achieve the ceasefire through international with the help of international agencies. Operation Sindur is a display of courage, valor, and strength of India. Let us unite together against this fight against in this fight against terrorism and emulate the highest ideals of our great forefathers. I express my gratefulness and gratitude towards Indian soldiers.
Babuji.
Speaker, Madam, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on such an important topic. Operation Sindur was a pivotal moment showcasing India's resolve against terrorism and the bravery Pahalgam terrorist attack, which claimed innocent lives and aimed to disrupt the nation's unity. Under Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's leadership and dedication shown by Honorable Home Minister Sri Amit Shah ji and Honorable Defence Minister Sri Rajnath Singh ji, the Government of India made it clear that terrorism and its sponsors would be treated alike. India would no longer differentiate between non-state actors and the state that shelters them. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji emphasized that there would be no safe havens for terrorists targeting India. The government outlined a firm policy. Any terrorist attack on India would be met with a fitting reply, and India would not tolerate nuclear blackmail, striking precisely at terrorist hideouts. India's position is clear. Terror and talks cannot coexist, nor can terror and trade. And water and blood cannot flow together. Honorable Speaker, Madam, as our Honorable Prime Minister emphasized, this operation was not only strategically successful, but was also powered by weapons designed and produced in India. The destruction of terrorist hideouts was executed with precision using these homegrown systems. It underlines the fact that our defense manufacturing ecosystem is now world-class and fully capable of safeguarding the nation. Let us not forget that when our Jawans are in line of fire, India speaks with one voice. I urge the opposition, let us debate, let us differ, but let us not divide the spirit of national unity. Honorable members, Operation Sindur has reignited a spark in the hearts of our youth, our farmers, our scientists, our border villages, that India will protect its own, come what may. The morale of the Indian Armed Forces is at an all-time high. Our global image is more robust than ever before. Our honorable external affairs ministers worked round the clock to ensure that global partners were kept informed, support was garnered, and misinformation was countered effectively. We did not act in haste. We acted with strategic foresight and political maturity. In the world of international relations, perception is power, and today the world sees India as a nation that is peace-loving, but not passive, firm but not fragile, and resolute but not reckless. I urge the opposition to join us in displaying political maturity, debate our policies, critique our methods, but never undermine the spirit of national unity and sovereignty. Honorable Speaker, Madam, as I conclude, I stand here not just as a member of this august house, but as a proud son of Bharat Mata, echoing the sentiments of 140 crore Indians who saw in Operation Sindur a reflection of their aspirations, their concerns, and their faith in this government. On behalf of Janata Dal Secular Party and our leaders, Shri H.D. Devegowda ji and H.D. Kumar Swami ji, we always stand with the government's decision. Jai Hind.
माननीय सदस्य श्री राजा राम सिंह जी,
सभापति महोदय,
Speaker, Madam. At the outset, from our constituency, a young fellow lost his life in Pahalgam. I pay homage to them. I visited their house as well. Along with that, in Punch, in Rajouri, where people lost their lives, I bow my head to them. Through this august house, I would like to touch upon the emotion shown by the Kashmiris, where the bus driver was also trying to help and trying to prevent the people, and the way the country maintained its peace, and due to some political figures and some news channels as well who seized this opportunity for polarization and misinformation, I even thank them, because of whom the peace in the country was instilled. And along with that, I remember Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar, who talked about no division in the country on the basis of caste, religion, faith, gender. Whoever tried to bring upon a discord in the community was not able to succeed, and I thank all of them who contributed in this peace. In this attack, where did the terrorists come from and where did they go? We talk about the Mumbai attacks. But in the Mumbai attacks, there were some lives that were lost. The police had to open fire. But here, you think about all those tourists who lost their lives. People say that 7 lakhs of paramilitary forces are deployed in Kashmir. And they kept killing people for an hour, and those tourists were rendered completely helpless. What is going on in this country? Kashmir today is a union territory. I would say that if on this basis the statehood of Kashmir has been snatched, so on the same basis, the status of union territory should also cease. Manoj Sinha ji is taking accountability after so many days and claims to be accountable.
Manu Sunaji is not taking responsibility of it. Actually, this is the responsibility of ministry. And if you accept this on moral ground, that on moral grounds we are actually responsible, then you should abstain. You should give up your post from the chair, be it the home minister or the governor, or they should kind of resign from their post. Sir, madam, I wish to state that today we talked about the India's segregation from other nations. I am not speaking about that. The question is that why this is the country of Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Bhagat Singh, and our nationalism is based on anti-imperialism. It was against the British, and today we were talking about trade deal, and this thing has surfaced that in place of East India Company, US is taking its place, and sometimes they threaten us in the name of tariffs, and sometimes they handcuff our citizens and send back to us. And on this issue, on Pahalgam issue, there was not a single statement issued by government of India on this front giving clarification, but the people of the country are not happy with this, and people want clarification. Today you did not speak, you did not utter a single word against the American imperialism. So looking at the broader picture, it appears that you have completely surrendered in front of US, and this has happened. It has some, there is some background. Philistine issue is being raised, and it has a context. There are many small nation states. We used to stand by them, and today, if lakhs of people are dying in Philistine, and it is happening through or by the Israel, then, and if we don't stand by, if we do not stand by this against this massacre, then small nations are watching us, and they may feel that we have really surrendered. We have to stand by this, the might of tyranny of imperialism, and against the network terrorist network, and we have to thus increase our collaboration with those states who are against this. Nobody is actually standing with us, and this situation is deteriorating again and again, and no country is standing with us. This is okay that at the time of attack, no country sided with us. So we need to understand that at the time of terrorist attack, definitely they sympathized with us, but when it came to a situation to take a stand, that they were forced to take a stand when we were kind of going into war, they did not stand with us. So we need to understand this situation.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपने मुझे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर हो रही चर्चा में बोलने
Madam, you have given me an opportunity to speak on this topic. I thank you. Through this August House, I would like to speak on Operation Sindur, and I feel immense pride. This was not only an armed operation, this was a symbol of India's unity and sovereignty. It was a way to pay homage to all those citizens who lost their lives in 22nd April attack of Pahalgam. It was a clarion call against the active terrorism happening in Jammu and Kashmir. In this operation, armed uh, armed forces, Jammu Kashmir police, all of them worked hand in hand to defeat the terrorists. During the operation, the non-local natives were looked upon and investigations were held out. The clear policy of no tolerance against terrorism under the ambit of PM Modi has always maintained that terrorism and its supporters will not go unpunished. After Article 370 abrogation, a lot has been done and terrorism has been stopped to a great extent, where strategy and armed forces has been used at the same time. Operation Sindur has completely stunned Pakistan, and the fire that lost their lives, this country actually salutes to them. We do not just answer back, we also investigate and take necessary action. It Operation Sindur is actually a clarion call of this country. I repeat in this house that every citizen will be safe, and every terrorist would be scared, and every Indian will be proud. Madam Chairperson, when we talk about Operation Sindur, then this is not only an armed force. It is about the indigenous armed forces, and it is about the defense policy and the great strength and victory that it has shown. In this house today, I would like to inform you that in this operation, the armed forces, the the arms and ammunitions which were used, they were more and more developed, and in the country they were indigenously made. Operation Sindoor was not only an answer, it was an attack with the Swadeshi power that showed the entire world that now India is not only going to be a buyer of arms and ammunitions, it is the producer. Today, when an army man actually uses an ammunition, it actually roars of Make in India. I would request you that defense must not be taken up in diplomatic or political terms. We demand that in this kind of attack, we stand united and that we do not question each other. It is a symbol of protection of India's soul. I would like to say that now, just now, when Anurag Thakurji was speaking, and he said that the body of the martyr, the way that it is brought in boxes, and that decision was by the government of Atal Vajpayee. Kindly listen to me. Kindly listen to me. I shall talk about it. That decision, the decision to bring those bodies in boxes was brought by the Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and the bodies to be brought was done by Adani Mulayam Singh Yadav.
But this decision to bring the bodies of the mortal remains of the soldiers in coffins, it was decided by Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And today we are talking about Operation Sindoor. And today we are talking about the respect of the dignity of the soldiers. We are talking about the pride of the Indian soldiers. And you are trying to raise the question on the dignity, integrity of Indian soldiers. Those who speak against Operation Sindoor and those who speak against Indian soldiers, they are not with India. Today, I want to tell you that in my constituency, a soldier, Agniveer Lalit Kumar, lost his life. He was killed in a mine and he sacrificed his life. And when his mortal remains reached his home, then it was accompanied by some soldiers. I saw anger in their eyes. They were angry with against the terrorism. They were angry with Pakistan. And when last rituals were performed, then the accompanying soldiers expressed their anguish and expressed their strong desire to teach a stringent lesson, very strong lesson to Pakistan and terrorists. 3 terrorists were killed today itself by our soldiers. They vouched for it yesterday and today they did it. We should not raise a question. We should not play political vendetta on our army and Operation Sindoor. The task which is performed by our army is unparalleled, and we should be feeling proud. But instead of feeling proud, there are people who are also raising the questions. Those who are sitting at that side, at least you should come together on this occasion along with Prime Minister, he was determined to root out the terrorism from India. We should be together on this occasion. You allowed me to speak. Thank you.
सदस्य श्री सप्तागिरी उलाका जी,
धन्यवाद चेयरमैन मैडम.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
मैडम सबसे पहले तो
Madam, first of all,
police who lost their loved ones in Pahalgam. And at the same time, I would like to congratulate the armed forces for their valor, courage, the sacrifice for the successful completion of Operation Sindur. मैडम जो पहलगांव में जो घटना घटी
ma'am, what happened in Pahalgam? A few days before that, a committee was held in about rural government, and we went to Pahalgam in Anantnag.
There were homes which were constructed under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. I was just taking review of that. It's only few days ago, our entire team had visited there. That time, we met Chief Secretary, and he asked for an excuse that he was not in a position to attend a meeting because the Honorable Prime Minister was visiting Jammu and Kashmir to inaugurate Vande Bharat, and he was not going there. When we went to Pahalgam, and we came to know that Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji did not go to Jammu and Kashmir. We were told that it was because of weather condition that the Prime Minister considered visit. And that time we asked DSP that what is the situation in Pahalgam. Then he was saying that after the abrogation of 356, everything was fine. Earlier we were getting bulletproof vehicles, but all is well. And suddenly, just 2 days ago, such a big incident took place, and Vaishno Devi was hardly 8 to 10 kilometers away from where we stayed. There was no CCTV camera, there was no police arrangement, and such a lapse which happened. This is nothing but
intelligence failure.
It's a failure of intelligence, total failure of intelligence. Or the government was well aware that such incident will take place. And because of arrogance, in order to suppress this fact, they pretended that everything was fine. Something was amiss. It was intelligence failure. Why Operation Sindur took place? And it happened because 26 tourists who were murdered in cold blood. So this was response to that. The Operation Sindur took place. There are three things. Honorable Home Minister, who is looking after Home Affairs, and Jaishankarji, who is Foreign Minister and Defense Minister, they worked in a unified manner. It was a very good operation, and we want to thank them for this. We want to congratulate them. But we are in a very advantageous position in Operation Sindur. Why suddenly you went for ceasefire? Donald Trump, who is the president of the United States of America, he tweeted and said that it was because of him that a ceasefire took place. And I would like to say that this is very demoralizing for us. He is saying that from April 22nd to June 17, Honorable Prime Minister and President Trump did not have any conversation. Why doesn't he come and says that there is something fishy about the entire affair? Rather, everything is very fishy. So such a statement you are giving, why don't you get a statement from Honorable Prime Minister? Honorable Prime Minister was in a foreign land when he was in the mid of foreign trip, and he cut short his foreign visit. Honorable Prime Minister, he keeps visiting foreign countries. He came back. We thought that he will go to Pahalgam and Jammu and Kashmir, but rather he went to Bihar, and he said that a Panchayati, he went there to celebrate Panchayati Raj Divas in Bihar. He went to Bihar. The tourists who laid down their lives, they are martyrs. I was listening to one statement of a widow. Had he visited Pahalgam hospital, then it would have given a different impression. I'm not expecting from Honorable Prime Minister. It would have been better if he did it. Rajnath Singh said that we'll tell you what to ask. We are in a position, we are there to ask the government, and will you tell us how to ask the government? Indo-Chin war you talked about, BJP was not there. So Jan Sangh was there. I would like to tell you about the story 36. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji went to Nehru ji. He wanted to hold discussion with Pandit Nehru. Pandit Nehru accepted and he called for a meeting. He did not say that as per the proceedings, the parliament proceedings would be will be. He asked the government. Pandit Nehru ji was there in the house. Honorable Prime Minister is not here. Perhaps he must be listening from somewhere. But in 1962, Nehru ji was there in the house and he asked him.
But why were we surprised? Why was the surprise not ours? Was there any shortage of signals or signs? ये उनका सवाल.
This was his question. And the second question.
The failure of the army, it is the failure of the administration, and above all, the failure of political leadership. तीसरा सवाल था. Today, by hiding the truth and pointing rosy pictures, the government is only inviting suspicion. This is not the time to cover up. This is the time to stand up and own up. Only then will the nation rise again. और एक सुनिए. Our goal must be greater. To ensure that such aggression never happens again, we must build such strength that no one dares to look at India with ill intent again. Let us not seek for peace if we are not prepared for war. Peace is only respected when the enemy fears your strength. And ये सब सवाल का.
These questions which were posed before him, he replied in the house. Honorable Pandit ji replied in the house. I have started my speech.
And Nehru
ji never said that you have no right to ask this question. Rajnath Singh said that Hanuman ji set Lanka on fire. He did the same thing. I would like to tell Rajnath Singh ji that Hanuman ji did not make a call that he is coming. Foreign minister said on phone that he is going to set Lanka on fire.
पूरा fail हुआ and
This is a total failure of diplomacy. Jaishankar ji was telling that two-frontal war which was taking place is going on for 65 years. So what is happening? He was foreign secretary, he was in government and he was officer. He could have given a decent note that everything was not fair. The problem which is we are facing.
Pakistan. We fought China. Why is that we can't accept that? आज आज के डेट में हम.
Today, when I'm asking you that 35 Rafales are there, how many jets you sent? How many jets you destroyed belonging to Pakistan? We'll celebrate destruction of jets in Pakistan. The foreign policy.
Non-aggression, non-interference, equality, peaceful coexistence, and mutual respect. ये Panchsheel.
This was laid down in Panchsheel. Nehru ji started in Panchsheel. Then there was Simla agreement. Then the bilateral discussion on Kashmir. Gujarat doctrine was also there. All the experts, they used Gujarat doctrine.
Does increase the relation with Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Act is policy, neighborhood policy. इस type के बहुत.
There are so many policies which are important strategically.
Dr. Monsoon Singh ने किया था.
Dr. Monsoon Singh did it. Connect Central Asia policy. But today, Operation Sindur has been exposed. It has exposed our foreign policy, and we
in the world, जो प्रधानमंत्री
Modi, Prime Minister Modi ji, he has spent 350 crore rupees in a year. He is going to each and every country. There is not a country which is standing behind us. BRICS is talking about Jinping in BRICS. He met him, and
in a G20 that would see confusion. This is not a strategy. अभी जो
11 years of Modi government, Rajnath Singh ji said that ultimately result matter.
जो 11 साल का
11 years diplomacy of Modi ji, not
Pakistan a terrorist state. No country stood up and gave a clear statement in India's favor. Kuwait has lifted visa restriction on Pakistan. Iran, UAE, Gulf countries are signing MOUs with Pakistan. Russia, जो हम लोग का मित्र था,
Russia, which was our friend, it gave $2.6 billion to Pakistan for steel.
For people killed in Pakistan after India's counter strike. This is the first. The G7, they almost excluded Narendra Modi ji from inviting to the G7, but at the last moment he got the invite. Even during the G20 summit hosted on Indian soil, there was no diplomatic breakthrough. It was only photo ops. In our neighbor Maldives,
he was telling us that in Maldives we have very cordial relation. Modi ji went. What happened 2 years ago?
Tourism. Maldives and Sri Lanka, they have leased key strategic assets to Beijing, giving China a stronger foothold in the Indian Ocean. Nepal redrew its maps to include Indian territory. The OIC and countries in West Asia have repeatedly criticized India over Kashmir and treatment of Muslims. Saudi Arabia even put India on its visa list ban of 14 countries. Platforms like SCO and BRICS, where India once held influence, are now seen as mouthpieces for China's interests. Pakistan chairs UNSC Taliban Sanction Committee and is vice chair of Counter-Terrorism Committee. ये अपना delegation जाने के बाद
This happened after our delegation went there.
billion from IMF, 800 million from ADB, 40 billion partnership with World Bank. United Nations, we failed to get even one clear statement naming Pakistan for the Pahalgam attack. ये क्या diplomacy?
What kind of diplomacy you are having? Nobody says that they are responsible for terrorism.
China has strengthened its alliance with Pakistan both diplomatically and militarily. And then finally, Donald Trump, 26 बार बोल चुका.
26 times he has said, Donald Trump has said that I was instrumental in ceasefire, and because of a tariff policy, he brokered peace. Modi ji should tell that Donald Trump is telling untruths. Time and again, he is saying, even now he is saying and claiming.
Been built over decades through statesmanship and through far-sightedness. We had non-alignment movement during the Cold War, and it has developed and evolved. 11 साल में
In 11 years, it has been destroyed.
Sad and put us in spot. I will complete my final this. After hugging Nawaz Sharif and hosting Xi Jinping, Modi faced Uri, Pulwama, Galwan, Pahalgam. No diplomatic isolation of Pakistan. FATF grain happened during our UPA efforts. Despite the loss of lives in Ladakh, PM claimed no one has entered our territory. ये बात भी आप
Remember that Honorable Prime Minister has said that there has not been infiltration in Ladakh.
And we deserve straight answers. The families who lost their loved ones on a holiday and got bodies deserve them first. They need to have the answer. They believed your promise of a Naya Kashmir. Sare tourists aapke promise.
You have promised a new Kashmir.
Safety and strength. Today they own the truth. They need to know we don't need slogans. We don't need hug diplomacy. We don't need selfies. We need proper external affairs policy to take this country to a place where people will respect us and we will live in a good and free world. Don't hide behind headlines and hashtags. Tell this house, tell those family what happened, why it happened, and who is accountable. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. माननीय सदस्य श्री असादुद्दीन ओवैसी जी.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In the beginning, I would like to pay condolence to 26 people who were asked their names, and because they were killed. I would like to express my condolence to Maulana Iqbal, who was teacher of Kuch Madrasa, and also to 5-year-old Mariam, who died. I would like to pay homage to Zain Ali and Urwa Fatima, the twin brother and sister who were 14 years. Last Naik Desh Kumar, Muhammad Imtiaz of BSF. I would also like to pay and thank the people of Kashmir that after the incident of Pahalgam, they announced from masjids and they condemned it without on the pretext of anybody. They came to the streets and they condemned the terrorist. I would like to congratulate a woman who laid down her life, and she succeeded, and 9 hideouts were attacked, and the heart of terrorism was attacked. That was 3 hangar and runways we destroyed. Later on, Operation Sindur, the success of the reason of success was because of unity, and there was a unity in the country, and the government did not take benefit of that. With all responsibility, I'm saying that Pakistani army, ISI, and deep state. Their target is to weaken the country, and we have to weaken these forces. Then we'll have to set up unity and integrity in the country. If through bulldozer, because of our linguistic attack, if we spread the hatred and target minorities, then we will strengthen the hands of terrorists across the border. I would like to say that unity and integrity, if it is strengthened, then we will not have to show it at international level. Through you, I would like to ask the government. Honorable Prime Minister said that blood and water does not flow together. Terrorism and dialogue will not go hand in hand. So through you, I would like to ask the government and Prime Minister that the human beings who were killed in the valley of Vaisara, whether your conscience allows you that you stop the trade. The aircraft of Pakistan can't enter our airspace. Their ships can't enter our waters. Trade is totally cut off, directly or indirectly. Why your conscience is not alive? In what way you can play cricket with Pakistan when we are not releasing water to Pakistan, that water and blood doesn't flow together? I want to watch that match when it is held. Whether government is having conviction that you will call those 25 people that I have taken the revenge through Sindur, who started Pahalgam, 7.5 lakh forces and paramilitary forces. Only 4 rats, they entered our homeland and they killed. Accountability, home accountability should be fixed. LG should be removed. If it is IB, then it should be expelled. You should take action against police. If you think that you just did operation and will forget, you have to fix the accountability. What is your deterrence? You did surgical strike, you went to Balakot, then Pahalgam happened. So what is this is the failure of deterrence policy. The policy of Kashmir is failure. You removed 370, you made a state a UT, even then the terrorists reached there. So it's a matter of sorrow for us that Pakistan, we know Pakistan and Israel, they are failed states. And Pakistan, the army chief of Pakistan, with whom we have a strategic relationship, we call them friend. The president of that country calls that person and feeds him, holds dinner with him. So whether it is the success of your foreign policy, what kind of organization we are having in India, which is based on hatred and on the basis of religious intolerance, they are having problem with secularism. But in the preamble of the constitution, sovereign is there. Sovereign means that we are self-reliant. We can take decisions about the destiny of the country. British and Englishman sitting in America can't decide the fate of the country. I'm very sorry to say this. I would like to ask that Uncle Sam is announcing what difference it is making on the pilots in a very long height. They are safeguarding Navy. The soldier from Navy, he did not know that it was not announced by Prime Minister, rather it was announced by a foreign man. It's a question to the government that we are not adversarial country for America. We are friend. We have a strategic relationship. We have signed agreements. Is it our friendship? I would like to cite historical example. Khrushchev, Tito put a pressure. Tito said that I'm not going to accede. France and USA, when pressure was put on de Gaulle said that you are my friend. If for our foreign policy is not independent, Gujaralji, who was termed as a weakest prime minister, he said, and Vietnam fought for 20 years with USA but did not bow down. And we are not in a position to tell to America, we are not adversary, and you have to understand it, appreciate it. Honorable Foreign Minister visited China, Deputy Chief of Staff said that the chief equipment of China, why he supplied to the Pakistan? Why did you not ask China that why did they supply arms? Defense Minister said it was swift and proportionate action. Then can't we kill in self-defense? And if you are terming the statement of Trump wrong, then if I believe you, you comment our pilots. Why don't you comment our pilots that we praise our pilots? You don't do that. I would like to ask from the government, Honorable Chairperson, that whether France has not given our source code. Because of that, our aircraft suffered losses. You are going to buy weapons, whether you are going to get source code. I would like to tell the government should answer my questions. We have sanctioned escort, that is 42. After 60 years, 29 are working. Pakistan is having 25, China is having more than 50. And you are there in power for 11 years. There is no submarine. Where is third aircraft carrier? You tell us. If CA you would have to bring, if you are world leader, I challenge you that you impress upon G7 countries and Uncle Sam that Pakistan FAPA should be brought again. In all party meeting, there is a lot of contradiction between center and state governments. In all party meeting, I was there, the central government said that in Baisaran, Midos, nobody can go before June. Later on, we came to know that it is open for the year. This is the contradiction in the central government. I demand from the government through you that national security and foreign policy should not be made a game of politics. It's not a political issue. That would be in the interest of the country. Don't make it a vote bank politics. And last thing which I would like to ask, whether China did not say to us that you crossed the border, and how Pakistan listened to our pilots' conversation, that our communication was with, at the end, I would like to conclude with a couplet that we have to cut our head with our hands and we have to lay it. And the soldiers who are laying down their lives, how they are dying, we have to show to the world. I dedicate to the soldiers of the army. And there is the poet is not from BJP. The name of poet is Sher Loin Shahid Ashfaqullah. Pakistan will indulge in terrorism. Be prepared. There is imbalance of trade with China. And when Galwan took place, then Trump had said that I will talk. We said that you are not allowed. There is no need for talks. And Trump is speaking before us. There is something called self-respect. Somebody will be there in power, but there should be power in rule. But you have lost your power and your zeal.
माननीय सदस्य श्री के फ्रांसिस जॉर्ज जी।
Madam Chairperson, I rise today not to indulge in any blame game, but to raise questions that this republic must not shy away from. Madam, the gruesome attack in Pahalgam on 22nd April 2025, which saw the targeted killing of 26 unarmed civilians, most of them pilgrims, is not merely a lapse, it is a loud alarm. The attackers, now confirmed as Pakistani nationals and members of the Lashkar-e-Taiba's proxy, the Resistance Front, operated freely for nearly 20 minutes in a supposedly high security zone. Despite having supposedly seamless 24/7 aerial surveillance grid, this infiltration went undetected. Madam, how, why, and who is accountable? While our armed forces responded with valor through Operation Sindur and managed to neutralize key terror camps and destroy a Pakistani UAV hangar in Sukkur, we must ask ourselves, why were we reacting in the first place, and why did we not prevent? Madam, we have to think about our defense failures and strategic gaps. Madam, Pakistan today operates approximately 200 medium altitude, long endurance combat drones, many of them Chinese made, Wingloom Wingloom 2 platforms, capable of delivering guided munitions over 4,000 square kilometers. In contrast, madam, India's drone inventory comprises mostly unarmed Herons imported, and we operate zero-armed UCAVs on the front line. Our AI budget per service is only 100 crore, roughly 12 million. Compare that to China's estimated 1.6 billion annual investment in AI-powered military capabilities. This isn't a gap, it's a chasm. Madam, the Defense Acquisition Council may have cleared the procurement of 87 armed drones, but delivery is expected no sooner than 2028. Is our adversary going to wait for us to catch up? Madam, India must quadruple its AI and drone investments immediately and establish a joint unmanned command by 2026. Madam, there is a serious manpower crisis in our forces. Our army has a staggering shortfall of 1 lakh personnel and a 16.7% officer vacancy. The Indian Air Force faces a deficit of nearly 600 pilots, compounded by decade-long delays in inducing basic trainers. These are not minor HR problems, madam. These are capacity breakdowns. So I propose an incentivized retention schemes, AI specialization stipends, and an immediate overhaul of permanent commission structure. Intelligence and surveillance failure, madam. We cannot blame every breach on rogue actors when foreign militants can camp in Baisaran meadows and kill civilians without interception. Satellite reconnaissance, drone, ISR, ground intelligence, none of it function cohesively. We need a Kashmir Threat Fusion Center, integrating NTRO, DIA, and RAW into a real-time AI-enabled threat response cell. Madam, strategic communication and transparency. Operation Sindur did bring a certain amount of tactical success, but truth has a way of surfacing. While the official narrative denied aircraft losses, satellite imagery, international intelligence leaks, and even our own defense attaches seminar notes reveal the truth. We lost 3 Rafales, 1 Sukhoi 30 MKI, and 1 MiG-29. All were shot down in our own territory. When government denials are contradicted by foreign media and allied nations, we do not appear strong. We appear dishonest. This erodes credibility and gives space to hostile disinformation, both abroad and within. So let us, I would propose that a defense transparency charter mandating truthful public briefings within 48 hours of battlefield developments. Now, madam, the foreign minister was just a few hours back was speaking eloquently. What, madam? Okay. Now the diplomatic dimension reveals further cracks. Pakistan's appointment as vice chairman of the UN Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee, Pakistan's appointment as chair of the Taliban Sanctions Committee is an international embarrassment and a glaring indictment of our foreign policy. How can a state that sponsors terror be given such prominence on global platforms while India's voice is muted and doubted? It forces a hard question. Why are we failing to build coalitions and credibility? So there is a saying that, no, madam, every nation has an army. But in the case of Pakistan, the army has a state, army has that nation. And here is the most glaring failure, the so-called Trump mediation. This was a purely bilateral issue between India and Pakistan. So why did we allow a foreign leader, President Donald Trump, to publicly claim that he mediated the ceasefire, even declaring that he stopped a nuclear war? Our official denial was weak and reactive, but allowed this narrative to gain traction. Isn't this a diplomatic humiliation, a vacuum in crisis communication that invited foreign opportunism? If we cannot own our own story in moments of crisis, how will the world respect our sovereignty and our resolve? Finally, why do so many countries temper or withhold condemnation of Pakistan? The answer lies in our own credibility. The reluctance to share facts timely and transparently, the denials that unravel on the international stage. Credibility is not merely about strength. It is about trust. Without trust, alliances falter and adversaries gain ground. Madam, let me reflect on our media. During the Operation Sindur phase, we saw Indian newsrooms amplify false reports of Pakistani aircraft being drowned while simultaneously parroting government denials on our own losses. Some went as far as to claim that Indian forces had taken over Karachi port and captured key Pakistani cities. Claims so widely detached from reality that they undermine the credibility of our actual military achievements. Only when foreign outlets presented satellite imagery and independent confirmations did our narrative shift. This isn't patriotism, madam. This is abdication. Why did this happen? Because opaque briefings encourage speculation. Because media houses fear losing access more than they fear losing credibility. I call upon this house to empower an independent defense media ombudsman under the Press Council Act, with powers to sanction falsehoods and reward accurate reporting. I conclude, madam, I would like to tell the government that to question is not to weaken the republic. To demand reform is not to disrespect our forces. It is to honor them. We salute the courage of our soldiers, our pilots, our intelligence personnel. But it is our duty in this house to ensure that their bravery is matched by our preparedness. The ruling dispensation, madam, I would like to emphasize that the ruling dispensation should not let them down. We must modernize our forces. We must tell the truth. We must rebuild diplomatic capital. We must never again let Pakistan or any other state use our silence to gain credibility at our expense. Let the memory of the lives lost in Pahalgam not be confined to condolence resolutions. Let it be the turning point for bold bipartisan defense reform. Thank you, madam.
Again, he's been given mic so much. Ma'am, through you, I would like to request the honorable member, whatever he has said, he may authenticate that data or the allegations he have made. Kindly authenticate that. Because before this, both the Defense Minister and the Honorable Foreign Affairs Minister, Minister of External Affairs, they have given the details regarding, yeah. So kindly authenticate whatever you said, because otherwise that should be taken off the record.
माननीय सदस्य श्री चंद्रशेखर जी,
धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let's salute those who have got a position. Those are very fortunate whose blood is used for the motherland. First of all, in Operation, the soldiers who died in Operation Sindur, and they showed their bravery. I would like to salute them for this, and I would like to say Jai Bhim to them. And the innocent people who died in Pahalgam attack, or citizens who died, or other people who laid down their lives after the ceasefire. I pray for the forbearance of their family. Honorable Chairperson, I have certain questions to the government, whether the government will make it clear that how the terrorists came to Pahalgam and who helped them, whether the security agencies had input about this. If yes, then what action was taken in Pahalgam? The citizens who died, Majid Khan, what compensation was given to Majid Khan? Whether the government will ensure the protection, some OPS standard procedure will be laid down by the government, whether the government of India has demanded an international forum that unless Pakistan takes action on terrorism, no economic support should be given after Operation Sindur. When Pakistan attacked India and 21 people died and Gurdwaras were targeted, why this ceasefire was accepted? Does not it reflect the failure of diplomacy? In Muzaffarnagar, one person's two children died. Whether the government accepts that there was the Hindus were targeted? If so, what action was taken by the government of India? What respect will be given to the person who laid down his life, whether he will be declared as a martyr? IMF has been given more than many dollars by IMF. Whether the government of India has objected to that, the government has probed that IMF money is used for terrorist and terrorism. Whether the government accept that there is a failure of intelligence forces, intelligence agencies, who is responsible, and what action has been taken in spite of heavy security forces, how the terrorists could enter India, whether government will tell us that Pahalgam, which is very sensitive area, what security arrangement was taken in Pahalgam, why Honorable Prime Minister did not visit Pahalgam when there was sentiment in the entire country, whether the government has given any economic assistance to those who laid down their lives. If so, give us the account. Honorable Chairperson, the people talk about respect to the army men. After the incident, when the soldiers were going on Amarnath Yatra, they were not given any, they were squeezed in railway. And look at the language of government leaders. Colonel Sophia was targeted and such a language is used. This is demand from the government that army and for their and paramilitary forces salary should be increased. Such a issue is under the debate that we are proud of our soldiers, but terrorist activities are on the increase. Chama regiment should be restored. Gujar regiment, Mehta regiment, Yajar regiment should be created, because in Kisan and the people who are living in villages, they have sentiment for the country. If they get an opportunity, perhaps not only Pakistan, even China will not show its eyes. Bamba Sahib Ambedkar used to say that when it comes to the country was united. Whether it is opposition or a government, we are united. We should be united in such a situation. Only then we can fight a war with terrorists. In 65, 91, not a single Arab country sided with Pakistan, but not a single Arab country is with us. Shall we not have a rethought, relook at our foreign policy? Whether our foreign policy will not be reviewed? Pakistan said, and you accepted, and you declared ceasefire. Honorable Defense Minister said that you, with folded hand, he said that we accept ceasefire. But on 10th, again, a drone was sent and 15 people died and 45 people were wounded. This I listened to Defense Minister that Operation Sindur has not come to an end. It has been only stopped. There is a danger of re-attack. So why we are putting the lives of common people and soldiers in danger? Shall we not take strong measures? Many times I've listened to the government. They talk about united India. You got a very apt opportunity. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh was saying that after 6 months, the POK would be decide. Why did you not take over POK as you climbed the stair? Media also spread the news. If the government had helped our soldiers, then the Honorable Narendra Modi would have been the Prime Minister of Pakistan too, and Finance Minister was sitting. She would have been Finance Minister of Pakistan. So such a situation was there, and you should not have lost this opportunity. You should have taken over Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This was the opportune time. The entire country was united. Opposition was united. This was very opportune time. You should have taken over POK. If somebody sitting in America is taking a decision about the country, this is an attack on our sovereignty. We have to accept it. India is the only country who can't be matched by anybody. 140 crore people are united today. and we can give a befitting reply to everybody. At the end, I would like to say Amarnath Yatra is coming in the first week of August, and it's going on. It's going on. I will not. You are not allowed to speak. Please don't show your anger on me. Amarnath Yatra is going to be concluded. There should be a stern arrangement, and at the end, I would like to say that the lives of common people are lost. Whether the government has given compensation to their family members, whether do they have no value for their lives, who laid down their lives, the person who lost his child, his son. So what kind of compensation was given by the government? It should be made clear in the House. I would like to thank Indian Army and the love for India, that Pakistan and terrorism were bent upon creating communal tension here, but we are united. I would like to thank Kashmiris that they made every effort that on Kashmir such an accusation was put on. The Kashmiris came forward, and Operation Mahadev took place, and I came to know that 3 terrorists were killed, but I read in newspaper that the main accused was found in Pakistan. Is it possible that it will that there is a contradiction? I would like to thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I would like to congratulate the defense of India.
माननीय सदस्य श्री एन के प्रेमचंद्रन जी।
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Madam, first of all, on behalf of my party, RSP, I strongly condemn the heinous terrorist attack in Pahalgam, killing 26 innocent Indian people, Indian tourists, including a Nepali national. Madam, it is an undisputed fact that the massacre was with the aid and support of Pakistan, the resisted front TRF, a local outfit of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Madam, on 16 April 2025, the Pakistan Army Chief General Azim Munir delivered a highly provocative and communal speech advocating the two-nation theory. Just 6 days after the hatred communal provocative speech, the terrorist attack in Pahalgam taking the lives of 26 innocent people. And further, Madam, it is well evident that the Pakistan's terror sponsorship has become more evident when Pakistan Army has accorded military funeral to the dead terrorists, and the terrorist leaders have openly appeared in platforms with the political leaders. All this would go to show that the Pakistan is using their soil to promote the terrorism, and that is to be abolished, or that is to be finished by galvanizing the global support as far as India is concerned. Madam, I have no words to appreciate and congratulate the Indian Armed Forces in its precise and decisive attack in the terrorist camps in Pakistan and also in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, and targeting and destroying 9 terrorist camps and in the soil of Pakistan without even crossing the line of control. We salute the Indian Armed Forces in having a successful Operation Sindur. Madam, Operation Sindur is conceived as a punitive and targeted campaign to dismantle the terror infrastructure across the line of control and deeper inside Pakistan. India's retaliatory action in response to the Pahalgam terrorist attack was based on meticulous planning and intelligence-led approach which ensured minimal collateral damages. It is significant to note that no women or children were targeted, reflecting the Indian Army's strict commitment to the ethical conduct. In response to the Operation Sindur, Pakistan initiated series of retaliating drone and UCAV attacks targeting Indian airbase and logistic infrastructure. These attempts were neutralized by the India's comprehensive and multi-layered air defense architecture. Madam, the operation not only reaffirmed the India's military capabilities and technological superiority, but also showcased the restraint in warfare. Operation Sindur was well planned, well executed, and well coordinated, and we could be able to give a strong message to the whole nation: zero tolerance to the terrorism. That is actually, it is absolutely, I do agree that it is a success. But Madam, when we talk about the success stories of the Operation Sindur, we should critically analyze the failures which have faced during the Operation Sindur and the Pahalgam terrorist attack. I would like to flag three major failures on the part of the government and or shortcomings on the part of the government. The number one is the intelligence failure. So most of the honorable members have already stated regarding this issue, but the most unfortunate Pahalgam attack took place when the US Vice President was on an official visit to India. When he is here, this attack took place, and the military intelligence as well as the state intelligence miserably failed in combating this terrorist activity in Pahalgam, and it is a total failure of the intelligence, both military as well as the state intelligence group. And the second failure is the tactical failure. Madam, India had declared immediately after the Pahalgam attack that it would pursue the perpetrators of the Pahalgam murders of 22 April to the ends of the earth. This was the word used, to the ends of the earth. TRF, the Assistant Friend, LET claimed the responsibility of the murders. Indian investigating agencies have already identified four persons who are responsible and said the leaders of the Pakistan-based LET has masterminded the attack. That was also admitted. It is quite unfortunate to say that none of the perpetrators or the alleged masterminds were either injured or killed. TRF has not been eliminated even after Operation Sindur. And the third one is the most important issue which I would like to say, that is a failure of Indian foreign policy. Madam, the foreign policy of this government during the last 11 years has failed to convert India's military gains into a sustained diplomatic advantage over Pakistan. That is a major allegation which I would like to make. Key international developments subsequent to the Pahalgam attack reveals a pattern of strategic setbacks, raising questions about the foreign policy of this government. Honorable Prime Minister's grand claim that India as Vishwaguru, that is a teacher to the whole world, and Vishwamitra, friend of the world, have become meaningless when it is tested by the crisis number one. Pakistan chairing the UN Security Council, Taliban Committee and the Vice Chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee is a diplomatic blow to India. And this development is not only undermines India's efforts to portray Pakistan as the epicenter of the terrorism, but also raises concern that the Pakistan could use its position to push anti-India narratives in the international fora. B, the Trump's mediation in India-Pak ceasefire. See, consecutively, the President of America, Mr. Donald Trump, is claiming that the ceasefire has happened because of the personal involvement of American President. It is against the long-standing policy, foreign policy of India, that no third-party involvement in the case of the India-Pak in resolving the dispute between India and Pak. And even the Russian President, Sri Vladimir Putin, has also endorsed that this has happened because of the involvement of Mr. Donald Trump, the President of America. And the third one is regarding the Pakistan securing loans from ADB, IMF and World Bank. Most of the members have said, I'm not going to explain it. And the fourth one is the diplomatic setback at the UN. Madam, it may kindly say that India totally failed in its efforts to secure explicit condemnation of Pakistan-based groups for the Pahalgam attack. Pakistan, with the support of China, managed to block reference to specific perpetrators of UN Security Council statement, diluting India's claims. And another one is, the fifth one is strengthening the China-Pakistan ties. So Rahul Gandhi, in the last session, he has very clearly cautioned the government. There is the nexus and the ties between China and Pakistan, which is going to be a powerful bloc in this area that has to be taken care of. It was explicitly explained by Sri Rahul Gandhi. Unfortunately, the government has not taken care of it. So now it has proved that it has practically, we have seen, China provided military and diplomatic backing to Pakistan, including critical defense system and public endorsement of Pakistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity when Operation Sindur was happened at the time of the China statement. And the full support and endorsement from the part of the China is the nexus between China and Pakistan that is a threat to the Indian security for India is concerned. And the last one is the failure to secure international support and condemnation of Pahalgam. Madam, despite high-profile efforts, Indian government failed to secure explicit international condemnation of Pakistan for its alleged role in the Pahalgam attack and subsequent escalation. No significant country unambiguously supported Indian actions, neither in the neighborhood or in the wider world. While many countries condemn the terror attack in general terms, none directly censured Pakistan or supported India's call for blacklisting Pakistan at forums like Financial Task Force. Madam, the fact US President repeatedly claiming that the ceasefire is due to his personal involvement, and he declared the ceasefire more than 1 hour before India and Pakistan publicly acknowledged it. That is an insult to the India's sovereignty, and it has India's independent character. So, sir, madam, when we talk about all these successful achievements of Operation Sindur, the entire opposition was with the government as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. So I would like to caution the government that we have to review the foreign policy of this government. This government has to restore the glorious past history of the foreign policy of our country. So, madam, I am concluding with the 2-3 sentences. Let us not confuse retaliation with resolution. In the name of national security, government is losing the trust of the people in Jammu and Kashmir. Therefore, I urge upon the government not to just settle by celebrating the victory brought by the armed forces. The government shall galvanize the global diplomatic efforts and support to hold these aid terrorism accountable so as to protect the security of our country. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much, madam.
माननीय सदस्य
மாண்புமிகு அவைத் தலைவருக்கு வணக்கம்.
Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, vanakkam. Thank you for this opportunity. I thank you so much. The attack in Pahalgam and the innocent citizens, 26 persons were killed in that attack. I strongly condemn that attack, and also that the families of the affected victims, I share my grief and condolences. And those affected families, what are the benefits or compensation provided to those affected families by the government, whether they are giving any employment opportunities to those families? Such information has not come out. That is why I ask that there should be some compensation to the affected families, and there should be some employment opportunities to such affected families. That is my demand. If that killings were stopped or prevented, we could have taken pride on that, and we could appreciate the government for that. But after the attack, 26 innocent civilians were killed, and after that you said you have very precisely attacked and retaliated, and we are taking pride for that. What is there to take pride for that? I don't understand. We are a big country. When compared to Pakistan, we have a strong force. We have the 140 crore population. This is a big country. They can come inside, intrude upon, and they can attack our civilians. This is an example, and Pahalgam is one which has created this threat. This is a threat to the internal security. This is a threat to the security of the people of this country. It has said the failure of the intelligence department, of the security department, or the failure of the government. We should be taking this as an introspection. Only then we can develop ourselves and proceed further. This foreign policy has also failed in this country. This is an example of that. The standpoint which we have taken on Kashmir has also failed, and this attack is an example of that. Abrogation of 370 article of the constitution, we thought that Kashmir will become a free country, free state, and there will be no terrorism or any attacks, and this tourism will get boost. This was the statements made by the government. Abrogation was 370 was done, but after that only this attack has taken place. They were having the belief that the tourists went there in the with the belief that the government will protect us. But how can this terrorism came inside? They intruded upon on the along the borders. These forces are there. Only with that hope the tourists went there. Why were there no security forces? And the horse handler has died in protecting the innocent tourists. Not even a single soldier has died in the fight against terrorists. This creates a doubt in our minds. The decision of the government and the abrogation of 370 have failed totally. This government should accept that this Kashmir should be given statehood once again. That is my demand to the government. This terrorist attack has affected the tourism in that state. They got the revenue through tourism, and Jammu Kashmir has been affected by that. To recover from this tourism, affected tourism, there should be a special package given to the state of Jammu Kashmir. That is my demand. During the year 2023-24, the Defense Standing Committee, they also reviewed this issue. They said that there is no aeroplanes and fighter planes with the Air Force, and the number of pilots should be increased. This was the recommendation of that defense committee, but government has not made any development in that. There is a claim by Pakistan that Rafale was shot down by them. But we said that we have attacked them. We attacked their terrorist heavens in Pakistan. And Pakistan also claims to be the same. Srinagar, Bhuj, Patinda, and several other places, and they were all talked. And 2 Rafale planes have been shot down. This was the claim made by Pakistan, which is true. We don't know, and the people are not knowing that if the Rafale planes were shot down, and we need the inquiry about the corruption that was with Rafale, and we have the drone technology and improvement of technology. We have to increase the number of planes, and government should come forward for that. In the international arena, the image of India is affected after the Pahalgam terrorist attack. How many of the world countries have condemned? What is the statement of US? And the US army officer has been called by Pakistan, and he was taking part in a meeting, luncheon meeting. It is a question against the sovereignty of our country. US is doing that. What is the standpoint of India? The illegal immigrants in US has been handcuffed. We have been handcuffed, and they sent us to our country. We have not condemned this US. This shows the foreign policy of our country. I want to say one thing before my concluding speech. The foreign policy has failed, and we are not bothered about the integrity of our people. We are creating hatred among Muslims and Christians. We don't have unity. That is shown in the international arena. We have to improve our unity. We have to leave hatred politics, especially against the Muslims. We should not have hatred politics. We are against Turkey. We are not acting against China. This is Muslim hatred even in the foreign policy. Just 1 minute, ma'am. Don't go for communal politics. This is a threat to the national security. Hatred politics should be given up. They should improve the integrity of our people, and foreign policy should not be dependent on one country. We should have a good brotherhood with all the countries of the world. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Today, the Operation Sindur of India that was executed, and on this topic, the discussions that are going on in the House, there are some topics that I would like to put forth. First of all, I would like to extend condolences to those 26 Indians, those who lost their lives. And on 22nd of April, the barbaric incident that took place, I condemn that once more. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's decisive leadership, the three wings of the armed forces, and their valor and courage that they have shown, and because of which, through Operation Sindur, India has achieved a great milestone. And this success has opened a lot of topics, and through this house, I would like to explain it to the citizens of this country that India is invincible. No one can dare to look down on India, and India will not hold back. And today is the time of the good governance of Narendra Modi ji, and all the three wings of armed forces, and the courage and valor that they have shown through this operation. So by saluting our forces, Sudhakant from Assam, I am reminded of one line by Bhupen Hazarika ji from Assam.
সেই সাহসৰ দুৰ্জয় লহৰে যাচিলে প্ৰতিজ্ঞা জয়ৰে।
This was the affirmation of the armed forces and of all the citizens, and through Operation Sindur, we have achieved success. Madam Chairperson, we know that India attained its freedom in 1947, and immediately after that, Pakistan attacked India in 1947-48, and after that 1965, after that 1971, and then 1999, and now in 2025, Operation Sindur. And India has attained success in all these operations. But my brothers from the opposition bench, the war we had with Pakistan, they want to take the credit for that. I don't have any problem if they want to take the credit for that. But in the war of 47-48, India lost 1/3 of land in Kashmir. And Congress, the opposition party, do they have the answer to it? And in this house, should they not tell that why did India lose 1/3 of the land in Kashmir? Can they answer this in the house? Can Congress, whatever that India has lost during that war, can they express any concern? They do not have the courage to admit that. And after that, Madam Chairperson, a war broke out in 1965. And there was a war that occurred in 1971. That was the most important. The war that we had with Pakistan in 71. Bangladesh was formed in 1971. And the armed forces of India and the rulers of India of that time, to win the battle at that time, we played whatever we could and we won the battle as well. And after that, 90,000 soldiers knelt down in front of our armed forces. But Bangladesh was formed, and today, Bangladesh, especially for the northeastern part of India, has become a headache for this country. Today, Bangladesh, after 1971, for entire India, especially for the northeast, Assam, Meghalaya, Bihar, and in the states like these, the Bangladeshi infiltrators, and because of them, the demographic changes can be seen. Big demographic change can be seen. Then, because of that demographic change, today districts of Bengal, Assam, and Bihar, the majority that is there, we are getting converted into minority now. Madam Chairperson, Bangladesh was formed.
After the creation of Bangladesh, the loss that India had to suffer, who is responsible for that? The Congress party is responsible for that. Because the rulers of the Congress party at the time submitted them in the list of Bhutan. And they have committed a great crime, and they must be held responsible for that. Madam Chairperson, there is no LOP, there is the deputy LOP is also not there. In Pakistan, Madam Chairperson, in media, the news was there in Pakistani media. I shall supplement the photograph if need be. What did the Pakistani media say? Look at the Indian House. Look at the Indian MPs. The Prime Minister of India is opposed by the opposition parties. Madam Chairperson, is this not a source of sorrow for the entire country? Is this not something to think upon? In Pakistan media, the statements of our house, the statements of this parliament are being reflected there. The leader of the opposition has given a speech today, and I want to tell them that the deputy LOP has created a special task force SIT in Assam. I should not speak today, but I am forced because the SIT has been created. The wife of the deputy LOP has worked on the payroll of Pakistan 19 times. Pakistan the deputy LOP has visited Pakistan. These are their double standards. We shall not tolerate their double standards. I can speak it with confidence. This deputy LOP of the Congress party has now an SIT held up against him. Madam, kindly bring the house in order. He is not listening. We have heard their speech properly. These double standards will not work. Madam, kindly bring the house in order. I am speaking about the government SIT. Madam Chairperson, of course they will feel jealous. Of course they will feel upset. They are unable to tolerate the truth. They are unable to digest the truth. Madam Chairperson, they must digest the truth. Madam, once again, please sit. When you were giving your speech, we were listening to you entirely. Now you must listen. Now you must have the courage to listen. The truth cannot be obliterated. The truth cannot be obliterated. What happened during your reign when your government was formed? 1/3 of Kashmiri land became POK. We lost 1/3 of land in Kashmir to Pakistan. You must be ashamed. You must be ashamed. Please sit. You will get the time to speak. By only protesting in the well, by coming to the well, the truth cannot be suppressed. The truth will not be changed. Madam Chairperson, this is their old habit. They've created a university against the country. Please sit, please sit. Madam Chairperson, that is why I will speak again. They must tolerate, they must digest the truth. In the welfare of the country, for the betterment of the country, some things must be tolerated. Madam Chairperson, once again, I thank the Honorable Prime Minister and his leadership, the bravery of the armed forces, and I salute them. And I request the opposition, the Congress party, that you must listen. If you wish to walk out, there is no problem. The Pakistan-occupied Kashmir will soon become part of Bharat. It will soon become part of India. You wish to break India. The ideology that you have to break India will not be tolerated by the BJP government, by the Modi-led government. This is the resolution by all Indians. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to recite a couplet. India is the greatest of all the world. You must join us. You must join us. You won't be able to sit here any longer. Join us soon. You must join us soon so that we may take the country ahead and we shall make our country a Viksit Rashtra, a developed nation by 2047.
सभापति महोदय, सबसे पहले तो मैं
Madam Chairperson, first of all, I would thank you that you have given the opportunity to discuss Pahalgam attacks in the House today, as well as Operation Sindur.
अवसर दिया।
You have also given us an opportunity to speak. The kind of discussions that were held, this is not good. For 5 consecutive days, the House had been adjourned. Why would you do this after 5 days? Might as well do it on the first day. The entire country is asking us whether we were able to put their matters forth. First of all, I would like to thank you, Madam, the opposition and the government, that the House is in order and that this important matter, Operation Sindur, was discussed, which was on the minds of all Indians, that an open and fair discussion must be held. Many experts of the House put forth their views. Madam, 26 people in Pahalgam were killed on the basis of their religion on 22nd April. It was highly condemnable. And in that moment, when so many people watched these developments on social media, everybody was shedding tears. Everybody was so upset, and they were thinking that Modi ji had promised us safety and had guaranteed safety. And they were thinking that when the NDA government would come, then safety would be. The way the way 26 people were murdered mercilessly, and then newlywed women was made to watch as her husband was being killed. And they do a math. They actually calculate all the terrorists which are housed by Pakistan and the terrorists that carried out this merciless killing in Pahalgam was highly unfortunate. There must have been some loophole in our system, that how these terrorists were able to reach there and how the intelligence failed us so miserably. So, what kind of safety measures did you have? And after the attack was held, after so long, the local people helped them out. The military people reached quite late. This was highly unfortunate. The whole country was shedding tears and kept telling Honorable Modi ji as to when he would wake up, as to when he would rise. He was the one who was saying that POK would be occupied. You gave 303, 350, and now more than 300 seats were given. And everybody kept questioning as to when you would do anything. In 2014, in 2019, and 2024, you kept on saying the same thing. It was in the conscience of each Indian that next time Pakistan will not make such a folly. A small country like Israel fights its own battle, but a massive country like India with 140 crore population, with its incredible armed forces. When we talk about the armed forces, we are always reminded of the Kargil war, where 20,000 personnel actually went with AK-47 in the adverse weather conditions and fought valiantly. And our armed forces actually fought bravely, and that was reflected in the news media of America. That when this incident took place on the 22nd of April, and tonight, on 8th May, Operation Sindur was carried out. For 2 days, you have claimed that Pakistan had surrendered, and the country's media actually said that you had reached Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad, and you put the name as Sindur. It was showing as if Bharat was going to marry Pakistan, and that is the impression you gave us. Sindur actually means in the Hindu religion. Sir, you spoke for 30 minutes. You may kindly let me speak. Sindur in the Hindu religion actually signifies a husband for a married woman. So if you use the word Sindur, then that makes Pakistan India's wife. So, sir, we must hold discussions in this house and we can laugh along as well. And there are accusations as well. And now you are sitting there on the chair and the accusations which you had actually pointed, but I shall not repeat them. But it was unfortunate that terrorism is not a new thing in India. It has happened earlier as well in the Congress reign, in BJP reign. They had even reached the Lok Sabha secretariat. And the people, the Parliamentary Security Service at the time had.
एक तो मेरी बात सुनो.
Sir, kindly listen to me. You are calling me out at 10:30 and 11. My name will not be reflected in the newspapers. I will only need to make do with social media. And the fact that we are sitting here shows that we are sitting in the house till the wee hours of the night to respect the armed forces of the country, and we are sitting in respect of the armed forces. 2-3 things we'd like to put forth as to how this infiltration took place. What was the action taken? What was the investigation? The country wants to know. And today, it's the age of social media. One is my respect that the Agniveer program, after that, the armed forces have actually lost all motivation. Because next time, if something like this takes place, you do not go to the armed forces. I continue to go there. I continue to work with them. Now, how would these business people know all these things? It is my request, it is my demand that Agniveer must be brought an end to and regular recruitment must be held. And as and when the Prime Minister actually puts forth a statement, then they must explain as to why this was called Operation Sindur. Thank you very much. I salute the armed forces. I salute the army. And all the people who lost their lives in ceasefire are also duly respected by me here. I pay homage to them. Balasuriji, kindly start.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the time to speak on this very important issue. At the outset, on behalf of my Janasena party, my party president, Sri Pawan Kalyan Garu, Honorable Deputy CM of Andhra Pradesh, express my deepest condolences to the families who lost their loved ones in the terrorist attack April 22nd in Pahalgam. No words can truly capture the depth of these losses. This was not just an attack on the individuals, it was an attack on humanity. With immense pride and honor, at the very first, I salute the bravery and precision of the defense forces who launched Operation Sindur and my NDA government for the bold step. With reference to great Hindi poet Dinakarji, Pawan Kalyan Garu quoted his 2 lines. वीरता जहां पर नहीं पुण्य का क्षय है, वीरता जहां पर नहीं स्वाद की जय है. And we showed our bravery teaching our enemy in their own language. Sir, it was a well-planned mission targeting 9 major terrorist camps with minimal collateral damage. Our intention is to only destroy terrorist camp. This operation was a shining example of coordination among the Indian armed forces under the decision leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. I also appreciate the government of India for taking a bold steps, including for suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, which governs the distribution of water between India and Pakistan.
Such action will be strengthened Indian efforts to isolate Pakistan globally for continued patronage of the terrorism, showing no regard for international peace. The international committee stood by India in the aftermath in this heinous attack. The UK Foreign Secretary, Mr. David Cameron, stated that India has every reason to be outraged. Russia called for peace, but clearly commended all forms of terrorism. Nations including Israel, the USA, Saudi Arabia, and the USA expressed their strong support for India's position. The United Nations also condemned the attack. In a firm statement, the UN stressed the need to hold the perpetration, organizations, financiers, and sponsors of these reprehensible acts of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice. Indians' matured and strategic response, backed by the international support, including from the European Union, demonstrate the strength of our democracy and our commitment of global peace and security. Thank you, sir.
श्री उमेश भाई पटेल जी प्लीज स्टार्ट
माननीय महोदय जी
Honorable Chairman, I rise to speak on Operation Sindur. The success of Operation Sindur, I would like to congratulate our army and countrymen. Operation Sindur was made successful, and from the core of my heart, I thank our army men and the people who laid down their lives, and innocent people. I would like to pay homage to them. I pray to Almighty that they get the soul rest in peace. Our country has been a land of brave. Our country and a land is also a land of Queen of Jhansi Ki Rani, and it has witnessed many brave soldiers. And our government, through Sofia, has also introduced the world to their bravery. Through Operation Sindur, the world has come to know that our daughters are not lagging behind than our sons, rather they are ahead of them. Sir, our country has always braved the challenges. Our country has always followed the path of peace, and the entire world is one, is our philosophy. We have always been advocate of peace, but whenever anybody has tried to shed blood, then we have given befitting reply, whether it is 1965 or 71 war or 1991 war, Kargil war, on 29 September 2016 surgical strike. The people who played mischief, we have always given befitting reply, and we hid them in their homes. In 1971, we divided Pakistan and we carved out Bangladesh. Now it is time to give a befitting reply to Pakistan, and we must take action, stern action against Pakistan. And we will further divide Pakistan and as on the lines of Bangladesh, and the Baluch people who are fighting for their freedom. We should also get freedom for Baluch people, and we should make a Baluchistan. This is the hard lesson Pakistan should learn. We should remember that which countries were behind us and which were the countries who sided with Pakistan. The people who were against us, we have to take very stern action. Pakistan stands nowhere before us, but China always incites Pakistan, and we have seen Turkey and China, they have cooperated with Pakistan and they stood behind Pakistan. Turkey and China we should cut the trade relation with these two countries. Honorable Chairperson, once again, I would like to thank the brave soldiers of the country for the success of Operation Sindur. Not only we have defeated Pakistan, we have also through Operation Sindur, we have defeated China and Turkey, who were waging a hidden war against Pakistan. And you allowed me to speak on this issue. Thank you.
आकार होल्ला मेहदी जी
बहुत है के बाद जी शुक्रिया
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
मैं सबसे पहले
First of all, on behalf of Jammu and Kashmir and to the all countrymen, I would like to pay condolence whose innocent blood was shed and innocent people were killed. And I'm hopeful that Almighty will punish the perpetrators of violence, and particularly the people of Kashmir. They have hatred towards this Kuwadi Act as it was expressed in this house. Jammu and Kashmir has felt it deeply, and that is why the people of Kashmir, after this incident, they came out of the mosque, they closed their trades and business and shops. And against this unjust killing, they protested because the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly of Kashmir, they know what is shedding of blood and what is killing and what happens on the family members. They feel it very deeply because of this, in terms of humanity, as being a citizens and being innocent, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have felt the responsibility and they discharged their responsibility. They came to the streets against terrorism. It's unfortunate that in this country, institutions, whether it is of government or media or different agencies, before waging war against Jammu and Kashmir, they have waged a war against Kashmir, whether it is Pahalgam or Pulwama. They wage war against others later, but they first wage war against Jammu and Kashmir. Whether it is Pulwama 370 was removed, you removed it, and you did it undemocratic in an undemocratic manner. And the people who travel from Pulwama to Srinagar, every day they have a pinch of being slaves. Every 5 kilometers, their vehicle is stopped. You waged war against others later, but you wage war against people of Jammu and Kashmir every day. More than 2,000 young youth were detained. All the laws were thrown to the air. More than 2,000 children were picked up and they were maligned. They were put behind the bars. On social media, the people of Jammu and Kashmir were maligned. There are cases of violence in Uttar Pradesh, in Uttarakhand 3, in Delhi, in Punjab, in Himachal Pradesh. More than 100 people belonging to Kashmir, they were students, they were tradesmen, they were businessmen, they were beaten and they were drove out of the state. They were evacuated from the hostel. They were removed from the street. Let me please talk. Let me please